Savior. Holy, 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 another Savior. Another Savior. Holy, 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 holy,
well, this is Mobien. This is dedicated to the gallant heroes of the Nigerian Biafra War and IPO families all over the world. I remember the Nigerian Biafran War, in the thickness of the Biafra genocide. Hey, one man revived the vanishing hope to life. Let the great Biafran army to fight, and they were singing out, holy, 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 is another Savior. They were singing out, holy, 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 is another Savior. Holy, 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 is another Savior. Many years after the genocide, whoa, yet another great leader has risen up now. Oh, and he's leading the Biafrans to victory. In your madika, yabika kokwanam no wow. Hey, anamekele mazuche mefo. Manemo, it's an honor having you on board. When I'm singing along, holy, 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 is another Savior. Sing along, holy, 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 our Savior is another Savior. When I sing along, holy, 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 is another Savior. Getting it right and getting it fast now. Holy, 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 our Savior is another Savior. Holy, holy, getting it right and fast, never freedom. Is another Savior. Never freedom. Holy, 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 Nnamdi Kanu is another Savior.
Another Savior. Holy, 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 another Savior. Another Savior. Holy, 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 holy,
well, this is Mobien. This is dedicated to the gallant heroes of the Nigerian Biafra War and IPO families all over the world. I remember the Nigerian Biafran War, in the thickness of the Biafra genocide. Hey, one man revived the vanishing hope to life. Let the great Biafran army to fight, and they were singing out, holy, 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 is another Savior. They were singing out, holy, 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 is another Savior. Holy, 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 is another Savior. Many years after the genocide, whoa, yet another great leader has risen up now. Oh, and he's leading the Biafrans to victory. In your madika, yabika kokwanam no wow. Hey, anamekele mazuche mefo.
Excuse me, and there it is, one name. So there it is, one name. So there it is, one name. Good day to you all, my friends. Good to have your company again. Always a delight, never taken for granted. So another session, of course, regular as clockwork. We're pushing it all the way through to the elections and beyond. So pushing it all the way through to the elections and beyond. So stay with us. So the usual protocol, please click on the like button as you're coming in. Just as you're logging on, click on the like button. There's nothing that gladdens there the heart of somebody that streams more than to see the approval of the like button. So it is not that you concur with what is being said, but the effort being put that is engaging your cranial functioning to have thoughts that you did not have before. That in itself are what's rewarding with the like button. So click on the like button that's coming in. If you are not already subscribed, then please correct that immediately and right now. So make sure you are subscribed, especially if you spend more than one session with us. Don't say, oh, this guy is anti this and anti that. Every single night, regular as clockwork, you're always here. So at least that is deserving of a subscription. So make sure you are clicking on the like button and you are subscribed. Share the link as well on your YouTube, social media spaces and all that. Share the links on your or your WhatsApp space, your Facebook space, all those spaces that you spend endless time chatting meaningless nonsense. So share the links on those spaces. And if you want to come join us on the screen, the hyperlink that says StreamYard is your golden ticket to the screens. If you want to come share your political thoughts, then the hyperlink that says StreamYard is the key that lets you in. So if you feel inclined, click on the hyperlink that says StreamYard and then come share your thoughts on the matters pertaining and germane to the Nigerian space. So yeah, so click on that if you want to come join us. Click on the hyperlink that says StreamYard. And then, of course, invitations to tip towards the platform. So if you feel that your host looks a bit purged and you think it needs lubrication, if you think your host needs lubrication, then you can lubricate him by buying him cups of coffee. So the emphasis on the S, of course. So don't go there and take the piss. So cups, not a cup, but cups of coffee. So if you feel inclined towards tipping towards the platform, the preferred portal for that is that link right there. It's in the comment section. It says buy your host cups of coffee. So go there and tip towards the platform. And the $sign, of course, at the bottom of the comment section, another opportunity to chat with the session. You can chat with the session via super chat and as well as equally tipping towards the platform. So there it is right there. Click on like as a matter of routine. Click on subscribe if you haven't done that already. If you want to come join us on the screen, click on this hyperlink that says StreamYard, and then it brings you into a studio. And then, of course, if you feel inclined towards donating towards the platform, buy your host cups of coffee. So there it is, the administrative stuff done. So good to have you, dear friends. So to it and immediately to it. It's another day, another saga within the Nigerian space, of course. When is it ever any different? So we're kicking it off with this much anticipated now position. Old Naira note remains legal tender. So that is the Supreme Court now. The final bus stop in any and everything Nigerian, which is the Supreme Court. After the pronouncement of the Supreme Court, the cliche, the idiom within the Nigerian space, after the pronouncement of the Supreme Court, only a judgment of God, only God now can sway that. So I will see that has been the received wisdom, at least in Nigeria, of course. We are in uncharted territory with the Buhari administration, but as it obtains, old Naira notes remain legal tender. So that's the Supreme Court then putting its foot down firmly on the side of the people. Exclusive, Buhari to extend validity of old Naira notes till April the 10th. So this is now these are the feelers coming out of the Aso Rock space that Buhari has been brought to his heel by Tinubu's now infamous outburst in Abeokuta. So this is the second time now. If this holds true, and almost certainly it will hold true, this will be the second time now that Tinubu has gone to Abeokuta to bring Buhari to heel. So, of course, heel, down boy, good boy, bingo. So, Buhari to extend validity of old Naira notes till April the 10th. So, if and when, and almost when rather than if that happens, then that completely defeats all of the idea behind that. So, it just becomes an if they extend it to April, they might as well just let it run till the end of the year. It's just to be stubborn. If they say April, then that's just to be stubborn. If they extend it to April, then just cut it through, just cut it loose till the end of the year and stop tormenting the lives of everyday citizens. Breaking again, Buhari meets Tinubu as Supreme Court gives new directive to CBN. So the Nigerian presidency is almost certain to be won and lost in these private conversations that continues to be discussed between Tinubu and Buhari. This is now the second time that Buhari has called an emergency meeting with the looter of Lagos. So now, what was discussed previously that was not concluded, that he felt the need to call him back. Tinubu, of course, has already stated his terms. Are you going to give this thing to me? Yes or no? So Buhari has not given him the definitive assurances yet that rest Tinubu's mind is what we suspect. So the meetings go on. Again, Buhari meets Tinubu as Supreme Court gives new directive to CBN. So the Supreme Court directive to the CBN is without equivocation and no ambiguity a victory for Tinubu. Tinubu said it was a bad idea. He fought it all the way through. Buhari put up a good showing, but the Supreme Court weighed on the side of the people championed by Tinubu. Governor El-Rufai shares details of Buhari's alleged plan to extend old Naira notes swap deadline. So I've seen some of the details of that, and it makes for interesting reading. But what you make of it, we'll find out shortly. Justin, Obaseki orders arrest of Oshiomhole for mobilizing thugs to attack banks, private businesses in Edo over Naira scarcity. So we all saw the recruitment process, of course. Who hasn't gotten that WhatsApp clip that's been going viral all over the social media space? Oshiomhole, what Tony Kabaka and the rest of the hoodlums in Edo State are gathering to strategize on how to vest water on Edo State. No water, the Obaseki says. Obaseki orders arrest of Oshiomhole for mobilizing thugs to attack, pardon me. Obaseki orders arrest of Oshiomhole for mobilizing thugs to attack banks, private businesses in Edo over Naira scarcity. So we do a pit stop with that. Supreme Court takes another crucial decision in case against CBN's new Naira policy. So we may abandon that. That may well have been covered in a previous readout. You are not making serious proposals. Wait for Supreme Court. So this is El-Rufai now, taking the fight frontally to the cabal and the Malam from Daura. Old Naira note remain legal tender till case is resolved. Supreme Court. So that gives away somewhat the content of the Supreme Court ruling, which I'm sure you already know. See how Rivers people turned out for Tinubu's presidential campaign rally. So all the indications then that what's his name? All the indications then that Yemsin Wike he's packing his support with Tinubu. So Tinubu now in a River State, of course, and Yemsin Wike rolls out all of the first-class treatments and so yes, so Wike rolls out all of the luxuries of a campaign rally. If you contrast that vis-a-vis Atiku Abubakar's attempt to appear at River State, and it was stoned away by Yemsin Wike. So that politics turns the cycle to tell us without equivocation then who Wike is going to gift River State to. Forget about credible elections. If stashed old notes are allowed to be shared on or before the 25th of February, it is Senator Shehu Sani alarming to the space. So whether credible election or no credible election, the poverty being vested on the people is more paramount than any election coming into play. Forget about credible election. If stashed old notes are allowed to be shared on or before the 25th of February, the funky preacher, Senator Sheusani. So there it is, a rich menu as always is the case. So lean back, kick back, take it easy, relax into it. The usual protocol, click on the like button, which I'm sure you've already done. But if you've not done that, then do it in this second asking. So click on the like button to help with the YouTube algorithm. Click on subscribe if you haven't done that already. Very important. If you want to come join us on the screen, especially a new voice, see how we all delighted in Zita, who came to join us yesterday. So all she did was to click on the hyperlink that says StreamYard and see just how she illuminated the space. So you can be the Zeta for today. So click on the hyperlink that says StreamYard if you want to come join us on the screen. And in the invitation, of course, to keep your host lubricated, buy the coffee. So buy as much of that coffee. Let's see at least about 2-3 names on that space today. Tire somewhat that only one person has been holding that space steady. So buy your host cups of coffee if you feel inclined. So there's no obligation to buy the coffee. No obligation to click on the hyperlink that says StreamYard, but you are under pressure to click on like and subscribe. So do all that. So as we said about that, let me take a micro musical pit stop before we dive into the throes of it. First, the guides.
You don't come home. Hapa o naido. Oro kẹ̀kẹ́ ẹlẹ́mù yé o. Ilé ṣọ́dí kẹ̀kẹ́ ẹlẹ́mù ré o. Bobby master kẹ̀kẹ́ ẹlẹ́mù ré o. Chief Wáìlà tí kẹ̀kẹ́ ẹlẹ́mù ré o. Eruku lẹ̀lẹ̀ ẹlẹ́mùdé. Eruku lẹ̀lẹ̀ ẹgbẹ́ ẹlẹ́mùdóde ojàre o. Eruku lẹ̀lẹ̀ Ghana ti dé ẹgbẹ́ bọ́dì o. Ọmọ ẹlẹ́yẹ ẹyẹ o ó dilé o. Olúyẹ̀lá ẹyẹ o ó dilé o. Petro Sọ́nàmẹ̀ ẹyẹ o ó dilé o. Petro Sọ́dúnkẹ́ ẹyẹ rẹ̀ ó dilé o. Ẹlẹ́kọ̀ ọ̀run mú ìní o. Àkùkọ ọ̀run mẹ́kọ̀. Ikú kò ní ríwà gbéṣe o.
And there it is right there. Ikuko ni ri agbese akoko orun meiko. Akoko orun meiko, may the cockerel of the heavens, the cockerels of the heavens don't crow yet. Akoko orun meiko, the cockerel of the heavens don't crow yet. Iku kuniru agbese, may death have nothing to do with us. Powerful prayer by the Kegites. Amen to that. On behalf of myself, I should say, and you, my friends. So Iku Koneri Agbeshe, powerful, potent prayers. So Iku Koneri Agbeshe, as guys, I bring you this. Old Naira notes remain legal tender, short and to the point, the Supreme Court. In spite of the Central Bank of Nigeria's insistence on the old Naira note no longer being legal tender, the Supreme Court has ruled that its February 8th order barring the federal government and its agency from enforcing the February 10 deadline for the use of the 200, 500, and 1,000 Naira notes still subsist. The ruling was made on Wednesday, February the 15th, following complaints by lawyer to Kaduna, Kogi, and Zamfara states, Abdul Karim Mustafa, that the federal government and its agencies have failed to comply with the order and have allegedly directed the rejection of the old notes. Mustafa, who also revealed that they have filed a notice of non-compliance with the order of the court made on February the 8th, urged the court to take action against the respondent to protect the dignity of the court. He said, the order has been flouted by the government. We are talking of executive lawlessness here. We have filed an affidavit to that effect. We want the court to renew the order for parties to be properly guided. Justice John Okoro, who led the 7-member panel of the court, asked Mr. Mustafa to file a proper application to put forward his complaints and to enable the respondents respond appropriately. Justice Okoro, who also noted that there is no need for a renewal of the court order since the motion is yet to be heard. The Supreme Court fixed February the 22nd for hearing of the suit filed by Kaduna, Kogi, and Zamfara states, challenging the propriety of the Naira swap policy of the federal government. So it looks as though this attack, because we saw yesterday, of course, Emefiele making the round and commentaries coming out of the CBN to tell us then that the February the 10th deadline still subsists, which then means to say that the old Naira notes are no longer legal tender. So the Supreme Court clarifies that no, you are not the law in this country, we are. So the Supreme Court holds firm to that position. A judgment to come on February the 22nd. And really, it looks as though the Supreme Court are not taking cognizance of the current climate of the country. It looks as though they are not taking cognizance of the elections upcoming. Because how can they make a judgment on something so important and impactful on the elections 3 days to the elections? So it's either they are buying time for the political space to find resolution, or they're being somewhat reckless. Forget about credible. If they are going to postpone it at all, they should postpone it till well after the elections and say the currency should just run till well after the elections. Forget about credible elections if stashed old notes are allowed to be shared on or before the 25th of February. So this is Shehu Sani. Senator Shehu Sani says with let's take it again. Senator Shehu Sani says with the level of poverty prevailing in Nigeria at the moment, a credible election will never take place if stashed old Naira notes are allowed to be shared on or before the 25th date of the presidential election. His tweet reads, with the level of poverty in this country, forget about credible election if stashed old notes are allowed to be shared on or before the 25th of February. So there's Shehu Sani then speaking to the politics of the space. So it's beyond that commentary by Shehu Sani, of course, because we all know what is in place. So thank you for stating the obvious, but that adds or removes nothing from the political discourse. Buhari to extend validity date of old Naira notes till April the 10th. President Mohamed Buhari is considering extending the validity date of old Naira notes by 60 days, correspondents understand. This is to avoid disobeying the orders of the Supreme Court of Nigeria, which ruled that the old 1,500 and 200 Naira notes remain valid until it delivers its judgment filed by some states against the federal government. The CBN had insisted that the deadline of February the 10th would not be changed, but a senior government official told correspondents that Buhari was worried about the hardship faced by Nigerians, as well as the legal implications of disobeying the order of the Constitutional Court. The official told correspondents that this was the focus of a meeting between Buhari and the leadership of the Nigeria Governors Forum, as well as the Progressive Governors Forum, until early hours on Wednesday. The governors were then expected to withdraw their case at the Apex Court. The resolve was to give room for President Buhari to make concessions on the monetary policy and make the following announcement public, the official said. 1. The old Naira notes of 1,500 and 200 will be allowed free movement in and out of banks for the next 60 days. 2. That all 3 notes will be legal tender during this period, but any old 500 or 1,000 Naira note that goes into a bank will not be sent back into circulation. The official said that whilst others were on the same page with the president, Nasir El-Rufai, governor of Kaduna State, insisted on total cancellation of the policy. Buhari, who had earlier delayed attending the Federal Executive Council meeting by 40 minutes to monitor the development at the Supreme Court, was disappointed that the governors reneged on their promise to withdraw the case. Hold on. Pardon me. Right, so let's take that paragraph again. Buhari, who had earlier delayed attending the Federal Executive Council meeting by 40 minutes to monitor the development at the Supreme Court, was disappointed that the governors reneged on their promise to withdraw the case. He had, after the meeting on Wednesday, met with Godwin Emefiele, the governor of the central bank, and Modibo Tukur, the director of the Nigerian Financial Intelligence Unit, on the need to allow old Naira notes circulate in the system to ease hardship on the ordinary Nigerians. The president will not disobey the court, but he is also concerned about the sufferings of Nigerians and wants to find a lasting solution, the official said. It is clear that some militancy is being propagated against the people by elites who have the means to secure the new notes, no matter what, whilst the people continue to suffer. The president will continue to engage and see the way out of the logjam. So the president will continue to engage and see the way out of the logjam. So the logjam, of course, is not anything that's happened via osmosis, of course. This is entirely and totally of Buhari's doing and nothing else. So it is a self-inflicted situation. So nothing that happened outside of his knowing. Let's go on to the next one. All right. Again, Buhari meets Tinubu as Supreme Court gives new directive to CBN. President Buhari met with Bola Tinubu, the presidential torchbearer of the All Progressive Congress APC, at the presidential villa on Wednesday, February the 15th. According to correspondents, reliable presidential sources disclosed that the meeting was held at Buhari's official residence, which was why Buhari arrived late at the Federal Executive Council by 40 minutes. So that's a different reason now that they are using, because of course they told us it was monitoring the CBN, the Supreme Court verdict just in the earlier report. It was reported that the president arrived at the council chamber at about 10:40, almost an hour behind schedule. The meeting between the president and the APC presidential candidate occurred 4 days after the ruling party held its rally in Abuja. However, the reason for the meeting between the duo is unknown, but it cannot be unconnected with the campaign of the APC and the forthcoming election. Another source said President Buhari delayed. Let's take that again. I can't read today, unfortunately. Another source said President Buhari's delay resulted from his decision to monitor the result of the Supreme Court ruling against the CBN and the federal government. The Apex Bank, which was to decide on the federal government's new Naira note policy, adjourned the case on Wednesday, February the 15th to February the 22nd. So this is just an unnecessary distraction from the politicking, I'm afraid. We shouldn't even be discussing this at all, of course. We should be discussing in totality what the permutations are to land us a president. But of course, this plane now that has been created by Buhari and Emefiele, it has stolen the headlines of the actual real thing that affects our lives, which is the politics. Governor El-Rufai shares details of Buhari's alleged plan to extend old Naira notes. Governor El-Rufai of Kaduna State has shared details of the alleged proposed plans by the federal government to extend the deadline for swapping of the old Naira notes to new ones. Our correspondents had reported that the federal government proposed conditions on the Naira redesign policy, including a new deadline of April the 10th for the old notes. However, the Kaduna State Governor, in a statement released by Muyiwa Adekeye, his special advisor on media and communications, said the governors suing the federal government have rejected the offer and explained why. Read the statement below. Our KDSG, Kaduna State Government, says no meeting has held this week between the federal government and the governors. A few hours after the Supreme Court adjourned the currency redesign case today, The Cable, a respected publication, published what it described as an exclusive story regarding the intention of the federal government on the matter. Malam Nasir El-Rufai would like to say, Malam Nasir El-Rufai would like to clarify that the Cable has misled. Let's take that again. Malam Nasir El-Rufai would like to clarify that the Cable has been misled by its sources on this issue. There has been no meeting this week between the federal government and either the Nigerian Governors Forum or the Progressive Governors Forum, not to talk of one lasting till the early hours of today. Rather, a senior official of the federal government reached some governors, including Malam Nasir El-Rufai, on phone to initiate discussion on a possible out-of-court settlement. The terms they proposed were to allow only the 200 Naira note to remain legal tender and be circulated by the CBN till April the 10th, 2023. They claimed that the CBN had already destroyed the old 500 and 1,000 Naira notes that had been deposited, but that those persons who still held old notes could redeem them up till April the 10th. These were not considered as serious proposals for obvious reasons. Circulating the old 200 Naira note alone would not be sufficient to relieve widespread human suffering in Kaduna State and indeed in Nigeria today. They knew that, and that is why they falsely claimed that the CBN had already destroyed the old 500 and 1,000 Naira notes. This is contrary to the facts available to the governors, to the effect that the old notes were in the custody of commercial bank branches throughout Nigeria until the evening of Monday, February the 13th, and not a single 500 or 1,000 Naira notes have been destroyed. It is also a non-starter to insist on a new cut-off date without first assuring that sufficient new notes will be printed and circulated. Information available to the governors also indicates that the mint needs at least 12 months to print the minimum amount of 1 trillion Naira needed to ensure a functioning trade and exchange environment in Nigeria. The tabling of false facts, inadequate solutions to the suffering of our people, and the bad faith that some of the federal government negotiators displayed in our phone conversation and chats have now been taken further in leaking a false account and context to a respected medium. The plaintiff governors rejected the draft proposal as insincere and invested our hope in the Supreme Court of Nigeria. Malam Nasir El-Rufai will be addressing the people of Kaduna State on this currency redesign mess, the consequences of the extension of the injunction of the Supreme Court of Nigeria, and related matters tomorrow. But the Kaduna State government feels it is important tonight not to allow an exclusive falsehood stand or even gain the slightest traction. This statement is therefore issued to put the record straight. So there it is right there. It gets messier and it gets muddier by the minute. So in the first instance, they're telling us that Buhari has been strong-armed into extending the deadline of the Naira swap till April the 10th. So that on the one hand, but on the other hand, Nasir El-Rufai is actually telling us that in negotiations going on, and this is where we are now, the government negotiating with the governors, with the subnationals who are acting on behalf of the people. The subnationals trying to rescue the people from hardship and cruelty being vested upon them by the government. And that is the narrative we have in Nigeria. So what this El-Rufai space is telling us is that contrary to the output that they were willing to extend till April the 10th, that what they were actually proposing was to allow the 200 Naira notes to hold till April the 10th. And they are also saying to the space that they had destroyed the 500 and 1,000 Naira notes. But the governors know for fact that not only have they not destroyed them, all of those old notes are still in the vault of all of the commercial banks. So, and you can imagine that to be the case, of course, because I'm not sure that the CBN has the structures and facilities to warehouse those amounts of money. So they have to be taking them in tranches to the CBN for destruction. So they can't just weigh. What did they say they've mocked up at about 2 trillion in cash? Even the logistics of moving those monies is near an impossibility within that time span. So it stands to reason that the bulk of the money, if not all of the money, will still be in the vaults of the commercial banks. So, and that is where El-Rufai is. So he's saying that they've come to them with a lie and they've rejected that proposal out of hand. So there it is. It carries on. Justin, Obaseki orders arrest of Oshiomhole for mobilizing thugs to attack banks, private businesses in Edo over Naira scarcity. So we all saw that viral clip that went around, of course, Oshiomhole and Tony Kabaka and the rest of them. Edo State Governor Godwin Obaseki has ordered the swift arrest of his predecessor, Adams Oshiomhole, for mobilizing thugs to vandalize banks and disrupt the peace of the state under the guise of protesting the new Naira scarcity. The governor gave the order on Wednesday through the state's Commissioner for Communications and Orientation, Chris something or the other. We have been around the city all day, speaking with some of the protesters, and we have done our investigation. We discovered that it is more than meets the eye, Mr. Chris said. At this juncture, we would like to call on security agencies to call Adams Oshiomhole for questioning. He should be arrested and made to account for his movement in the last few days, especially here in Benin City. Oshiomhole deliberately instigated the protest of the people, the commissioner said. I know people will think the process is as a result of lack of Naira notes, but even if that is the case, Nigerians should know which political party is involved, because it is ironic that the political party that is responsible for this policy is the same party sending people to destroy PDP billboards, the commissioner said. Oshiomhole, a former national chairman of the APC, has secured the ticket of the party to contest for Edo North senatorial seat. So there it is right there. The arrest of Oshiomhole are coming to a prison cell near you. So I'm not sure what we're making of that. It will take some doing to arrest Oshiomhole, of course, but we'll see how that plays out. Let's go on to the next. Right, Supreme Court takes another crucial decision in case against CBN's new Naira policy. This may well be something that we've already read. Emerging reports have confirmed that the Supreme Court on Wednesday, February the 15th, adjourned the case over the CBN policy on Naira swap. As reported by correspondents, the Apex Bank adjourned proceedings until Wednesday, February the 22nd. Recall that at the previous court session, the CBN gave a ruling against the stipulated deadline for the usage of the Naira note communicated by the CBN to the public. The Apex Bank mandated that the collection of old notes should remain valid temporarily until a proper resolution was reached. The CBN, on the other hand, did not heed to the ruling of the Apex Bank as it went on to implement and enforce its stipulation, declaring the old Naira note is illegal. So I'm not sure that the CBN has the authority or the local standee to declare anything illegal outside of a legal process. If the law says something is legal, I don't think the CBN can declare that it is illegal. So there it is right there. All right, I think we can leave that there. It's just really what we already know. Why I rejected Buhari's proposal to extend old Naira deadline. El-Rufai, governor of Kaduna State, has explained why he refused to accept the fresh resolutions proposed by the federal government on the Naira redesign policy. Correspondents have reported that the federal government proposed conditions on Naira redesign policy, including a new deadline of April the 10th for the old note. A government official had also said the resolution presented to members of the Nigerian Governors Forum included that the old Naira note of 200 Naira be allowed free movement in and out of the banks for the next 60 days. That's quite a curious thing, actually, because they're saying the old Naira notes will be allowed in and out of the bank. So that is not just to say that it remains legal tender up till April the 10th, and that when it comes into the bank, then it's then handed over to the CBN to be destroyed. They can still load the old 200 Naira notes into ATM machines and give them out over the counter as legal tender up till April the 10th. So that just adds more confusion to the space, of course. That just adds more confusion to the space. A government official had also said that pardon me, I need some water. All right, maybe I'll read better now. A government official had also said the resolution presented to members of the Nigerian Governors Forum included that the old Naira note of 200 Naira be allowed free movement in and out of banks for the next 60 days. El-Rufai was said to have rejected the proposed resolution and insisted on a total cancellation of the Naira redesign policy. Reacting to the development in a statement by Muyiwa, I hope this is not, I think this might well be just the same readout. Oh, okay, this is a more, let me give you the readout because this is a more detailed, this is the full statement put out by El-Rufai. A few hours after the Supreme Court adjourned the currency redesign case today, The Cable, a respected publication, published what it described as an exclusive story regarding the intentions of the federal government on the matter. Malam Nasir El-Rufai would like to clarify that The Cable has been misled by its sources on this issue. There has been no meeting this week between the federal government and either the Nigerian Governors Forum or the Progressive Governors Forum, not to talk of one lasting till the early hours of today, Wednesday, the 15th of February, 2023. Rather, senior officials of the federal government reached some governors, including Malam Nasir El-Rufai. And by the way, El-Rufai refers to himself as a Malam. I remember calling El-Rufai, I remember calling Buhari a Malam on some platform, and they started to insult me that I was being rude to the man. Even in the north, they call themselves Malams. It says, rather, senior officials of the federal government reached some governors, including Malam Nasir El-Rufai, on the phone to initiate discussions on a possible out of court settlement. The terms they proposed were to allow only the old 200 Naira notes to remain legal tender and be circulated by the CBN till the 10th of April 2023. They claimed that the CBN had already destroyed the old 500 and 1,000 Naira notes that had been deposited, but that those persons who still held the old notes could redeem them up till the 10th of April 2023. So let's pause there for a moment. So let's just be clear now. What the federal government is proposing is that the 200 Naira note continues to enjoy unfettered transaction legality. So that is to say that it will go into the commercial banks and come out of the commercial banks as is the will of the people. That is up till April the 10th. So the old 500 Naira notes and the 1,000 Naira notes, they will still remain legal tenders up till the 10th of April as well. But you cannot withdraw them from the banks anymore because the federal government is claiming that the ones already are in the custody of the financial institutions have already been destroyed. So you can still spend them as legal tenders, but if they get into the banking system, they will never come out again. So they are not transactable. They're still transactable, but they cannot be withdrawn from the banking system anymore. So it's a convoluted mix. So essentially, they want to shrink it to a 200 Naira note space because, of course, the bulk of that it makes it very difficult for illicit activities. It says these were not considered as serious proposals for obvious reasons. Circulating the old 200 Naira notes alone would not be sufficient to relieve widespread human suffering in Kaduna State and indeed Nigeria today. They knew that, and that is why they falsely claimed that the CBN had already destroyed the old 500 and 1,000 Naira notes. This is contrary to the facts available to the governors, to the effect that the old notes were in the custody of commercial bank branches throughout Nigeria until the evening of Monday the 13th, and not a single 500 or 1,000 Naira note has been destroyed. It is also a non-starter to insist on a new cutoff date without first assuring that sufficient notes will be it is also a non-starter to insist on a new cutoff date without first assuring that sufficient new notes would have been printed and circulated. Information available to the governors also indicates that the Mint would need at least 12 months to print the minimum amount of 1 trillion Naira needed to ensure a functioning trade and exchange environment in the country. So there it is right there. A lot of information to unpack from there as well. So what they are telling us then, and we already know, of course, because what's his name? Godwin Emefiele, he had already told us that they don't have the security papers to print certain denominations, especially the 1,000 and 500 Naira notes. So we already know that. And to double down on that, the Governors Forum are telling us that the Mint, which is the whatever it is that is printing the Naira notes, that the Mint, they need a minimum of 12 months to print the sufficient enough monies that is needed for trade and exchange in Nigeria. But what we're now finding out is that for Nigeria to continue to function as a viable commercial space, a minimum of 1 trillion Naira in raw cash has to be within the system. And that, of course, is easily explained because there's no facilitation for any form of electronic transactions outside of the small hovels of metropolis and spaces like that. So there is nothing that supports even the infrastructure in terms of the internet connection, the capacity of the banking system to handle volume and all of that. There's nothing that supports e-transactions in Nigeria. The country needs to function pari passu, the weight being cash transactions, and then a quick introduction and an aggressive introduction then of a cashless space. But that's all wrapped up in that. The tabling of false facts, inadequate solutions to the suffering of our people, and the bad faith that some of the federal government negotiators displayed in our telephone conversation and chats have now been taken further in leaking a false account and context to a respected medium. The plaintiff governors rejected the draft proposal as insincere and invested our hopes in the Supreme Court of Nigeria. Malam Nasir El-Rufai will be addressing the people of Kaduna State on this currency redesign mess, the consequences of the extension of the injunction of the Supreme Court, and related matters tomorrow. So there it is right there. So there it is right there. It just gets messier. It gets messier. Let's go to the next one. All right. The next one, you are not making a serious proposal. Wait for the Supreme Court. So I think we've already covered that. Old Naira notes remain legal tender till case resolved. So we've already covered that. And this one now, Tinubu's rally. So this will be the last readout. And then we come into the room to see who's there to take it on. See how Rivers people turned out for Tinubu's presidential campaign rally. So Yemisi Wike, of course, he shows his hands finally. The supporters and well-wishers of the presidential candidate of the All Progressive Congress APC, Bola Tinubu, in Rivers State, came out in large numbers to show solidarity for his political ambition ahead of the forthcoming 2023 elections. Correspondents report that the APC flag bearer, Tinubu, took his campaign to Rivers State on Wednesday, February the 15th, at the Yakubu Gowon Stadium at Ele-Kahia, Port Harcourt, venue of the presidential rally. The event witnessed a mammoth crowd of party supporters, state party leaders, vice presidential candidate Shettima, and the gubernatorial candidate Toye Cole also present. So I'm surprised that Toye Cole showed the presence, of course, because he always, of course, forever been photographed with Peter Obi. Nobody can convince me it is not a plot against Tinubu. In other news, the Speaker of the House of Representatives, Femi Gbajabiamila, has said that the current fuel scarcity and Naira scarcity is a plot against the presidential candidate of the All Progressive Congress, Bola Tinubu. According to him, some elements have deliberately created a crisis around the central bank cashless policy just to stop Tinubu from winning the presidential election. Correspondents report that the Speaker made the assertion on Tuesday in Lagos during the launching of the second phase of a transport initiative called Gbaja Ride. So Gbaja Ride is what he's doing. He explained that no one can convince him that the new Naira policy is not a plot to fight Tinubu's presidential bid. He was, however, glad that the elements behind the alleged plot have been put to shame because God had intervened in the matter. So they don't want Tinubu, but can they stop him? Is the question. They don't want him, but can they stop him? So that's the question. So let's go into the room then, see who is available. Charles joins us. Charles, stop pinching that, Charles. All right, so that's Charles and next. Adale Koko, the mighty one, of course. The Progressives joins us from Ireland. DOG joins us from Millionaires Row. Solid joins us from Amsterdam. DOG joins us again. So I'm not sure. DOG says something so we know which one to get off the screen.
One man, I'm here.
Oh, all right, so let's remove this one.
Yeah.
All right, brilliant. Okay, so that's DOG. Adewale joins us early this time around. Des joins us, no doubt, from his truck, and Thomas joins us from Australia. So good to have you, gentlemen. Always a delight, of course. Let's just have a look. And Des, of course, kicks off the supers with the super sticker, which he does oftentimes. Yeah, he does that fairly regularly. So thank you there. So let's kick it off and go immediately then to Thomas, who often has to rush for work in the middle of the session. So Thomas, there it is. It doesn't get clearer, it gets more confusing. So what we do know, Thomas, is that the central bank somewhat seems to be insisting that February the 10th was the deadline of the old Naira notes, the 200, 500, and 1,000 Naira. We know that. We also know that the Buhari government, via Garba Shehu, told us yesterday that they are waiting for a Supreme Court pronouncement today. We know that. We also know that the Supreme Court insists that the currencies remain legal tender till a judgment is made. We know that. We also know that no definitive judgment was made today, with the Supreme Court deferring till February the 22nd. We know that. So now we know that. So what now is coming out, but we are not clear on, is that it looks as though Buhari is about to fold and then just extend it till April the 10th. So what are you making of that? One, started from there. Good to see you. Good to see you, Thomas. So started from there.
Good evening, everyone. One man, I greet you especially for bringing us together every day. I don't know where you're getting the strength from, but as a Christian, I pray for you that God will continue to strengthen you. And to our listeners, like, share, and subscribe. If you remember my position on this Supreme Court verdict, when they said they're going to bring the verdict on the 15th, I said Buhari doesn't have any choice than to go with the people, that the people will actually win in this case. It's a good indication that the Supreme Court judgments they are on the side of the people. They are not on the side of the government. So I will give the Supreme Court judges, maybe they are 7 or 8 thereabouts. I give them kudos, respect them for what they have done for the nation at large. It's very good, because I told you, I don't need to repeat myself like a broken record. The hardship the country is passing through, and even my own family member, my mom and my dad. So it's a good development, but I don't know why they are still adjourning this case. They should just bring the
do you find the time that the date that they have adjourned it to? Do you find the date that they have adjourned it to dangerous? Is it a dangerous? They have adjourned it to the 22nd of February, with the elections taking place on the 25th. Is that dangerous somewhat?
It's too dangerous. They could have even made their judgments sacrosanct, or they should just adjourn it to the after election, because it's going to create panic. The panic is already in the country already, and people will be doubting what the judgment is going to be. Is we going to be for the people, or is it going to be for the government? I don't know what the Supreme Court what they are thinking. What they should know the anguish and the agony in the country. They should just bring their verdict. They have the power to do that. To just say the old note should stay, and the new note should stay, and the old note should be still legal tender till they can replenish the old notes. The new note with the old notes. So just 3 days to the election, they want to bring the verdict. It's going to cause chaos in the country, one man.
Yes, I was just going to go there with you. Do you think that date that they've adjourned to, do you think it limits the sort of judgments that they can come to? Because if on that date they say that the money is no longer legal tender, that will cause chaos in the system, with only 3 days then to the elections.
Or maybe they knew something that we don't know. Maybe the election is not going to hold.
I'm not far away from you in that anyway. I think the election might not hold as well. But Thomas, carry on with the space. Give me about 5 minutes. Carry on. Talk about yourself.
Yes. So I don't know what they are thinking. I don't know what they want for the country at large. They should have bring a verdict that we give a sacrosanct judgment that people should win in this battle, not the government. They are just postponing the evil days. My people, let's have a conversation. One man step aside. They are just postponing the evil days. They should bring the verdict once and for all, so that Nigerians will know that the Supreme Court are with them, not against the people. Because I don't think this election is going to hold. If they are bringing verdicts 3 days to the election, what is going to happen? If they go at the direction of the government, it could cause chaos. If we go for the people, it could cause chaos as well. DOG, anybody there?
Yeah, I'm with you. I'm with you, Thomas. I just feel with what you've just said, a lot is even going on in that country right now. There is police people killed a soldier, a military man somewhere, maybe in Edo or somewhere, or Benin or so again. That they've burnt a whole police station. The army have burned the whole police station down. So many things just going on up and down the country, and it's looking more like they are going to postpone that election.
But DOG, they are postponing the evil days for the people. Because if
They know
election
what they are
happens,
doing. They have a game plan. And I'm sure all these guys can read between the lines and know what to do. But I don't see how the Supreme Court want to come with what is going on from like today. Yesterday, is it okay? It's still today. Like Ibadan, Benin, Edo, everywhere there was protest about the Naira scarcity, how people are struggling to get the cash to spend, to survive, to
Can
eat,
I
to
can I
feed.
say something?
Yeah,
You
oh
know
yes, you can
this
come in.
this
Yes, yeah.
this whole thing is beginning to get me very upset. One is that yeah, I'm not let me just say
But
it. I'm
this, you were
not
not upset in the beginning.
no, I
You were
want
not
to say
upset in the beginning.
I'm
I
not
remember vividly.
no listen,
Continue,
listen,
my brother.
listen, it's not even about I let me tell you why I'm upset. It's not about what you're thinking. Yes, I am not for this
Yeah.
whole Naira stuff. But why I'm upset is these politicians using us to play games. And it's getting me upset in the sense that for the past 4 days or 5 days, we have never had any riot, everything was down. We didn't hear anything. Everybody was almost coping to it. And now the judgment wants to come. You hear all these riots, this place, that place, this place, so all of a sudden, that's to tell you that these politicians are just instigating all these things. It doesn't make sense. It doesn't make sense, to be honest, because you
so are
want
you
the
saying
Supreme Court
is
to
the
rule in your favor.
politician this
The
are you
politicians
saying
are still the cause of all this rioting because the riots and
no,
the
no, no,
and
no.
the and the
You see,
banks.
I was
Listen,
gonna even say that. Forget all those things. It's not
the
politician. I even saw
banks.
that there is a place in Ibadan that it was it Ibadan or somewhere else that it is students. There is no talk. All those
Now
things Obaseki said.
let me
What
tell you
Obaseki
how
is saying
something
himself is,
works.
I think, is
Let
bullocks,
me
man. Saying
it's not just
people are suffering. People are not
let me
getting the
tell you
cash.
how stuff works. Let me tell you how stuff works.
Okay, tell me.
If I'm
Yeah.
angry, yeah, and someone comes and use that anger and fuse it in such a way, knowing that I'm gonna react. Yes, if one or two persons uses that anger and fuel, a lot of people are angry. They're gonna use it and okay, yes, this person is doing it. Let me go there. People have been, yes, they are angry, yes, I understand, they are hungry and not making money, but for the past 4 days a lot of people have been calm. Do you get? Today what we saw was just like what's going on. It's like last week all over again. So I'm saying that it doesn't, this is not just the coincidence that kind of coincidence doesn't happen. When they are trying to make judgment, that's when this whole stupid riot start, because the banks that are burning,
So
all the buildings that are burning, it's still listen, the banks that are burning, the buildings that are burning, it's still us. It's still the people that will pay for it. It's still our taxes. The money they would have used in do other stuff, they will still use it and repair those banks and repair those buildings. So they should stop all this stuff. Yes, people are
Okay,
there's so
Des.
many ways
Okay,
to
Des.
solve this problem.
I say something, Des? I believe you've heard, you know, there's a saying that when people are hungry, they can be hungry as well, right?
An hungry man is an angry man.
Thank you. An hungry man is an angry man. Majority of Nigerians are very, very hungry, and they don't have hope for tomorrow. Hungry in the sense that they can't have access to their money to buy food to eat.
Ajale Koko, they have money. Oh. It's not that they don't have money.
They have money, but they can't access their money to buy food to eat. How would you say such people should not be angry and go violent?
Have you been in a riot before, Ajali Koko?
Hold on.
Dex,
Do you know
I don't know
how
why I
riots
don't like the
work?
way you are taking this thing political because you are
No.
obedient and you
No,
think
it's
you're
not
the
Obi.
politicians
Listen, I
instigating
said
this. That was
I'm
a
not
place. I
supporting.
was just
Listen,
telling
I'm
you
not
now.
supporting the whole
I've
Naira
forgotten
stuff. I've said it so many
where
times.
particular that it was student and there was a recording that the students were saying, "See student, the students that are meant to be in school, say that people are suffering."
Do you know how
This
it
thing, they've
works?
pushed people. People have elastic limits. Dex,
Do you know how it works? That's what I tell
so you
you.
are
Do you know
telling me
how
now it's the
riot
politicians that instigate
Hello,
people.
Dex.
Okay.
Hello,
Dex.
Dex. Hello, Dex.
Yeah.
Regardless,
Let me,
the politician instigated the riot or whatever. The fact remains, people are angry. And one thing I want you to realize that politicians, they use things to their own advantages. Like, for example, you said politicians, they are using these people, this thing to cause riots so that they can have because of the judgment that was meant to be made at the Supreme Court. Likewise, Obi is using Nigerian situation, is using it, to his own advantage, telling people Nigeria is not good, instigating their mind towards the election. That is what, if the politician, if they use it, it's best of their luck. But the fact remains, people are suffering based on the Naira design policy that's messed up. Thank you.
okay.
All right. Make that point, Ajale Koko, and then we get back to Thomas.
Let me tell you this. You see, when two people have contractual agreement and one side fulfill its own part of it and the other does not fulfill its own part of the agreement, what do you think is going to happen? There's going to be fight. That's to tell you that people that bank with the bank, people that have their money in the bank, have contractual agreement with the bank that their money will be saved there and they can have access to their money anytime, any day. But when it gets to the time to access the money, the bank is denying them to get their money. How do you want them under normal circumstances? Don't forget about politics. Let's take election out of it. Let's take politics out of it. Let's say there is no even election and that no election around. Let's just say it just happened the way it is now. Do you think people will not even act the same way they are acting like this if we don't even have election around the corner? Do you think people will not go violent against the bank?
Ajali Koko, let me give you an example.
Hold on.
Let me give you an example.
Hold on. If you in United States have your money in the bank and you can't have access in this country, do you think it can happen for just 48 hours in United States? Everywhere we burn down. Everywhere we burn down. Everywhere. In the whole of United States, you think you have this kind of situation? What do you think will happen? Everywhere we
oh,
burn down. You
oh,
will go violent as well. Because you that have truck, you are running your truck around, you can't buy your gas, you have money in the bank, you want to buy gas to fuel your truck and continue moving to carry out your assignment, and you can't do it. What do you think you will do? It's you that drive those that will violence.
all right. Have that response, Des. Then I'll go back to Thomas. I want to get it back on track. Yeah, have that response,
Yeah.
Des. Yeah.
Ajali Coco, yes, I understand that this is bad. I've said it so many times that now I'm not supporting it. But my anger is the way the whole thing escalated today. That's if me knowing how humanity and how people works, I can guarantee you that is induced. Is the coincidence of it doesn't make any sense. And also, let me give you this example. Onitsha main market is the biggest market in West Africa, right? There's so many businesses, how much going circulating around. You know, this Naira have actually stopped so many things in Onitsha main market, reduced the businesses there. But you can hardly see this kind of riot. It has gotten them to the neck. Yes, it has. But you can't see those kind of riots because they understand. You know, they understand that they have to adapt. Yes, they are angry. And I'm telling you, if someone comes and try to induce on it, people are crazy. They can just scatter, burn everything and burn everywhere. Do you get? But you won't see it. That's what I'm saying.
What do you mean by they understand?
So,
People don't
so, so,
understand.
so,
If people understand, anyway, one wants to go.
No, I didn't say they
yeah.
understand.
No,
What I'm saying,
don't worry. It's a poor example because
no,
hold on. Onitsha main market is not a cash-based space, really. They have the facilitation for electronic, So
Omar, you're
oh,
wrong. There are so many barrel pushers, so many people doing manual jobs, so many people hawking. There is so many people that don't have bank. I'm telling you this. I live there. There's so many people there. So they are not doing they are not making money. And those people can be violent if they wanted to. Do you get? But now everything is coming down. That's why I'm saying that this whole riot today, if it was tomorrow or next, if it was like 3 days later, I wouldn't really, be saying
no,
this.
Des, it's an ongoing riot, though. It's an ongoing riot. Anyway, let me just get back to let me get back to Thomas. So Thomas, back to you. Yeah. So Thomas, back to you. So what El-Rufai is telling us that this negotiations going on between the federal government and the state space, especially the states in this lawsuit, Kogi, Zamfara, and Kaduna State. So what the federal government is proposing is that extension till April the 10th, with some caveats. So they are saying that the 200 Naira notes can continue to go in and out of the banks till April the 10th. But that the 1,000 Naira notes can also continue to be legal tender up till April the 10th, but it goes into the bank not to come out. And they also went on to add that the 500 and 1,000 Naira notes that had already been deposited within the banking system has been destroyed, which El-Rufai was able to establish is easily a lie. So what do you think is going on within that space as the government continues to negotiate a soft landing for itself?
One man, why is our government so why are they so wicked like this? It's just lies upon lies and upon lies. If you could remember somebody that know about banking, it maybe Adewale or some, I forgot somebody like that said, even if they are taking the old notes out of the circulation, they have a stipulated time for them to destroy it. They don't destroy it immediately. But government is lying to us now. El-Rufai is telling us now that the money has not been destroyed. It's just less than 2 or 3 months, isn't it? It's just lies upon lies and upon lies upon lies. But I think people should use their brain as well. people should stop taking money to banks. Let the money be circulating. People should stop taking money to bank for now. So that let the money be circulating. If bank doesn't get any money from the circulation, day to day, we know that the people are rebelling against this policy. One of my friends, I said, you are a businessman. He said, even the small change that he made, he's not taking it to bank. And it's even dangerous. It exposes people to armed robbery because people are not taking money to bank now anymore. Because they want the money to be circulating in the circulation. So I hope that's what I said earlier on. The Supreme Court should have taken a concrete position. But for now, I still think with the verdict the Supreme Court gave, it's still on the side of the people. Abi one man, what do you think? It's still on the side of the people, isn't it?
I'm not sure that it's on the side of the people or not, but what just concerns me is the date that they've moved the case to, which is the 22nd of February. I think that's quite dangerous, quite dangerous. If they say that, if they weigh against the people in that judgment, then we know that, there's not going to be an election.
Yes, that's what I said earlier on, that maybe they knew something that we don't know. Maybe the election is going to be postponed because the politicians, some people claim they are trying to target. They already have the money to buy votes. They have store rice, store gari, store epa, store indomie. They have already they've perfected their rigging pattern to this election. They don't care about what is going on now. They don't care. Tinubu has his money in bank in his bullion van. Atiku has his money somewhere. Peter Obi said he's not giving shishi, but we heard about him giving 2 billion to some church that they are fighting. Everybody has perfected. How are they going to win this election?
Thomas.
So yes, please.
Yeah, can I just chip in something here?
Yeah, of course. Yeah, come in.
I even spoke with one of my elder brother's friend. He's a youth leader in Delta State. He mentioned to me that the last meeting they had, that it was Ghana must go. They used to bring the dollars they were sharing.
Which party, if you don't mind?
PDP.
PDP. Yeah.
So sometimes when people come on this platform and be saying they want to stop vote buying, I just look at them and laugh.
Yeah, you can see.
So wait, how much?
Hold on. You can't keep jumping into debunk everybody's.
No.
We'll be here
it's
forever.
Not debunking. No, it's not debunking.
Yeah.
I wanted to know how he said dollar. I wanted to know which denomination, or is it $1? The $100
Come on, Des.
No, I want
Dex,
to know.
Sometimes you surprise me,
I'm just asking a question.
All right, thank you, Des. All right, no, please, guys. Back to you, Thomas.
Oh my goodness! What is it? If it's $10, it is $1. What is the difference? Dollar is dollar. What is the point of contention in that? Dollar is dollar. So I think Nigerians go out there. I don't want anywhere to be burned down. I don't want anywhere to be burned because of this policy. But angry man is an hungry man. Some people that have the notion of election buying votes, and some people are having the notion of kidnappers. Kidnappers are demanding dollars. They are demanding machines. Excuse me. So it's a good thing for the judgment to take maybe after election. But El-Rufai, what do you think El-Rufai fighting APC, his own government? What is going on in APC? Is Buhari will be happy with all this shenanigan going on there? Because to me, indirectly, is fighting APC.
No, we've already discussed it, Thomas. El-Rufai is not fighting APC. What is going on is a power shift. Watch this at Adamugaba. I think we played this before. The battle, by the way, it's not between Buhari or anybody, or it's a power shift. It's a generational shift and a mindset shift in the north. That's where the battle is. Listen to this guy.
Vice President of Nigeria, Atiku Abubakar, to become the president simply because he is from the north. Even though most of them don't agree with him, most of them don't trust him, but they still want to support him simply because they want this regional interest to be sustained. And that's the game at play. So one thing I want you to know, Nigerians, is that we are passing through in the north, I mean from the northern side, we are passing through a political transition from the leadership that has been there for a very long time, respected, reliable, and to a new leadership that is emerging, also respected and reliable. And you know, political transitions are often turbulent and sometimes even painful. And that is the situation we're in. So most of us, you know, the younger population in the north and also some of the people that are above us, the emerging leaders, are all in 100% solidarity with the fact that democracy must be sustained and power must shift to the south. And Asiwaju Bola Ahmed Tinubu is the choice. So you don't have to worry about the hula balu, especially those of you that are not from the north. It is all a political game between an emerging leadership and a new leadership, which usually it doesn't come easy. We are going to get over it. We are going to pass through election, and inshallah, Asiwaju Bola Ahmed Tinubu will be the next president of Nigeria.
So that's the fight. That's the fight that El-Rufai is engaged in. It's a fight that the El-Rufai class and that class of that guy Gaba, that mindset trying to sorry, mute yourself for a moment, enigmatic. So it's a fight that class trying to rescue the thinking and the north from a different. So that's where that fight is, and that fight is going on between the Aso Rock space and El-Rufai and a few of the progressives. So that's the fight that El-Rufai is engaged in.
If you remember, you gave a narrative. Somehow I was disagreeing with you, but with what this guy said now, the narrative that you gave us some days ago, that there is a fight from the progressive and the conservative in the north. This is the fight going on, and you can see in this guy's tone, is tweeting to what you said the other time, that the progressive and the conservative from the north, they are the one fighting this battle. But I sometimes I don't like El-Rufai, but since El-Rufai has came out some weeks ago now, I think I begin to like the guy, because he has opened up what people don't know. He has opened up what people don't think that is happening. I think I'm respecting El-Rufai now, because we can't keep on in this draconian era of Buhari with his cabals trying to truncate Nigerians. So I give it to El-Rufai, one man. I'm respecting El-Rufai now, because
Thomas.
Yes, please. Yes, please.
Sorry, guys. I don't know anybody that has the idea properly. Is it possible for the house, like the likes of the Bajabia, Mila, and co, to ask INEC to postpone the election? Is there a possibility of them doing that? Because apart from all this thing, it's actually even affecting APC, that name APC, which will affect Bola Ahmed Tinubu anyway. So is that a possibility? People like Bagajamila in the House of Assembly can now start pushing INEC, since the Supreme Court has adjourned the case now. Can they now start pushing for INEC to move the election date forward? Is that, I don't know.
DOG, moving the election forward is moving the evil days. Ask me where I said that. If election come and somebody is being elected, all this tension will go down drastically. Trust me, in my opinion. The few they are hiding, the few will come out. The money they are hiding, it will come out. And if we elect any president, the president will people know what the person stands for. Is it that Atiku? Is it that Peter Obi? Is it that Asiwaju Bola Ahmed Tinubu? The tension will come down drastically. So, in my opinion, I want the election to go as scheduled, because if we postpone the election, DOG, we are postponing the evil days.
Thomas, let me
Yes,
DOG.
Yeah.
The case was not adjourned Sindai. So
Okay.
by virtue of that, as it is now, the status quo subsists, and then National Assembly, they can't do anything for now because Supreme Court is already on top of the matter. So whatever action everybody is thinking of doing or whatever they want to take now is will be sub-judicial to the matter. So as of now, does the parliament, do they actually have some parliamentary power to invoke any law or power? I mean, they use their power. As it is now, they can't do anything because there is no. You can't really phantom any crisis for now that can actually justify any of that, right? That could actually cause a reason for a national, security issue. But for now, the what you guys are not getting now, and that I think one man gave a synopsis of that maybe 2 weeks ago, but some people are not getting it on the platform. It's just basically what Adamu Gabra just amplified now with what he said. The North, there's a paradigm shift that is going on in the North, but there are people who are still, kind of averse to that changes, but the change will come eventually. And I said something the other time. This fight is not about Tinubu again. So people are thinking
it's never been about Tinubu ever.
Yeah.
Tinubu is just a tool that it's the patriarchal oligarchy in the North, the patriarchal oligarchy versus the progressive North. And Tinubu being the tool that's bit like it's just a tool that they're using to.
But some people think it's about Tinubu now. Some people think like that.
Let me explain that. Those are people that you can refer to as absolute political Lilliputians. They don't know what is happening. So one man actually painted the picture the other time, but they couldn't get it. If you are speaking with a lot of Northerners, I don't know if you know Barrister Ismail. It's one of the top notch in APC. There's one other guy too, Ahmed Awal. There are a lot of them from the North, even from PDP. These folks, the young ones, Buhari's administration sidelined most of the top notch young folks in the political firmament of the North. So they are beginning to think that it is time for all these guys to move aside, and then they have to recover, the reputation of the North politically now. Because after Buhari is just what they need to recapture their strength, their political strength. Now he has had it. So now the Supreme Court case came as a rude shock, right, to the cabal and to those who are actually holding the lever of whatever the game they thought they were playing at the time. First, they never expected the salvo from.
But enigmatic. That means the cabals we are saying they have power. They don't have power. Why can't they influence the Supreme Court?
Now for you.
Let
me tell you something. So
go on with that narrative you were on, the enigmatic.
Okay, the trajectory, Tinubu, Tinubu took them to an angle they never expected. They never envisaged it. They never saw it coming. So he first fired a salvo, one. Then the governors latched onto that. Remember, there have been some skirmishes behind the scene all this while, right? The governors, they've been defeating this cabal for a very long time, but they've been playing the behind the scene kind of palace fight with the cabal. Buhari sitting lame dog, as he always, normal Buhari level. So, but now that they saw the matter going to Supreme Court, they never thought that would happen. Then from Supreme Court, they started trying to negotiate with the governors. I don't know if you guys know that. Now,
no, yeah, that's one of the things we're discussing. Yeah.
Oh, okay. So now the body language of the Supreme Court is gonna side, and if you actually know the precedence of how the Supreme Court works in this kind of situation, no Supreme Court will open their eyes or probably its eyes to see a nation derail into confusion or anarchy in an election election year. The Supreme Court, they've adjourned this case to the 22nd. They are giving the federal government, right? Federal government now, they have negotiators. In the negotiator of the federal government should be the federal government attorneys and counsel leading the case to Supreme Court. But there are some folks now who are reaching out to El-Rufai and some of the governors behind Buhari now. So now they see where things are going, and they see that APC, they are not slowing down in their campaigns. They are not slowing down in their electoral activities, and the pendulum, though the momentum was actually affected, right, man? The momentum was affected, but the pendulum.
Yes, there was a time they stumbled when because that Naira something and the first scarcity was a curveball, and if Tinubu had not had that outburst in Abeokuta, they would have got him.
Yeah, exactly. So he was more or less clairvoyant with the whole situation, and like people always say, he plays a long shot game before things, because he has never relied on Buhari. He has never.
Sorry, enigmatic. I've always said, and Ajan Lekoko can bear witness. I've always said that if Tinubu is going to win this election, he has to defeat Buhari. That's who he has to defeat. But if he defeats Buhari to win this presidency, then it's a clean slate, you know. But then he'll be obliged to people like El-Rufai, of course. But it's a clean slate.
The only problem that Buhari is not really a big defeat for Asiwaju, because Buhari himself, he knows the capacity and the substance of Asiwaju politicals, mentality. So now going forward, the situation now is that there is a possibility that there will be a judgment against the federal government. One, do not forget Lagos State government, they've joined the suit. Rivers State government, they've joined the suit. Edo State government, they've joined the suit against this suit. So I think 3 other states, Edo State and then Bayelsa State. So 2 PDP states against the state that are joining the suit now. So what is happening now is that this case as APC, Asiwaju, and the campaign, they are regaining their balance. The narrative is changing.
No, enigmatic. Edo State is supporting federal government too.
And also there's the El-Rufai group, right? They are against federal government, right?
Mm-hmm.
Side of the people, but Edo State is supporting federal government against the people.
Against the people, yeah.
So, and then now the narrative in the north, what they are doing now is they are painting the northern folks now. Those guys you are seeing, those young top notch in the APC, they are taking the campaign down to the grassroots, because the way they see it in the north is quite different from the way they see it in the south. Do not forget, one man, that APC's catchment area, right? The only place they are very, very scared of has always been the north. And this is the north that Atiku has always been focusing on, because he has lost credibility and the balance of his catchment areas in the south. So he had to use his power of betrayal and everything to actually paint a different narrative. When you look at Baba Ahmed's interview yesterday at Channel 1, man, listen to that interview between the lines. You will catch some phrases, you get the body language of that man. You understand what is happening in the north. Atiku could have been a very sellable guy in the north, but they do not trust Atiku. Atiku is treacherous. Atiku is a serial betrayer, and they can't really rely on him. So now and then, the body language of the north, they do not want a division in Nigeria. If this election does not go to Peter Obi or Tinubu, there will be a problem. And the governors, and I've said it, and people are saying it now, the only problem that Tinubu will have eventually is if a very big there's a break, there's a disappointment from the
APC northern governors. As it stands now, they stand 100%.
Within the northern governors, he only needs about 4 of them to stay the course. He needs El-Rufai to stay the course. He needs Ganduje to stay the course. He needs Masari in Katsina State to stay the course. And then he needs Borno State to stay the course. So if those 4 stay the course, I think it should be all right.
Yeah, you are very right. Mathematically, right? You are very right. But politicians, they reason beyond that just simplistic mathematics that you just mentioned. Because when these people speak, they are telling you that look at Jigawa State now. Do you want me to lose my state for an opposition party? There's no way, because these governors, they are stakeholders, one man. Either you like it or not. It's either they play to the favor of their political party or against their even political dynasty. For instance, in Jigawa State, the current governor and Lamido has his son on the ballot as the gubernatorial candidate, another son as a senatorial candidate, another one House of Rep, right? And then he knew what he did to flip the state from PDP to APC, to flip that hegemony of Lamido. So there's no way you'll be trying to play a fence game, right? Fence, sitting on the fence in this kind of situation. These governors, they have their political capital at stake, because you see that most of them are trying to have their successors, or they are trying to go even to the Senate themselves.
They must take a position.
So they have to take a position to retain the structure. To retain that, okay, even the state that you even retain the structure, one man, the state that you as a governor going out, retaining the structure for yourself from top to bottom, right? Your successor is still messing you up, like what happened between Obi and Obino, the one in Akwa Ibom now, what is his name? Godswill Akpabio and his political godson, who is the current governor, like Obaseki and Oshomole. So if Oshomole or all these governors have not secured the leadership and the structure of those parties for themselves, then the governor would have wiped them completely out. But because they still have that structure on ground, they still have their full soldiers in the local government, in some House of Reps, some in House of Rep, House of Assembly, and stuff like that. They are still politically relevant. So this thing you are seeing is, when you say high,
you say enigmatic. A lot of people that say that the northern governors will ultimately stab Tinubu in the back. They are not factoring in a lot of factors. As well as backing Tinubu, these northern governors are also fighting for their future political relevance. If Atiku wins that election, he comes in with a new set of politicians. So El-Rufai's relevance, whether his candidate wins Kaduna State or not, El-Rufai, and by the way, the governorship election comes after the presidential, so that will color somewhat how the voting might go. Their political relevance in their individual locality is on the line as well. Whether they are serving 2 terms and coming back or not, their political relevance is. El-Rufai would never be relevant under an Atiku administration. Neither would Ganduje, neither would Zulum, neither would Masari, or all of them. So they are also at stake, not just Tinubu now. So all these things that they will stab him in the back, they are not just acting for Tinubu, they are also acting in self-interest.
There's a lot of political baggage. Okay, let's take Kogi State, for instance. Let's assume now that Yaya Bello is going to play against APC, and then Dino Melai becomes the governor of Kogi State, and then all the senators goes to PDP. Can you imagine how what's his name, Dino, will smoke the hell out of Yaya Bello? Or can you reason of any other state? Like, okay, for instance, let's take River State, for instance now. Let's take any state, for instance. So when you are thinking about the presidential candidates, the problem people are making is that they are just fixated and obsessed about only one person, Tinubu. They believe Tinubu is just everything up. No, it goes beyond that. And that's why you see all this, because these governors, they even need Tinubu more than they need Tinubu now, right? more than they even need themselves in the state. Because once you lose your relevance in a state, the political relevance you have, the political capital you have, is when you still have the structure and that relevance.
Go and ask Sule Lamido now. When did we last mention Sule Lamido in politics? Out of sight, out of mind. The moment you're gone, he lost PDP, and then he's just in a so they are fighting for themselves as much as fighting for Tinubu. So all this narrative that they will stab him in the back ultimately is not expansive enough thinking, because they are also fighting for their political future. But let's get back to Thomas. Thomas, are you still there?
I'm here, one man.
All right, brilliant. So Thomas, you were talking us through then this negotiations going on between the federal space and the governors. They're negotiating to extend till April the 10th. So if they come to an agreement and that announcement is made, and by the way, a political solution will ultimately come into this thing before we get to the 22nd, so that the government can save face. And then, of course, the Supreme Court pronouncement will only then just add on to what the government is already positioned. But they're negotiating now, and the date that they are discussing is April the 10th. But which currencies make it to April the 10th is what they're negotiating now. So if El-Rufai gets his way and all of the currencies make it as legal tender till April the 10th, is that a defeat for Buhari? Because, of course, as soon as they announce the results of the election, whoever the winner is can just say, don't worry, just keep spending it till the end of the year. So is this now a real big defeat for Buhari if ultimately
It's a big defeat. Their false intention from the outset has been defeated. Because if Peter Obi win, he can just say, guys, continue to spend the money until I will become your president in May, until they swear him in. Atiku can take the position, Tinubu can take the same position. So all their hula baloo from the onset has been defeated. And I think the federal government should come in conjunction with the state governor to just let it be that April, and that will be after election. All the tension will have been doused down. We by that time they will be announcing the next president, and the next president will take a position. But one man, if the next president took a position, then will the central bank have their own power more than the incoming president, because it's not yet sweared in? Do you understand what I mean?
I'm not sure what the legality is, but between the 10th of April and the 29th of May, it's not a short window. So the money legal till the 10th of April, and if the winner says it will continue to be legal for the rest of the year, I'm not sure that the most that can happen is that the currency is held in abeyance for 4 weeks. You know?
Yes. It's a good direction, one man. I would love it if federal government can even settle out of court. But I think they are in Supreme Court now. They can't settle out of court anymore.
They can settle out of court. If they settle out of court, then the governors just withdraw the cases.
Yes. If I could like that, they should just settle out of court, and if the federal government agree with the governor, the three governors, so be it. But the main purpose of this hula baloo has been defeated. If people think maybe that is what federal government wants, they want to weigh against the politician buying votes. People will still buy votes because the money will be there. And I said earlier on, the money to buy votes is already on ground. And somebody even said that.
Thomas, they are already buying the vote. Not when they will buy. They are buying the votes, or as we speak, they've been buying the votes for the past 2 weeks. They've been distributing. You know, the inventory has been open for the past 3 weeks. So what they are doing now. Do you know election is 10 days from now? If you've actually run an election before, you understand the situation. You understand the phase they are now. This is the phase of how do we on the election day? How do we? Of course, they cannot carry ballot boxes now. How do we do this?
Yes.
How do we do this? They have their technicians now. They have people in several locations using the beavers to see how they can, look for vulnerabilities and then areas of loopholes and stuff like that. That is what they are doing now. If you are talking about the money now, forget that. Forget that one. Don't forget that Okowa got approved. I mean, 100 billion and then another 20 billion. El-Rufai got approved for 88 billion or 84 billion, right? And then same as Kano State Governor, 60 billion. So forget about this. Those people are done. They are set for the election. That's why they don't want it even postponed. So the people
enigmatic. This whole money you're calling, are they giving it out cash?
No, they are giving it through that bank draft.
Are they giving it out cash?
No, through bank draft.
So they will award. They will give.
No, I mean, I say, there's be Niger guy. You go the ask
listen. No, you are getting it.
Somebody like this is somebody that follows a pastor with a beefy man.
Let me make a statement. Yeah, let me make a statement. Someone made a statement about dollar. I'm like in my mind. I asked that question. You know why I asked that question? I'm a businessman. And if you go to Nigeria, listen. Let me finish what I'm saying.
Hold on. Let me make the point. Yeah, go on this.
If you go to Nigeria, you can hardly see $10 bill, $20 bill, $1 bill. It's very hard. If you go and say, okay, maybe bring out maybe $1,000 and say, give me, let's say $500, give me $20 bill or $500. No black market person have it. They'll not give it to you. So that's why I said, which dollar bill are they gonna buy the vote with? Is it $100 bill?
Let me answer that.
Are you gonna hand the person $100 bill, which is 75,000 naira each?
Hold on.
That's what I asked that question. Yes.
Let me answer the question for you, right? How much is $1?
750. That's why there's no $1. That's what are you not getting?
Oh, hold on. You've asked the question. Just let him answer so we can move on.
750.
All right. Answer the question. Then wrap it up, Thomas. And then I want to go to Chelsea next.
Okay.
So $1 is 650 or whatever.
Or it doesn't matter. However much it is. Yeah.
So if you have let's assume now, right? Let's assume what your problem is how much is the dollar, what is the denomination. Let's assume they are $1 in denomination, right? And then you are supposed to give each of them 5K, right, or 10K, but you choose to give them 10. When you give them $10, how much is that? That's 7.5, right? That's 7.5. So it's a legal tender. You can even give them CFAs. You can even give them coin. So as long as it's a value. It's a value for what you want, and it's an offer and acceptance has actually been established. That is it. So when you are talking about politics, there are phases. When
enigmatic, listen to me.
No.
So sorry. Let him just make that statement. We have to move on. We don't want to get talking.
When we turned into the new year, right, 2023, I said this. It has gone from what is it to consolidation and alignment and alliance of agreement and purposes, right? This is where we will say, okay, at this point, we have 2 months to go. What's up? Ashwaju, what do we have? What about our deal? How do we do this? So tying up loose ends of deals. So now, home stretch, 10 days to election. They are moving stuffs now. They are moving logistics and everything, cash and all those things. "Quote and unquote logistics." So the only person who is still taking the way you are thinking is only Des.
All right, thank you. So round up that space, Thomas, and then I want to go to Charles next, who has not joined us for a good while.
I agree with the El-Rufai. If they can settle out of court and just settle this thing, and it's the same way we affected from April, that will be after election. I think that would be a good indication. Thank you, Wama.
All right, brilliant. Stay with us. I'll still come.
Only one topic. isn't it?
No. I'm still coming to you with more topics, but I want to hear from Charles, who has been away for a good while. So Charles, good to see you again. As the beefs, have you stopped beefing with us? Were you beefing with us even? If yes, why? Charles and X. On mute, Charles. Look at that, he's still beefing with us. So Charles. All right, we don't appear to.
Charles now had a baby. I can hear a baby on the background.
Yes, everybody has a baby. Yes, it's daddy duties. A lot of daddy duties on the platform. So back to you then, Thomas. We don't seem to have Charles for the moment. But Thomas, let me play you this clip because this speaks to what Desmond was saying just earlier on, that why this spike in protest all of a sudden on this particular day that the Supreme Court were going to give a verdict. Is this orchestrated to pressure the Supreme Court to have that verdict in favor of a particular political leaning? So that is what Des was speculating to just now. But watch this clip, and then I'll bring you the talking point.
We can help and do better.
Yes. Exactly.
His one voice is a minority voice. So that's what I'm concerned about. I even in 10 minutes, let's go on. You see, we have to intimidate. See, this is a group. She's on that man.
So now, Thomas, there's been a spike in protest activities, especially in Edo State today. And off the back of that, Obaseki has ordered for the arrest of Oshiomhole. Obaseki orders arrest of Oshiomhole for mobilizing thugs to attack banks, private businesses in Edo over Naira scarcity. So that leans into the narrative that Desmond was just fleshing out earlier on. So a lot of these protests, are they actually politically orchestrated to put pressure on the central space to change that deadline, just as Desmond was hinting at?
Mama, I disagree that political motivated to me is a nonsense. We can see people on the street suffering. So they don't even need to be instigated by a politician to go out there and protest. They can protest. I agree with protest. It's just only the destruction of life and property. There could be. I don't support civil disobedience, but they can protest peacefully. But when it goes to destruction of lives and property, that is I don't buy that. It's not in my own dictionary. But what the video you show us now, I think Oshiomhole is talking to his own road to intimidate a political party. I don't think he's on this monetary aspect and he's talking to them on. We don't know the purpose of that gathering, maybe to intimidate in my own opinion, it could be a political.
I think that meeting came just after he was being chased out of, where was it in Edo, when he went to a particular market. I think that meeting came just after that. Yeah.
Yes, people say there's the Igbo side of the Edos that attacked him, but Obaseki calling for arrest of Oshiomhole. What is Obaseki? What is he drinking? Oshiomhole. I mentioned it again. Oshiomhole. In Edo State, a governor is calling for his arrest. A stakeholder, a former governor, a senator candidate. Oshiomhole cannot be arrested. Who will arrest Oshiomhole in Edo? Who will arrest him? Where is the police coming from? Are they state police? Are they federal government? Are they DSS? Who will dare arrest Obaseki? Arrest Oshiomhole rather? So, Obaseki calling for his
Thomas, he
arrest.
doesn't have immunity now.
But did I say he has immunity?
So he
I
can be
didn't say he has
arrested.
immunity.
Why are you
He
saying
cannot
we
be
arrest him?
arrested. No, in my opinion, he cannot be arrested. Is the APC government who is going to effect that arrest? Is it not APC government?
But Thomas, we have seen Yaya Bello's wife and all that getting, trying to, get arrested and all that. So Buhari is not on their side. That's just what you have to know. Do you get?
But you have your opinion. I have mine. In my opinion, nobody can arrest Oshiomhole. You know who is Oshiomhole is. I don't need you to tell who is Oshiomhole is. So, how factual is what Obaseki is claiming? How factual we know that it's Oshiomhole that is instigating this unrest. Oshiomhole doesn't need to instigate this unrest for people to go out there. Is this same Oshiomhole that is instigating them in Abeokuta? Is this same Oshiomhole that is instigating them in Osun or in Oyo State? Is Seyi Makinde instigating people in Oyo State? Is the governor of Ogun State instigating people in Ogun State? All places that were unrest, protest, is it the governor or the politician instigating people? It's because of the anguish in the country. So Oshiomhole cannot be arrested. It's just Obaseki is just talking. To me, he's talking gibberish. Nobody can arrest Oshiomhole, in my opinion. I don't think anybody can do that. But he should substantiate his claim that it's Oshiomhole that is doing all this. Mama, you remember now, Dino and what they call it, and the current governor, you know how they fight, Babelo, you know how they fight like cat and rat. You know of Rotimi Amechi and Wike, how they fight like cat and rat, they fight dirty. So you know Oshiomhole and what they call it, the current governor, Obaseki, they are not in good terms. So anything coming out of Obaseki cannot be taken honestly, because they are not in the same political arena. They are always fighting each other. So let him substantiate that attack that is Oshiomhole that is instigating that. We can't use this video, one man, to justify what is going on, can't we? In my opinion, I can't use it because it's on a political arena. Oshiomhole is telling them to. But there's nothing bad in intimidation. Politics is intimidation in Nigeria. Why are they thinking?
Mama, can I come in a second with your permission?
Yeah, carry on. Yeah.
Okay, so let me just say one thing real quick. One man, when we, there are some people who are just, they are merchants of, conspiracy theories, and they need to understand that this is just mere politics. First of all, if you go to most of their spaces now, I don't want to mention them, but you already know people that I'm talking about. They've been talking about MC Oluomo's exile in the US, Fani Kayode's DSS invitation, Oshiomhole's issue with Obaseki, and they are reading, political meanings to that. And then when you basically, when you reduce this to questioning their political understanding, then you'll be so amused to understand where they are coming from, right? First of all, what was the reason for FFK's DSS invitation? Any sane government would have invited FFK. Don't let us talk about FFK now. Anybody at all. If you make such
are you talking about Pansat's gibberish in the comment section?
Well, let me just go on one more.
Yeah, no, carry on. Yeah.
Yeah, it's on the special diet. So, but let me
it's on the special diet. Yes.
So, if you when I read FFK's statement on his I knew he was going to have a problem. If not for the unique talent unique, quote unquote, unique talent of Fani Kayode, he wouldn't be working anywhere close to Ashwaju's campaign. But they need him. They need him to be a more or less like a waste attack, like a stupid attack, like a vengeance attack to cushion the effect of whatever.
Sort of mad dog, sort of.
Exactly. So he basically accused the Nigeria's military of having a state arrangement or a coup meeting with Atiku. So he was alleging that Atiku was meeting with some top brass of the military in the Nigerian military hierarchy, that they are basically trying to. There is a possibility of a coup, or they're planning something against the federal government. That's a treasonous comment. So even in the US over here, they will put you under surveillance, and they will invite you. FBI will investigate it to the fullest, because those are not just ordinary comments. Those are weighty allegations. Forget the fact that this is politics or APC versus PDP. So any government would have invited him. In the US over here, he would have been placed under surveillance. So whoever is thinking Fani Kayode is being this and they want to, that person is childish. Number two, MC Oluomo. There's no way you can exile an American citizen. Do they know MC Oluomo is American citizen? Do they actually know that? He has kids over here. He has families here. And then
is a citizen?
Of course, now money. Baba okay, now for you. Yeah. He has his kids over here. So, and then even when you're an American citizen, when you live outside of the country, to forget the fact that you still have to come to the US, once in a while, So they will see him back in Lagos in the next few days before election. So there's no way he has not done anything against the US. He has not committed a crime against the US. He has not had anything whatsoever that would have warranted the US Nigeria to, and these are legal processes. It's not just by fiat. It takes processes, it takes procedures to get stuff done like that. To say you want to keep an American citizen in America by an order of a country, on what ground? Right? On what ground? So they need to tamp down all these directories, because when they go into their echo chamber and then they come back to this kind of platform, and then they ooze out, that pedantic mindset. You tend to question the narrow nature of that mind that those things are actually coming from. So they should calm down. So these are the reasons. Then Oshomole versus Obaseki, right? It has happened in Edo State. It has happened in in Kogi State. I'll keep referencing Kogi State. Dino Melaye versus Yaya Bello. Yaya Bello was a sitting governor. Dino Melaye was a sitting senator at that time. Everybody saw what Yaya Bello did to Dino Melaye, right? It's always political shenanigans that happen. Go and check when Fayose was governor in Ekiti State. It happened between Fayemi and Fayose. It happened with this Peter Obi did to his opponents in Anambra State. So are we going to say because Obi did it to Labour Party that he's a member of the Labour Party now? What should we say? So when we speak about Nigerian political system, people should understand that there are people who know the political history of each of the states. It happened in Imo State between Hope Uzodinma and what's his name? Okorosha. In between Okorosha and Hope Uzodinma, these are political battles.
These are Wiki as well.
And Wiki, and these are things that happen. So if there is a shootout in Edo State now, the only person Obaseki will be accusing would be Oshomole, because Oshomole is his direct enemy, political enemy in the state.
But enigmatic, this is a different case now.
Hold on. There's nothing. Go back to all these states that I've referenced. Go and check this.
But this is totally different from what you're talking about.
How is it different? Tell me.
We're talking about Naira redesign, which didn't happen in that space. People rioting all over the place. Mm-hmm. It's not even close to what you're referring to. It's not even close.
Okay, why is Obaseki? Hold on. What we have to have this conversation. We are talking about Naira. We are talking about riot. How does that concern Oshomole? Did you see Oshomole on the street, or did you see Oshomole's wife on the street?
Let me explain something. If you understand human nature, yeah, or you can probably go and read the book of what's it called, Dark Psychology and Manipulation by William Cooper. You understand human nature. Why I'm persisting that this is instigated. Remember the doing the whole, Northern Fulani, killing Igbos in the north, and all that stuff was happening back in the east.
Before you proceed, let me give you this so you can continue with the conversation. If you actually know this and this mindset of an instigation in Edo State, are you going to conclude and are you going to accept the fact too that NSAS, especially in Lagos State, was instigated?
Yes. Okay. That's why I said if you have to understand human nature, calm down. I told you, do you know how riot works? You have to understand how riot works.
Do you know the comment you are making now, right? This your comment, of course. You can make political analysis on the basis of your opinion, and perspective, which are basic. Hold on, which are your basic rights, but based on fact specifics, right? They are absolute.
Sorry. Hold on. Pansat, have a look in the private chat and respond. Carry on.
So they are absolute. So what is not ingratiated in facts and specifics, that just conjecture of ideas and your insinuation of your mindset, they are basic fallacy. When you go to court, if I have to take that to the law court now to say, hey bro, I need you to substantiate this claim, are you going to be telling the court to judge to go and read Cooper history theology or whatever you just called it now? No, a governor who is an enemy of Oshomole and Oshomole is his political enemy. Anything that happens in Edo State, number one suspect will be Oshomole. Anything that happened in River State then, the number one suspect was Amechi. Anything that happened in Imo State, number one suspect was Okorosha. It is politics. It happens everywhere. Akala versus what is this about this guy
Ajimobi
versus Ajimobi, right? Anything that happened is, look, you need to know politics before you start making conjecture of ideas. Don't make conjections like facts.
Desmond knows politics of wishful thinking. That is to say, everything aligns to bit or be.
One man, I know human nature. That's what I know. I've always said it. I know human nature. Even if I talk to you, understand, I can read you from A to Z. That's how I am. That's why I am making this statement. One man, if I come out now, let's say five ladies come out in Nigeria and start making an open statement of husband abuse, and that 5 people start holding banners. Before you know it, that 5 people turns to 10, that 10 people turns to 50 people turns to 100. Before you know it, it goes around the whole country about domestic violence. That is how riot works. So this thing that happened, why I'm particular about the particular day it happened, and it was like a random, like simultaneous kind of thing.
In Edo State?
Not just in Edo State.
Well, so would you say Oshomole was involved in Delta
State? No, listen to me.
All right, I'm not sure where you are, but I'll let Thomas round off that space, and then I want to go to Enigmatic, who has to leave us soon. But yeah, back to you, Thomas. Sorry about that, but you were taking us down some cul-de-sac. Thomas, back to you. All right, now Thomas has disappeared. So then to you then, Enigmatic. So to you then, Enigmatic, you are a man of law. So now what is playing out?
One man.
Yeah, carry on.
Oh yeah.
You got into the car, Abby. Sorry, Thomas, are you with us? All right, let's go on to Enigmatic. So, Enigmatic, you're a man of law. So you're a man of law. So then you can best talk us through what is going on here.
I'm with you. Can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you now. So, sorry, let me come back to you, Thomas, because there was
No
some
worries.
follows.
No worries. Yeah.
Yeah, let me
No
come back
worries.
to
Yeah.
you.
No worries.
All right. So enigmatic, you're the man of law, as I said. So you can talk us through this process now. So from the lay view, the Nigerian space understands that the pronouncement of a Supreme Court, the Supreme Court in Nigeria, is the final arbitration on any matters pertaining to the Nigerian state. To the point that they always say when the Supreme Court when the Supreme Court speaks in Nigeria, only an act of God can supersede that. But the Supreme Court told us that status quo to be maintained up to the 15th when they will sit again. But Godwin Obaseki, he came out and said that the Naira ended on the 10th. So already confusion in the system. And then this federal space came out via Garba Shehu to tell us that they are waiting for the Supreme Court to take a position so that the government can make an announcement, even further confusion in the system. So now the 15th, the date that the Supreme Court set for itself, it's come and it's today, and the Supreme Court still put us on abeyance, on lay-by, to kick the count down the road to the 22nd. So, and they say that status quo still to be maintained. But then we have pronouncements from the central bank to say that 200, 500, and 1,000 Naira notes ceases to be legal tender. The government telling us that they've not yet adopted the position, and the position that the Supreme Court has, no equivocation on that. Confusion.com, kick it off from there, enigmatic on D.
One man, there's absolute no confusion in the face of the legality of what is actually going on. There's a possibility that Buhari will be having a national pronouncement tomorrow. I've not confirmed it yet, but there's something like that is basically coming up. So do not forget when the earlier at the initial stage of the Supreme Court, in Broglo with the FG, Malami rushed to say he was going to challenge that and everything. I told you what was going to happen. That was going to be an effort in futility because that would be vexatious to the, to the supreme sanctity of the Supreme Court himself. So there's a reason why it is Supreme Court. In the US over here, there was a landmark controversial ruling that actually came out last summer about Roe v. Wade. Right, that has a precedence of over 50 years or thereabout. But at the end of the day, Supreme Court made a pronouncement. At the end of the day, what will actually happen is going to be if an act of parliament supersedes that by virtue of having to codify that. So in this situation now, the only thing that could happen is an act of parliament if they have to step in and basically, because they are all equal co-branch of government, right? So, good. There is a status quo that is subsisting until further notice, until 22nd. So, what this actually tells everybody is everybody should stay where they are. So, as it were, the central bank, they had a currency issue that is going on, and the Supreme Court has made a ruling that as it is, stay where you are. So stay where you are mean all the currency that is identifiable to be a currency in Nigeria now remains the legal tender until further notice. So nobody can change that. Forget about some act of some CBN policy or Bofia or anything. The Supreme Court has made a pronouncement. Everybody stay where you are. Nobody should move forward. Nobody should move backward. This judgment will be this judgment is adjourned to 22nd. The reason why this happens in law or in the legal profession most of the time is for conversation behind the scene, for out of court proceeding, right? For arbitration, for a conciliation of ideas and see where they can actually compromise. And this is what they will probably do, because as it is, this will embarrass the federal government, and I believe Buhari doesn't want an embarrassment from the Supreme Court as a legacy that he wants to go out in an office with, because already it's an embarrassed, lame duck president already. and it's not trying. It wouldn't be trying to do something that would be considered, anti-people's policy, and then showing no absolute concern about people's, sufferings about this case now. So the Supreme Court, in the wisdom of the justices, they do not want an anarchy, because where there is no law, right, they will then give room to anarchy, and then they are telling everybody that we are the law, we still have law. Nigeria is a country that is ruled by the tenets and the doctrines of constitution and of law. So we will not open our eyes while a president is acting aloof, while the executive is being reckless, because this is executive recklessness, one man, either you like it or not. So the one person, the one of the equal part of the government will have to step in. So now the power has shifted to the Supreme Court, and they've said this is what we're going to do. There will be an amicable resolution to this. One man, a couple of us on this platform will be making some pronouncements from day one that this imbroglio, this hula baloo actually started, right? But because of pedantic arguments, and because of some quote unquote people thinking their candidate is favored or it has an advantage to their political party or their chances, right? They can see their faces in the mirror, but they are denying their faces. They are claiming to be another person's shadow. But now the chickens are coming back home to roost. They are changing their positions here and there. If you have ideology, if you are very principled, and if you follow the law, you can never go wrong, one man. Everybody on this platform that has stayed with the course of the event, with the natural course of law, and the way things should be by policy, by standard, and by compliance, we are still getting it right up until now. On the 22nd, the Supreme Court may make a decision that, now there has been some out of case agreement, and this is how the judgment will go. Or if they can actually achieve that, for these days they've given them to reconcile their actions.
Enigmatic. Who do you think? Who do you think that date? Because I think that date was chosen deliberately, the 22nd. But who do you think it puts pressure on the most? Who do you think that date puts pressure on the most? Because I'm thinking that if the Supreme Court are saying they have adjourned to the 22nd, which is 3 days from the presidential elections, on a matter that has laid siege on the country, however the judgment goes, it can either douse the tension in the country or blow up the country completely. And can the presidency, can they afford that? Because they are already under pressure, haven't artificially created this situation that need not have been. So is that date quite clever, chosen by the Supreme Court? And does it put pressure on the presidency that, look, you make a decision or we blow up the country, or you will not like the consequences? Or am I reading conspiracy too much into that?
No, you are basically being brilliant by your idea. But let me explain to you. Less than how many hours, right? Less than how many hours that the Supreme Court made this pronouncement. You are already seeing some needles being moved here and there. There are negotiations already. So,
can you take this?
No. There are
no, he can have it now. Why are you denying him that? Let him have the biscuit now. Carry on.
He has had too much sugar today.
Yeah, I know. Then it will be, to get him to sleep will be a difficulty. Yeah, carry on.
Yeah. So the Supreme Court, what they are doing now, like I said, one man, they are trying to open a negotiation between the FG and the state, right? Because they are trying to prevent a state of chaos, which is already breeding up in some states now. Take it or leave it, the elites, the affluence, the oligarchs, the who is who, the politicians are not suffering. This is affecting ordinary Nigerians. So let's take it back to where it is. Now within hours, you are seeing movement from the villa, either from Buhari or from maybe Buhari is using them, or they are doing this on their own or whatever, they're already negotiating. Hey, let's look at the possibility of making the 200 naira notes, the official legal tender, because 500 naira notes and 1,000 naira notes, we don't have them in circulation again. They've been burned, they've been destroyed, they've been shredded and stuff like that. And then immediately the governor debunked that, look. And then one thing that people should understand is that, are you aware of the fact that these governors too, they are part of the national security team? They have intel. So when the governors when you are trying to play the governors and they pull the receipt on you, you say no, not a single 500 naira note, not a single 1,000 naira note that has been deposited in all the banks, that has been transferred from CBN to all the banks, has been destroyed. So they kept quiet and they were so surprised. How is this happening? How are these governors getting this fact and this intel? So now they are shifting table here and there, because at the end of the day, what the Supreme Court, what they are trying to do is they're trying to save Buhari from Buhari.
Hold on. Sorry, Zita, did you want to come in?
Yeah, I think I'm in.
No. If you're not interjecting, then mute yourself, because we can hear the background noise. So carry on, Enigmatic.
Yeah, they are trying to save Buhari from Buhari. And do not forget, Buhari is already, if not almost, a lame duck president now. And they are trying to help him, save his reputation, save his name, and then save the little legacy that he could be going out of office with. But if eventually, how would I describe Buhari now? I don't want to use any foul language. As Dodoyo as he is, if he's not getting that memo, then they will give him the hammer that he actually deserves. They will get him out of office in an embarrassing fashion. They don't want to do that to him. At the end of the day, I see a negotiation, because the governors are insisting that all the Naira notes, 200, 500, 1,000 Naira, and the new Naira notes should become legal tender. And then, like I told you, there is high level information, intel, that there's a possibility that Buhari will be giving a national announcement tomorrow. We don't know. We already do not know how far or how true is that, or what is going to be the content of that national. If there is going to be a national statement from Buhari tomorrow, there's probably a possibility of Buhari making an announcement that the legal tender remains as has been pronounced by the Supreme Court, and then he can probably give a date to it, maybe until after the election, until so day, but there must be a date to it, because there's a reason why Supreme Court has made a pronouncement sin die already, right? So they've given them a date. Election is 25th. In their wisdom, they could have said, okay, we are shifting this to 27th of February, but they are still giving Buhari 22nd. Before 22nd, if he's not going to do anything, they will hammer the head. They will hammer his head with their judgment, and it's not going to be favorable to him. What will happen eventually is either Buhari is going to make a comment, he's going to make a national announcement tomorrow, siding by the Supreme Court. Supreme Court has made a pronouncement, and the Supreme Court's pronouncement, is supreme.
What are you anticipating that Buhari will announce tomorrow? So we are anticipating that he will announce an extension, but because he's not going to throw his hands up in abject surrender. So the anticipation is that he will want to maintain some pressure on that space. So what level of extension do you think he might likely grant? One, that will satisfy the space and the public, but still retain his dignity, one. And then do you think he's going to let all of the currencies go, or do you think he will place that restriction as he's trying to narrow it down to 200 Naira? So what are you anticipating from Buhari tomorrow?
I will come from the legal perspective. Pronouncement from the Supreme Court makes everything so clear to everybody now. The status quo should remain. The status quo must remain. So if Buhari will be making any pronouncement from the legal perspective, he will be making a pronouncement that the status quo, he will just basically echo, the sentiments of the Supreme Court. The Supreme Court has made a judgment. They've made this pronouncement, the status quo should remain, and they will abide by statement by the ruling of the Supreme Court. If you want to be very, very smart and wise, he will just say, okay, I couldn't have made a pronouncement earlier than the Supreme Court because the case was in court. If I do that, that would be prejudice, and then I'm trying to respect the law and understand how the legal processes and procedure works. But now that we already have a clear declaration from the Supreme Court, outside by the Supreme Court, then a caveat. In addition to that, now as the president, right, and see.
Hold on. Actually, since you are speaking matters legal, can Buhari even make a pronouncement at all? Will it not be sub judice, or because the matter is with the Supreme Court? So if he makes any variation to that matter, then it runs contrary to a pronouncement of the Supreme Court. Supreme Court has said status quo should be maintained till the 22nd. But for Buhari to make a public announcement, the state governors first have to withdraw that case.
Yes, that's what I'm telling you now, right? The Supreme Court already made a pronouncement today, and I've already told you how its message should be couched, right? I'm siding by the Supreme Court's pronouncement on so day.
Yeah, but what I'm suggesting is any pronouncement that he makes varies the Supreme Court pronouncement, because the Supreme Court is saying that status quo should be maintained. So any pronouncement that he to be maintained till the 22nd. So any pronouncement that he makes regarding that currency, it varies status quo, which then flouts the Supreme Court pronouncement.
Yeah,
do you get what I mean?
Yeah, that was the reason I was.
So he cannot speak, is what I'm suggesting, unless the case is withdrawn.
No, that was the reason I was saying he has to speak first on national security matter, then on this matter, then in addition, right? First of all, it's basically if he can speak, because the judgment does not say he can't speak as the president. Of course, he has to address Nigerians about what is going on about the currency. He needs to do that. So in speaking to that, is basically not his pronouncement will not be considered ultra-virus to the provisions of the law or the Supreme Court's judgment already. No. What is basic? Hold on, bro. Hold on. Let me flesh this out real quick. What he's basically doing is echoing, the voices of the Supreme Court. This is what Supreme Court says. I will stay by the Supreme Court, but in addition to that, he now can make some maybe express comment. I will advise Nigerians to stay the course of their action, to stay with their governor, because what is happening now, the governors are making pronouncements in their states. They are declaring all the Naira notes legal tender. They are basically threatening the banks to log their banks, to revoke their license, to revoke their CFOs and stuff like that, which is not in ambiguity and which is not in contravention of the law, because they are telling the banks this is what the judgment is. So you have to stay course to that judgment. The status should remain. So until 22nd, you cannot tell Nigerians that you are not taking this currency because the judgment has been made, and it says status quo must remain, which means all the Naira notes remains the legal tender. So if Buhari is making any statement, if he's making any announcement tomorrow, I wouldn't be expecting any clear departure from that. But of course, there should be a caveat to that. Nigerians, calm down. I understand this is happening. Then it should be couched in a way that he will have to basically excuse himself. Look, I understand this is a policy that is good for Nigeria. At a point, Nigeria has to take a step further to join the Committee of Nations, doing the right thing. But unfortunately, this and this. And then now, I don't want this to actually be an excuse for miscreants or for people or politicians to use you guys as a tool, to cause mayhem or chaos to the country. There's a way he will couch it without violating the cause of the legal pronouncement. So that's it, one man.
Yeah, yeah, I've always said this, and I've been right so far. And I think the last time I said, don't be surprised if Buhari comes and say something stupid or basically keep quiet, and it's been happening. He's never said anything.
Sorry, how is that a statement? That has no meaning. Buhari either says something or keeps quiet. What else can happen outside of those two?
I said,
how is that?
Say
Hold
something
on.
Stupid. That's what
How
I
is
said.
that? How is that a prediction? He either speaks or keeps quiet.
What I said.
Is there any other option outside of that?
What you just said is like saying,
there's this option.
Like saying, when I'm not at
is
home,
it that you
find
stand
me
up
at
or you
home.
sit down?
When I'm at home, find me at home.
It's just this.
My God.
It's on the same diet as. Are you on the same diet as Pansat?
You guys don't want me to talk.
Okay,
carry
on. All right. Sorry, enigmatic. Yeah, yes, carry on. Yes.
So when I say something stupid, I mean him. I'm agreeing with Emefiele, or basically keep quiet that he's been doing. Do you get? And now he's kept quiet, and I don't see any reason why he would come out tomorrow and say anything, because already, Supreme Court have already adjourned the case to the 22nd. So I don't see any reason.
Are you an anarchist? Like you like?
No.
Really
Like I said,
the president is not gonna. Already it's late. He should have been speaking almost on a daily basis. This cannot happen in the US.
Can I say something?
This cannot happen in the US.
Enigmatic. Listen.
Hold on, enigmatic. Yeah, go on, Des.
I'm not trying to incite anarchy or anything. I understand human nature. I've already told you this. It's not about me. I go against this policy. I've said it 100% times. I'm not on it. But I'm telling you now that I understand human nature. And don't be surprised if tomorrow he doesn't say anything. It's not that I like it. I don't like it at all. Because it's affecting so many people that I'm close to. So I don't like it. I'm just telling you, based on human nature, he might not come out and say anything at all. And now the appeal court I've forgotten the state is even rejecting the old Naira notes for form or whatever. So you can see even the law itself.
Appeal court.
Yes, even the law itself. Yes. I can send it to one man. Even the law itself is.
What?
Do you want me to send it to one man so you see?
What are you talking
Maybe you play it now.
No. It's saying that some administrative space in government is rejecting the money.
Government is rejecting the money.
Oh, okay. So I thought you were talking about appeal court. I said, which appeal court again?
No, I mean the courts. The courts. One court in Nigeria is an appeal court. Is rejecting the money.
I mean, to buttress this, Lagos State Judiciary, Lagos State Court, Law Court are rejecting.
It.
Yes.
As of when? Is it before the Supreme Court judgment?
Yes, as of yesterday.
Okay,
I'm
but
telling you, even
the judgment was earlier today. So anything?
No, enigmatic. The judgment was
no. Hold on. Yes, the interim. There was an interim order which is just pushed down the road. So there was no new pronouncement today. It's just really to still maintain as they always. They took
they always did.
So
there was nothing new.
That they should continue to accept the old note, but the court, Lagos State Judiciary, Lagos State Court are rejecting. And people protested against it, that if the judiciary order that, the status quo should remain, people should be accepting the old court. How dare you, court, that should be in the front to implement this thing? How are you rejecting it?
So now you can see the whole problem. Well, if the court itself are reject, that means there's anarchy everywhere. I'm not supporting it. Enigmatic. Don't say I'm not supporting anarchy.
You know what? All right. Hold on, everybody. Hold steady right there. I always put my Instagram for people to be coming to, as the conversation goes on, people saying things in just to what you were saying, enigmatic. So this is just coming now, breaking news. It says Buhari to address Nigerians at 7 a.m. today. So today being, sorry, can you mute yourself, the person with the child? Yes. Buhari to address Nigerians at 7 a.m. today. The president, Muhammadu Buhari, will make a national broadcast to Nigerians on Thursday today at 7 a.m. This was made known in a press release late Wednesday, made available to correspondents by special advisor to the president on media and publicity, Femi Adesina. The statement said, television, radio stations, and other electronic media outlets are enjoined to hook up to the network service of the Nigerian Television Authority and Radio Nigeria for the broadcast. The reason for the broadcast, or what will be addressed by the president, was, however, not stated. So they don't have to state it, though. We know exactly what that address is going to be. So exactly like you just said, enigmatic. The Malam from Buhari, from Daura, is he about to fold? Hello?
Hello?
But one man.
Yeah, hold on. No, enigmatic. Let's have some structure. Enigmatic.
So, like I said, some from Intel, I don't even know it's already official now. There are so many things that are going on behind the scene. One man, Buhari does not want a bad legacy for himself. He doesn't want an he doesn't want an embarrassment. Top-notch royal fathers, not only from the north now, all over the country, from the south, from the southeast, from southwest, they're already talking to him. He knows this is everybody can see it now. Okay, you have a policy on ground which is well thought out, but the implementation has been poor, has been bad, has been shambolic. It is time to move the session and let Nigeria move forward. Whatever you want to do, the next administration will continue from where you've stopped. Now you cannot go out of government in this manner. Your legacy matters a lot to you. Remember, they will tell him what I mean. In 1984, when he was president, I wasn't here then, but they will tell him, "Do not forget, you already had a bad history, and then you don't want to go out in a democratic, dispensation again with another bad history by basically allowing some remnants, some residual humans, right, in your government to pull you down." And then when you see folks that are speaking like this, you understand the fact that he's not stupid, he's not an idiot. In America, I'm trying to use America as a test case scenario for this situation now. If you live in America, the worst thing that America wouldn't want to mess with is your pocket. If they try it to mess with an American's $1, right? They can shut down the whole system. They will shut down the whole system, and then it will be a chaos within 24 hours. Nigerians have been so resilient. They've been so patriotic to even give this guy this time. He should have been speaking. He should have been speaking on the daily basis, telling Nigerians what is on ground, what they are doing, day by day, even sometimes 2 times in a day, have this meaningful conversation. You don't have to have it you don't have to do it by yourself. You have Gabasheo, you have Femi Adesina, you have Ajule Ngalile, and they can address Nigerians. This is the situation on ground. This is how we are moving. Nigerians, calm down. Basically speak to Nigerians through your media channels and through your aides to do their job and let people calm down. But now, he just has to speak because the Supreme Court is already in this. Do you know what it means for Supreme Court to have been waiting in a case between the federal government and the state? It means the case is already getting to an analytical level already, and he doesn't want that. There's a need for him to address the nation, and I've told you, one man, the way I think the message should be couched. The message will be couched in three different contents. One, about the currency situation, another about the national security / the security issues of Nigeria, and then number 3, pacify and then show sympathy to Nigerians, and then let them understand, give them the courage, give them the understanding that you are still their president until the 29th of May, when the new president will become the president. Because either he likes it or not, officially, he's a lame duck president, and there's little you can do within the lame duck section. If you are not careful, this is the time that he risked being impeached. Does anybody know that? This is the time.
100%. Yeah.
This is the time that he risked being impeached. If he push those guys in the National Assembly to the wall, they will get him impeached. And this is the time that a coup could be staged. So he doesn't want that. Donald Trump during his lame dog session was the time he almost caused chaos in the US over here. So he's very careful. He's an elderly statesman. 4 months or 6 months from now, he will be a private citizen, and then Buhari will be ex-president. He doesn't want a bad name. Already he has bad name already, either we like it or not. So he wouldn't want to basically, worsen the situation for himself. And do not forget that he has met the council of I don't know how they call them, the ex-military, ex-leaders. They've given him their own token. This is what you need to do. What they told him is basically almost the same thing that the Supreme Court is saying to him now, to tell Nigerians, let the status quo remain. It's either you pump in the Naira in abundance, or you let the legal tender remain as it is. So let's hope, let's wait for the content of his national broadcast tomorrow. I never knew it's going to be so fast because I heard it maybe 2 hours ago. But now there's an official statement that Buhari will be meeting the nation, and I expect him to actually address those 3 contents: security issue, / national cohesion, number 2, the currency, and then number 3, talking to Nigerians as a father, basically, and let everything die, and then make a pronouncement on what you need to do about the election security. Candidates should go about with their campaign, and then follow the law, and then follow the rules of the government, basically. They will get him impeached if he's not careful.
Well, I suspect not, but stay there. Just mute yourself. Oh no, hold yourself. Just mute yourself for a moment. Brilliant. Stay there, enigmatic, because I still want to hear from you regarding Oshiomhole and the goings on there, because that interesting space opening up. But I want to bring other voices into this particular conversation, especially Nelson and Zeta. Because, of course, you know how Zeta illuminated the space yesterday, so people really want to hear from her again. So Nelson, Zeta, and then Pansat are just voices that people have not heard from before or in a while. So let's kick it off with Pansat. So Pansat, now, going on in Nigeria, confused.com makes no sense, of course. So now, and the one space that you don't want confusion is money. The one thing you want to happen is people earn their money via legitimate means, and they have the unfettered access and risk to spend that money legitimately. That does not obtain in Nigeria now. However you obtain their money, the government has put it on lockdown. So the money is on lockdown. The people run into the Supreme Court for succor at this, but it wasn't a full succor, of course. It was just a temporary relief granted by the Supreme Court. The governors up in arms, the traditional rulers up in arms, the politicians are up in confusion, and the country teetering on the brink of anarchy. So anarchy, Buhari speaks 7 a.m. tomorrow. What is your anticipation from the Mala, from the north?
Let me begin by saying hello to everybody on the panel, and one man, yourself, and those in the comment section. This discussion, it's all over the map. For example, what I was listening to before I get on the panel, and then your question are 2 different animals, but I'll treat it thoughtfully. The government has the right and the intention to affect monetary policy, right? And it's not a comfortable thing. Sometimes it's not implemented very well. But intentions are there, and the actors have the right to do exactly what they're doing. The society might feel a little discomfort here and there.
A little, is that what you are getting from the space? A little discomfort?
I'm getting that by saying, relatively speaking, that is not the biggest problem we have. You cannot wish for a country.
So sorry, relative to what?
relative to other things that we have. A lot of killings in that country, no money to begin with, even if this policy didn't come into fruition. $1 is 800 Naira. People don't have money. People don't have food.
Is it your contention that this particular cameo that is going through is not the biggest thing that the country is contending with right now?
It's not. It's not the biggest thing, but you have to remember it's not like it's total zero. People could still transfer money. You could use cashless systems. You can do all kinds of things, but there is a problem. That is not a debate. If we were gonna narrow it as it pertains to the election, that's what I wanted to discuss. As it pertains to this election, or what Buhari is gonna say, or who's winning.
So, sorry, is that the narrowness of your outlook to this Naira change saga? How it pertains to the election? That's how you are looking at it.
Because I'm weighing the advantages and the disadvantages. There are advantages to the scheme, right? They want to, number one, prevent bad actors from using money that they had stored away somewhere for kidnappers, for election riggers, for people who are retarding the economy.
Who's that?
By burying their money in their backyard, right? So there is that aspect of it. Now there's implementation. When should they have started doing this? Okay, and then there's the legal issues where there's been a challenge and the courts have put it on calendar and tried to freeze the status quo and things like that. You have to obey the courts. So there are things like that. But make no mistake about it. The CBN is an independent agency. You cannot wish for an agency you wish you had. You have to deal with the agency you have. Just like the country, you have to deal with the country you have.
Well, what do you mean? Do you mean it's independent or autonomous? Because they're two different spaces.
It's both. It's independent as far as
independent of what?
Independent of, let's say, National Assembly or even the presidency, executive manipulations, right?
Is it independent of the Constitution?
No, it's not. As a matter of fact, I don't like CBNs, even here in the United States. I don't think it's fair, but that's what you have. They cause a lot of problem manipulating the economy and doing all kinds of things. And they are not democratic in the sense that you are trying to hold them up to the bar of democracy. No, they're an independent agency, and there's a reason why they're independent. In every country, the central bank supposed to operate independently. So, but the people, remember, the people are sovereign. That's it. The people are sovereign. Now, the courts try to interpret our constitution, not Falana or anybody else. It's only the Supreme Court who determines, number one, what the Constitution says, but more importantly, what it doesn't say.
That is wrong. The Supreme Court, the Supreme Court does not determine what the Constitution says. Because every lawyer, every person with a legal training has the capacity to interpret what the law says. The only thing is that the Supreme Court has the oversight on how it applies, depending on the.
No, without playing with semantics, what I'm trying to
say. You have to get it right.
I do,
because what you just said is a factual inexactitude.
It's absolutely true. The only body, because we copied our
to interpret the law or to apply the law,
to interpret what that Constitution says and what it doesn't say. Now, even it came about here in the United States just by chance, to be honest with you, with Marbury versus Jefferson. It wasn't like they started off that way. In the United States, there was a case that then made the Supreme Court the only body that could determine what that Constitution says, as well as interpreting what the framers had in mind or what Congress had in mind when they make a law. So, but more importantly, what it doesn't say. Now, that's a huge power right there. Even here in the United States, it's the opinions of the justices that is actually the law. Forget about what they're doing in Congress, right? So, but let's narrow this conversation down, because the issue we have right now with this Buhari and the CBN and the suffering of the Nigerian people, we should not take off our eyes on the fact that they are trying to prevent that this money is being hoarded, billions, trillions of naira in this case. So they have to do it judiciously, do it right, but they should be given the benefit of the doubt.
Yeah. Can you hold on a second? Can you record that Marbury and Madison again? I didn't get you right.
It's Pansat again with his usual. I think he's run away to. But are you there, Pansat? Because we cannot have a vacuum in the space.
Hold on, I didn't. I had myself muted. Okay, so what the question he asked me is about Marbury versus Jefferson. I was trying to tell him that it wasn't originally in the Constitution that the Supreme Court will be the one to interpret what the framers had in mind. It arose out of this case. That's the beginning of it. That's how the Supreme Court then became the ones to determine what the Constitution says. Right?
So do you understand the Marbury versus Madison in the other sphere of it?
Yeah, that's Marbury versus Madison.
You were talking about Jeffrey.
No, Jefferson. I'm sorry.
I mean Jefferson.
It's the same case. Marbury versus Jefferson.
Pansat, speak to only as you know, because as you know already, you listen to this space. A lot of intelligent people, so don't let people speak only as you know. Yeah,
believe me, I wouldn't say anything here that anybody is going to challenge. What if there's a mispronunciation or
no, carry on.
But as far as the case being the landmark case, that is the landmark case.
I'm just basically trying
review
to flesh out your. Do you even know the real power of the Supreme Court? Do you know what Supreme Court does?
What do you mean?
I mean, what is the essence of Supreme Court?
Judicial review.
And then
judicial review.
Right.
And then what? Does it interpret the meaning of law?
All right.
Yeah, I think I pretty much told you what the Supreme Court does. You have three branches of government, right? Mm-hmm. You have your executive, you have your legislative, then you have the judiciary. So
all right. Don't worry about that. Hold on, Prasad. Hold on. Don't sidetrack. Go back to where you were and carry on from there.
Thank you very much. So,
no problem. I just want to. There's one that I'm expecting in view of this case to actually say that Supreme Court, it has the power to declare legislative or executive act when it is violation of the Constitution, which is basically what we are dealing with now: the status quo and the subject matter of the Supreme Court versus the FG. But go ahead, Pansat.
All right, my commentary is not going to be crammed stuff. I'm trying to tell you that the courts, one of their biggest powers is determining what that court did not say. Now, anybody could determine what it says, right? You could have an opinion. They have that power, but they also have the power to say what that Constitution does not say, and what Congress, when they pass laws, what their intentions were in that particular legislation. So when we're here and Buhari, it's trying to change monetary policy and is doing so through the CBN, right? It's not a win then when somebody is being a bad actor trying to thwart it after our country has spent so much money, so much pain, and we're a few days from this thing being implemented. I think that we should all chin up and get this done. It's good for the country. So it's not pain-free, but intentions are very good. So I don't know what else you want to talk about.
No, it's not pain-free, and the intentions are very good.
Right.
I'm not sure. I'm not sure if you monitor the conversation that much, but the conversation. No, not our conversation, but the conversational space around that Naira swap policy. The conversational space. It narrows only the where the objection is, where the controversy is, narrows only to the how do you say that word? Specificity or whatever it is.
That's fine.
The specificness of that timeline, the deadline, because that adds a real pressure point on the financial space. You know, businesses are hemorrhaging, people are notable, people are cannibalizing off the back of it, and it's not necessarily needs to be that way. And that's where the pressure point is. So people don't object to the restrictions in the amount of money that can come out. People don't object to the pivoting to somewhat of they've done it in Kenya with their M-Pesa system. So people don't object to a predominantly cashless society and how it sideswipes and pulls the rug off the kidnappings, the illicit. So people don't object to all of that. But the pressure of a near 3 trillion cash base to come into a banking system within the period of 3 months, and people to pivot to an sort of money system when the infrastructures don't support that. So that is where the pain point is, and that is where the conversation is. So yes, of course, everybody wants politicians caught off guard. They want them. So that's really where the conversation is.
Yes, and that's what I'm saying. I'm not going to be very good in trying to talk about ramifications or repercussions or the consequences of this particular law. Now, there are people who are for it. It's not universal that everybody's against it. Yeah, you may have a problem with it. And I don't. I'm not there to suffer those consequences.
Do you think it favors Obi? Is that what it is? Do you think it favors Obi? Is that because that's usually where it lands from the obedience?
I do think it favors Obi, but I'm not supporting it because it does. It does favor Obi in the sense that Obi is an outstanding citizen who wants to do the right thing. He's not going to rely on buying anybody. Like they say, he doesn't give shishi, right? So
he does. But
yeah, in this case, so it favors him, but that's not why I'm supporting them to go through with this, because it's almost done. Let them get it done, get it over with. The kidnappers should not be demanding currency, cash from our citizens. So that takes care of that. And then the Jagaban should not be allowed to buy this election, okay? And any other actor who does anything like that. But some of the things I wanted to discuss come about appearance. The problem we have in the country with this election and what's going to happen. That's I heard Life's Good reel off a lot of things. I wanted to tackle some of those things as far as the BVAS. For example, in this case, talking about this cash thing, even if we say, okay, let's go back to status quo, or let the Jagaban win, let the money flow again, right? There's very little the governors can do. You saw my comment on that in the comment section, right? What is he going to do? He cannot buy the election. That's a new technology. That is a new technology that I don't think he's read it, right? The BVAS, bimodal voter accreditation system.
You think that Tinubu doesn't understand the BVAS?
I really don't think he does, because it's no. Listen, you be
but you do. You do. You
I
understand it. But
let me ask you this question.
Go ahead.
Okay. Were you conversant with Osun election and
yes,
the state election?
I am.
Okay. Do you know if BVAS was used? Yes or no?
Yes, I do know that it was used.
Okay.
It's the third time it's used.
Okay.
Yeah.
Do you
and
know?
I'm familiar with the other 3 times.
Okay, but
yeah.
do you know if people were paid to vote, or people buy? The politicians were able to buy people's votes?
Apparently, yes. People. There's an INEC person, at least one, was paid off to allow people
No, buy people's votes.
No.
Yeah.
Buy people's votes. To buy people's votes?
Yes.
No. It's not buying people's votes. What they did is to go to areas where their opponent, Adeleke in this case, had a groundswell and overvote. Do you understand? They paid people.
Who overvoted? No, this is a wrong. Hold on.
No,
Adeleke himself.
We are getting into.
Hold on, Adeleke, because I'm asking you these specific questions,
right?
Because I understand that you know what you are talking about. I want to.
It does. What's indicated that he knows what he's talking about?
I want to envisage. I want to assume. I'm assuming that you know what you are talking about.
Yes, I do know what I'm talking about.
Now, in Ekiti State, I can tell you for free, right? They use beavers and they bought people's votes. In Osun State, they use beavers. APC, they bought people's votes. PDP.
Hold on 1 second. Watch this. Okay. It's only 20 seconds.
Why you so with me? Why you so with me?
Okay, so
all right, let me respond to you. Hold on.
In Osun State, APC bought people's votes. PDP bought more votes than APC, right? So where PDP was, where APC where they will be spending maybe 5K, PDP were doubling that. And then this thing that you are seeing now, right? There is no way Nigeria's political system is still nascent. 1999 2023, I think that was 24, 25 years. America's democracy is over 200 years. Switzerland's democracy since 1804, something like that. Nigeria is just 25 years. There will be no clear departure from what you've seen in Osun State, in Ekiti State, where they actually tried those beavers, and then the case is still a subject of litigation now at the tribunal. So
okay. Let me explain to you.
I just want to give you the foundation so that you can lie on that and continue.
I want to answer this, but
all right. Answer that, then I'll move on to Nelson. Yeah, go on.
My target in answering this question with people back home and others who are listening to this, all right? What happened in Osun State? Now, the problem is overvoting. What is overvoting? It's just a case, number of votes cast being more than the number of accredited voters, right? So during the election, when votes are cast and transferred to a ward collection result form, what they call form EC8, like number 8A, like alpha, after which the beavers scans the forms. So if the number of votes cast on the form EC8A doesn't tally with the number of accredited voters on the beaver system, there's a foul play. Do you understand? So that's the way that worked in that case. It's just overvoted. It's not about buying voters. Remember, with the beavers, there are two things. You have to, that beavers tries to, number one, biometrically certify that somebody, that PVC is good. So the few times that INEC has had problems with the beavers is number one in Isoko South Central constituency in the by-election there in the Delta State. So in that case, older voters, they were having problem trying to identify, the machine was having problem identifying it, right? So those are the problems you have. Then it was also used in Anambra State with Soludo. Okay, and they had some glitches as well, but they've uploaded some software to take care of that. So there is no way you could bypass that particular thing by, like with the incident forms in those days. There's nothing like that. That's why I'm saying APC doesn't know that. They need to go back and take, hold on.
No, we'll move on, because for him to tell us that APC doesn't know how the election structure is it's just one of the most ludicrous things we've heard on this.
Look, listen to me. You like to use those words, ludicrous and all that, but I'm telling you,
it is ludicrous. The leading party in the country, one of the most experienced politicians that we have, he doesn't know how the electoral system works, but you do.
No, but what it is that there's an electoral act that was passed in 2022,
You are speaking to
In-
the abstracts and the variables of electoral.
Oh.
Hold on. We are talking about vote buying. You are talking about electoral, shenanigan here. We are not talking about that, bro.
in order for you, you have to look at.
Are these people Nigerians?
Can you hold on?
Well,
in the past,
sometimes just allow people to just say what they want to say. And
let you talk. Yeah.
Honestly.
So what I'm saying is that in the past, there were only one or two ways that they rigged the election, right? Number one is the incident forms allows people to come and vote. You could bring in people, buy votes, and they come and to vote. That's gone. So the other one is collation. When they collected, the army could just, as they're transporting the thing, then they're gonna put in whatever numbers they want. That's gone. Today, when you vote, first of all, it has to be you. It has to be you. That BVAS is going to identify that your PVC is you, and then your other biometrics will show that it is you, for one. Two, the result is right there. Those party agents would have a copy of it, and then this BVAS would transmit it. Do you understand? So that's why I'm worried. I'm going, why is Tinubu trying to be nice to northern governors? They can't help him. There's nothing they could do. Just like Oyelola in Oshu couldn't help himself. He couldn't win that election, even if he wanted to. But he could only do overvoting. Now, when you do that, then the person who wins is going to be in office because you overvoted. You gave him a lot of votes. So he's going to win and stay in office as
Can you hold on, enigmatic? How are you able to overvote?
The only way you overvote is you have to have a corrupt INEC official there that's going to allow people who do not, who are not, their PVC is no good. They're not registered to vote there, and they will cast their votes.
One question, please.
No more.
Permission.
I want to move on from Pansat. But land your point, Pansat. Then,
so that I don't want the public to, because what he's saying, I want to ask him which of the parties had issues of overvoting. I want to understand his political mindset.
No. He's already said it. What he's suggesting is that Governor Yetola, he went to overvote in Eden North, where Adeleke had the strength, so that then they would then cancel out Ede to then return him. Is that not? Who's that?
Okay,
yeah. So is that essentially what you're saying?
Let me just, since he's a legal person, let me refer him. Go to your Electoral Act 2022. You could access that on the arrangement of sections. Hold on, part one.
Answer one man's question. That is a direct question from one man, and that was the question I was trying to ask you.
Yeah, I prefer my answer than his summary of my answer, but because of time, I'll go with what he said. But use my answer over his summary, okay? He summarized in a synopsis what I said.
Edo what we visited. No, enigmatic. That's enough.
I want to talk politics, then I'll leave and somebody else will come in. I want to talk the politics itself. What's going on? What's going to happen, right? And the issue with let me just go ahead and say this. Here's what I want to say. I see you come here. You say, Tinubu has flawed Buhari. He's beat Buhari, right? So the only thing that we are concerned with and that you should be concerned with is basically you have to determine, is Buhari with Tinubu or not, right?
Are you asking me?
And I'm
no, he's not asking you. Can you mute yourself,
okay,
please, enigmatic?
Yeah.
And stay muted.
In essence, the air, the mean, right? Impression you get is Buhari for Tinubu winning this election or not. Let's now determine that he doesn't want him to win, unless you disagree with that. I take that as a stipulation that you don't think Buhari wants Tinubu to win. Number one, it's not allowing Osinbajo to campaign for him, the secretary to the government themselves, and a cabal, right? So once we make that determination, it's just like once you tell somebody that 10 is greater than 9, then we have to make inferences from that. We have to say the 10 is greater than 1. It's not up to you now. You gave us something.
Take us to where you want us to be.
Okay, so where we want to go is that Tinubu can never defeat Buhari in anything. As far as Buhari is fighting him, I mean, then we know who's going to win. He's the commander-in-chief of the armed forces. So as it's becoming a crescendo where you have FFK being invited and the things that I wrote in the comment section, on that day, if anybody tries to rig the election or pay for votes, now I'm trying to say this so we prevent something like Abiola situation, right? Because they will shoot anybody. These are soldiers that they're deploying in Lagos and many other places. So you don't want to go, you see a monster like Buhari who has no soul whatsoever. He doesn't talk, right? And it's even beyond him. He couldn't even change his mind if he wanted to. I believe that him being the kind of character that's not a Democrat. He's not a nice guy. But he's been forced from maybe United States. I'll throw in Britain in there, even though I shouldn't. They're not a Democrat.
It's getting wilder and more fanciful as you carry on. But
no, I'm trying to tell you, where I'm taking you to is that if Buhari doesn't want him to rig the election, he shouldn't try it because he's going to kill a lot of people doing this. He cannot defeat Buhari by going to El-Rufai, for example, or having a bunch of governors giving him strength. There's nothing those people could do. The country is determined to have a free and fair election. And I think they ordered to do that. I think the United States ordered Buhari to do that. He couldn't say, I changed my mind. We're a few days, we've been seeing this progression go on. So you open your eyes. Don't see patterns and then you keep insisting. He cannot defeat the president of the country, commander-in-chief that they helped build up, a dictator.
Let me tell you two things that are certainties. The first certainty is that Peter Obi is not going to win the election. That's a certainty. Not even the wildest of minds would anybody having that thought certifiable.
Well, what's bringing this?
So sorry. Do you mind? Do you mind? Sorry. Do you mind? Let me just have that say. You can disagree, but Peter Obi is not.
I do disagree, but I'm waiting for you to land.
Yeah, no. It's Des that chopped me up. Peter Obi is not going to win the election. Only a certifiable mind, would have any. There's nothing to suggest that. So out of the window. So
can I address that before you go on to your next?
No. You can address it, but okay, address it. But because we've gone through a series of so many things. There's nothing on this planet or other galaxies that suggests that Peter will be anywhere near a distant third, just from the enthusiasm from his people.
Yeah, no. Even though I have a preference in this election, I do want Obi to win, but I'm not addressing it from that point of view.
Right.
I'm looking at it from what's going to happen, empirical, right? And the reasons why it's going to happen that way. There was only one chance anyway that Tinubu had. Do you know what it was? He's in the APC, the ruling party, and they will help him rig it, right? That's it.
No, they're not going to help him rig it. No.
I said they were.
No, they were not, and they are not, and that is not his. Hold on. Tinubu, out of all of the candidates in play, he has the most name recognition in the country. It's the most known in the race, right across the entirety of that country. And it has arguably the largest following of all of the leading candidates.
All right, okay, but please allow me to land. I won't take that long if you just bear it, right?
No, but you can't say something that's factually inexact. It's not tales by moonlight.
Okay, hold on.
We're not telling fables. We're not telling fables here.
Myself, let me be serious here. Listen to what I'm saying. There is no way in that country that somebody who has the appearance of somebody who's sickly is going to win an election in a country that we just went through the ordeal the calamity of having Buhari preside over that country for 7-8 years. We are on the precipice, one man. The country had just, they're holding their breath until the 25th. So he cannot win a single state unless.
So no, we're on the precipice of no. Hold on, I did just say now we're not doing fable tellings. We're not telling tall tales. We're on the precipice of what?
Of failure. The entire state can fail.
How so? Why?
Well, because we do not control some of the indices that a state controls. We don't control,
such as?
The state does not control security. In essence, there's insecurity to an alarming stage, right? Our borders, our oil, people coming there, they steal up to 30, 40, 50, 60%. We don't set the prices of our goods. Students, young youth, they're on the streets, no jobs. Now the economy is in shambles. We don't even have anybody to console us. A president that will come and say, I understand, here's what I'm going to do.
Right. When has that never been the case?
Absolutely. So it's been a long time, but it's now come down to where it's unbearable. Trust me, they just removed their legs from our necks. Students, as late as even during Jonathan's era, are being packed in vans. Women who went to take an exam in Chibok and loaded in vans and they're gone forever.
Yeah, we all know that, yes.
Okay, so it has come down to where Tinubu is not the kind of person that we need there now. Period. I'm telling you, what I was watching is Buhari and INEC. I've been watching this. See, are they going to conduct
the worst thing that can happen? The worst thing that can happen to the Nigerian state will be Peter Obi. The worst thing.
Okay, we can have that debate afterwards. But what I'm saying now, I'm talking like I said,
because we've seen all their outings. We've seen all their outings.
Okay. Do you?
So we've heard from all of them.
Many people disagree with you. But you have to know.
Well, I'm sure they do in all of those Edo spaces.
And Dati coming to become president, what's going to happen? That very night, the entire Africa is going to jubilate, if not the world.
I doubt that very much. No. Why would you say that?
I would say that because we would then have the best president in the world with the best vice president.
How so?
To any
no. How so? How so? Now that's the question,
right?
Honest.
Yeah.
Peter Obi is honest. Peter Obi is a criminal. We've established that here.
No, I saw your profile, okay, and that was a joke.
In fact, Peter Obi is the most crooked of the race. It's the most. It's the most. Hold on. It's the most indictable. It's the most indictable. Okay. In the race.
Then you should sue Tinubu for malpractice because he says this. Obi says this. If you could show where I'm corrupt, where I touched, mismanaged my state's money, I'll quit the race.
Even the state assembly showed that. Hold on. Did the state assembly not show that in 2009?
No, they did not.
They did not. We read the indictment papers here about 10 times.
You read the indictment papers, but you have to trust the courts. You went through the court.
Which courts? Yes. What happened at the courts?
The Supreme Court of Nigeria, the apex court of the land.
Right.
And they returned him back. They brought him back.
Returned him back on what grounds? On what grounds?
Well, he won the case.
Which case did they win?
The two.
If you don't know, say I don't know.
Because
I know.
They tried to. He himself has explained it, and you haven't countered that. He says that when he came in, there was a lot of turmoil. They already had budgets.
No. I'm not talking about all his excuses and the fables that he tells. I'm talking about the indictment. And you said he won the case. Which case did he win?
The cases that were proffered against him.
On what grounds?
They tried to impeach him.
On what grounds?
You said.
Should I tell you what happened? Because you clearly don't know.
You now, fans are saying you don't know.
No, I do know.
Hold on, man.
They say you don't know, man.
That's a very
because I know. So don't. Yes, I know. So do you know?
I know everything.
Right.
Go ahead.
Who is the main actor in Peter Obi being returned in that indictment space? Who is the main actor?
The courts.
If you don't know, say I don't know.
Of judges that determine the case.
It was Justice Mary Odile. Do you know what happened?
One person.
Should I tell you?
Yeah, he is also.
You don't know. All right, you don't know. So
Okay,
you
go to
don't
something
know,
else.
but you are determined not
But
to know.
why
So
are
there
you
it is.
fighting with
Carry
that?
on.
While I made bigger claims than that, why you don't?
No.
We got 10 days.
No.
10
You are
days.
saying You are saying character is in play, and I'm
Right.
telling you that Peter Obi is the most dubious in the field.
Okay.
It's factually
I've heard
so.
you.
It's the most indictable.
Okay.
It's the
I've
most
heard you.
indictable in
But
the
not the
field.
most. But not the
Factually,
most.
not subjectively.
But it's not the
Factually.
most indicted. To you is the most
No,
indicted.
who has been indicted? Who has been indicted?
Okay. So what I was saying is that if you look at it on the 26th of
Peter
this
Obi is
month,
a crook. I've said that before, and I can back it up.
no, I've
Can
heard
you back
say
up
that.
Tinubu or Atiku being a crook?
I have listened to you
Yeah.
and the case you make against those. So I don't really want to go there. We got 10 days, right? So I want to be objective in saying this. You are
not being objective, though, are you?
I am very objective. Why do you say that? What
So
have I
yeah, fine,
said?
sir. Take us to where you want to take us to, so
Yeah.
we can move
Where
on
I
to
want to
other
take
people.
you.
No, it's just
2 a.m.
comically.
where I live.
All right.
Where I want to take you.
Okay,
is,
give
I'm
us
saying,
the yarn. Tales by
here's
moonlight, by
here's what I'm
facade.
saying
Yeah.
to you. First of all, I want to extend a hand as your fellow Nigerian, a hand of friendship, and say to you, we're 10 days now, we've had our fights. It's time now to pick the right person for the country. You and I are not going to be there to suffer the consequences of this. We're going to be proud.
Exactly.
We're going to be proud. Yeah, please let me just land. So you got a great platform here. We've come here. We've fought. I don't get along with you. I don't agree with you on.
It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter.
So
You know. Yeah.
I am now extending my hands to you. I'm saying, look, buddy, we're Nigerians, right? We had our fight, but we're still brothers. It doesn't matter. We are going to be proud if we have Obi Dati sitting in that
we will
Asoro.
not, though, are we? A crook and a Mauritanian.
No.
How can you take pride in that? A crook and a Mauritanian, a crook and a foreigner.
You know, when you say those things in the past, I looked at it as a shtick. You know, showman, you have to have this place going.
No, those are factually the case now. If you want the proof, I can present them. A crook and a foreigner.
Everybody here has heard it, and we all laugh when you say that. That's true. But let me tell you.
Is Dati not a Mauritanian?
No, he's not. He's a Nigerian.
And Peter Obi is not a crook.
No, he's not.
Okay, well, there you are.
And he's already giving you a challenge. If you could prove that he's a crook. I mean, he said this at the Chatham House. If you could show that I'm a crook, I'll quit the race. Right? So he's been the governor for 8 years. This man, first of all, think about what you're doing.
He was a failure as a governor, was he not?
No, hold on. Let me first deal with the character issue, right? Because one man, let me tell you, because what you're doing
one man, please, we are not here because of Obi now. Please let him.
You know what I want to do is I want to through Pansat nail down that Edo space. So carry on.
Okay, thank you very much. What did you say? What's the last thing you said? You want to do?
No, I want to through you nail down your space, your Edo space. So through this conversation, nail all of you down once and for all.
Okay, so let me say for the Edo space, that is a Nigerian space.
No, it's fine. I don't want to do that, but go to where you are.
You notice I can't get in a word in here.
It's a dialogue, not a monologue.
Yeah, like you're doing. That's right. And by the way, I'll be.
And nobody is here to propagandize. No propagandizing here.
There'll be no
obfuscation, no sleight of hands. No look here, don't look there.
The only hands you see here is one extended to you in friendship and brotherhood.
No, it's fine. Of course. Okay. I mean, I'm a friendly guy, as you know. Yeah.
Thank you very much. So, in order to make this fruitful and productive, what I'm trying to say to you, and by extension, your audience, is we should take back our country and have the right leadership in the country. That is just the bottom line. We know what's the right thing to do. So I was going to tell you something I've told you once before, maybe 6 months ago. I told you that evil is knowing the right thing to do, and then you neglect to do the right thing. Instead, you do the wrong thing, and it hurts somebody else, and you have nothing to gain from it. Once you have those three components, you're evil. It's not about you could be wrong, fine. You could say the wrong thing, you could get it wrong. But you cannot tell me that you know the right thing to do for our country to select capable leadership, and you choose to do the wrong thing. And you have zero to gain from doing so. So what I'm appealing to you, which is, it takes me a lot to say, even come on your platform, because I'm fighting with you.
It doesn't take a lot. You only have to click on the stream yard, and then so that's all
it's
it
not my
takes.
style.
With no gun to your head.
Oh, hold on,
Not my
Dick.
style. My style is to, since I'm fighting with you, I just have to beat you.
What do you mean you're fighting with me? I'm not fighting with you. I'm just here moderating a
You're fighting with me. I mean, when I come here, I fight you. When I see you in other platforms,
what do you mean you are fighting me? I'm not fighting you. What's going on?
Okay, so no, but let's keep it in the spirit that I'm addressing you. I'm saying to you, one man. Everybody, they like your accent there. You talk funny over there from Britain, and
I talk funny. Look at that.
Oh, you say the same thing about Obi, right? So what I'm saying to you is that let's get this thing done for our country. Do it for your country. Start.
No, don't worry. Come on the 27th, and we will open World Peace whiskey, and we toast a new Nigeria.
I'm looking forward to it. I'm no stranger here. I've been here many times, and I've made my case. But
no, you're a stalwart of the place. Whether you are here or not, you are still a member of this space. Whether you're on the screen,
you have a lot of influence. You have a lot of control. A lot of you youngsters.
We cannot get Nigeria wrong. We cannot fail this time around.
Right.
So it's a process of elimination. Let me tell you how I look at it. I see the whole field as a total rubbish outside of the fringe outliners like Shore, who have no chance. So we cannot just, we can aspire to him, but he's not a real possibility. So if we look at the four, which are all smelly people, then it's a process of elimination. Which one can you hold your nose up and keep fingers crossed? So Peter Obi, he's a pragmatic man, and he'll probably do a halfway decent job. He'll just titter along. We are hopeful that he will not continue the sort of looting that he was doing in Anambra State, which was low-level stealing, but still stealing. But so he's just a pragmatic thing. Kwakwanto is too sectional. Atiku is too untrustworthy and too corrupt, but he has probably the best brain for the job. But Tinubu, he's capable of blue sky thinking, elegant quantum leaps in idea and progress. So he has that capacity, but he's wrapped around failing health and allegations. So that's where the choice is. So you want to automatically discount Peter Obi because it doesn't offer anything. It's not especially a clever man, you know that. It's just a plod along sort of a person, just some shaggy dude, just lumping along. So we don't want to lump along,
All right, listen to this. I agree with you until your last victim there. Obi is a brilliant man. He's been a governor, he's been a banker, but above all, his virtues, he's a humble man. He has humility.
You mean he makes affectations at humility?
No, he's really a humble man. He calls himself a trader, right? But we know that he's been chairman of banks. Now,
by virtue of being the largest shareholder, not from any financial acumen. Yeah.
Right, but it's half a dozen.
That was because he was the largest shareholder. That's why he was chairman, not because he has any acumen for banking.
Okay. Well, like I'm saying, what you have to understand is the Jagaban of 1997, 1999, or whatever, 1995. Yes, it's different. Or if Osibajo was in the race, then we could really begin to compare apples to apples. But straight off the bat, we have a marquee. God gave us Peter Obi this time because we're too stupid to pick a leader, right? So he made it to where there is you couldn't miss unless you're evil, right? You have to, you know the right thing, the way God made it. With Baba Ahmed, that is another star. Two of those people are equally yoked. They're good guys, they're young, and they're not corrupt, and they know what to do. So you have that. Then what the hell are you thinking about? Right?
Where is Yusuf Dati Baba Ahmed? Where is his allegiance? His country of birth or his country of origin?
No, he's.
When do you think he's a Nigerian?
Yes, maybe.
You mean he was born in Nigeria?
Yes, he's born in Kaduna, right? Maybe his great forefathers are from Mauritania. That doesn't matter.
His forefathers, his father. What do you mean his forefathers? His father. It's not his forefathers, though. His father was a Mauritanian.
He was a Nigerian senator, and he was the only one that was not corrupt in that body, right? This man is an educated man. I rather trade.
Well, who is not educated? Kwakwanso has a PhD. Who is not educated? The least educated in the field is Peter Obi. Peter Obi is the least educated. Yeah. So what?
Kwakwanso got his PhD in India a couple of months ago. Is it a good thing? It is a good thing, but do not try to give it the gravitas that it doesn't have. Having
a PhD doesn't have gravitas in engineering.
PhD, you just said that he's sectional, right? At the minimum, he's sectional.
Right? No, I didn't say it's sectional. I said it's regional. I said it's regional. Okay. Yeah.
A section is like a region, isn't it?
Because sectional connotes some form of a tribal allegiance.
Okay. But I think that it's even worse than what you said. Okay, but I'm not gonna debate that because he's not in play. He's out of here. It's like Showore, for example. I know that John Lekoko wouldn't like to hear this, but Showore is not Obi or that is pinky toe in any metric. Let's say the rubric to measure them is number one, governance, how many years or how honest you are. Like in the case of Showore.
Man, please a second.
Let me finish. So hold on. Let me land.
You have been talking. You have been talking.
You're right. Let me land and then you
hold on. Showore. Hold on. Is an alumni of Columbia University in the US. Do you know what that means? Do you know what it means? I think you live in the US, right? Do you reside in the US?
I do, but I was giving you the rubric.
Columbia is an Ivy League. Hold on, it's an Ivy League standard school in the US. For you to go to that school, you must have a certain level of intellectual fecundity to go through that school. Obi, there's a reason why Obi presented GCE in his INEC certificate. Because there's a reason why he wouldn't want them to see his third class almost pass. And then number two,
you're gonna hand it back to me when you're done. Hand it back to me.
When you are talking about Nigerians being evil, not considering Peter Obi, then should we conclude that Anabrarians were evil, rejecting Peter Obi's candidates in the gubernatorial elections in Anambra State? All right, that's a different space. That's a different space. Let Pansad bring it to the conclusion, Pansad. Always a delight to hear from you. Controversial always, but never won anything. Of course you are. You're a simple and lovely man, really. But look at that.
To know me is to love me, like they say.
Look at that. Anyway, God. Yeah.
I'm saying that in this election, that's others who could have been in contact. For example, Showore, right? There's nothing wrong with Showore, but he should walk with Obi now. He's not doing that, and that's perplexing, right? So Obi Dati, they are not a panacea. It's just the beginning. It's not a silver bullet, but we do have to have healthy people who are not corrupt, people who have a heart. That's all we need. A great leadership to organize the country and make it better. Because
people who have a heart. What about the extrajudicial killings of Peter Obi all over Anambra for 8 years, just gunning down people?
It's not true.
It's not true.
Yeah, because I would have been very upset if that was true. It's not true.
All right, we can go and bring it out, but it's not what they're for.
What I'm saying, though, you have to know the jurisdiction of things in Nigeria. Who's the commander in chief? Who's in charge of
extrajudicial killing?
They're saying the soldiers came in there and killed people on the
the other side, they shoot on sight.
But it's not. He's not in charge of that, and he's not that kind of person. It shows
he's not.
No, you
even he has not denied it. So I'm not quite sure why.
Here's when we were doing politics. The problem you had with Obi is that you're doing an overkill. If you want to paint Obi a little bad here and there, you have to use a little propaganda. But you go in and saying things that are completely stupid. Nobody's gonna believe it.
No, I'm only saying things. I'm saying things. There's nothing I say about Obi that is not documented. Though.
For example, if you say Obi is corrupt, right, or he took money,
he killed somebody in the most rudimentary manner, he was stealing cash.
First of
not even sophisticated fraud. He was stealing cash.
the opposition research that his opponents, they're stupid and they don't know anything, right? Because Tinubu or Atiku should go and dig those things out and show the Nigerian public.
No, they're not giving him any consideration because they know he's not a quantity.
No, because Obi set himself up to where he comes and makes statements that are completely wild. In essence, he come out and say, they haven't bought me a bottle of water. Okay. So now all you have to show is that somebody bought him a bottle of water or two. That's it. And you got him.
It is not.
You should be looking for that.
Sorry. Let me just say this, Passat. It is not in the interest of Tinubu to do Peter Obi down, because Peter Obi is the bridge on the Tinubu pathway to the presidency. So Peter Obi, by osmosis, by secondary being, is essentially a Tinubu acolyte in this election. So he's the bridge to his pathway to. So it's not in Tinubu's interest to slaughter Peter Obi. No, he wants him to continue doing what he is doing. But Atiku is somewhat tied by virtue of association. So that's why Peter Obi is having. It's not a quantity, Atiku probably he will pay that price, but he cannot weigh heavily against Peter Obi. But it's not in. Why would Tinubu want Peter Obi out of the way and then allow Atiku to become president? It doesn't want that.
Is that
Peter Obi is a Tinubu agent.
That clever permutation could have been the case if let's say Osinbajo was in the race, right? Yeah, I would agree with that permutation. But look, we're looking at 3 different universes here, completely different universes. There's no nexus. I venture to say that Obi is gonna win Osho. He's gonna win Lagos.
Please don't mention my own state, though. Don't mention your state. That's the only.
I left that one out. Remember, I gave him one. That was your state because I don't want any trouble. So I said,
no, it's fine. I'm only joking. Yeah, carry on. Yeah.
So I'm saying to you though that Nigeria.
And by the way, you know I don't object to you. I really object to vulgar language and aggressive behavior. So we can disagree, of course. Just if we're civil, then it's fine. Yeah, but carry on.
Okay, very well. So, enigmatic, should I continue or because I had other things to say? I don't know if you guys.
All right, hold steady. If you have the time, hold steady because, of course, another equal strong voice, but a bit more, I would say, maybe balanced. Zita, she joins us, and I think you'll delight in hearing from her. So Zita, to the space. Buhari to make an why are they saying 7 a.m. So that is to tell you that it's not going to be a live broadcast. It will be a canned broadcast. But what are you anticipating from Buhari at 7 a.m. tomorrow? Do you think he's going to douse the tension and surrender the space, or do you think he will offer very little and all of the protests will carry on? Buhari now, at last, coming to the center stage to address the nation, 11th hour of his administration. but the Mala, what are you looking to hear from him in his full English that he speaks?
Good day, everyone.
One man, breaking news. Let me tell you something real quick. But there's a possibility that Emefiele will be fired. I just got the news now, but it's not confirmed yet. Let's leave it at 50-50. Go ahead.
Okay. Can I continue?
Yeah, carry on, Zeta. Good to see you.
Good to see all of you. I've been listening, although I came in late. But one man, before I start, I want to correct a notion that something I said yesterday, that my friends that were listening online, they corrected me. I told you, I when you asked me if my permutations always come true, I told you yes. Not exactly. I missed two. My friends called my attention to it. The 2020 presidential election in the United States, I was doing the spreadsheet, and then when the pandemic started, I didn't have variable for the pandemic. The professor that taught me did not tell me anything about pandemic when there is pandemic in an election. He didn't teach me anything to do about that. So I didn't know what to do. I have to abandon it. Then the second one was the third election for Israel. I did the first one, the second one, but the third one, I never was taught how to, when an election goes into 3 stages without deciding a winner. So I didn't know what to do on that one. So I abandoned it too. So those two, I did not get right. But there is another thing I want to correct. Yesterday, somebody made a statement on this platform regarding what happened in the United States in 2020. The person said somebody was talking anyhow and the person got kicked out in the election. That's absolutely wrong to say, because I get involved in all elections. When I'm done here now, I'm going back to that of US. I have penchant in doing all those things in the spreadsheet. Now, in 2020, if you look at the results critically, if somebody is talking anyhow and people are angry with him, he won't have extra 12 million votes. That's a lot. So the way his behavior, his personality was not actually what affected that election. It was the pandemic, and I did not have variable for it. That being said, back to what you asked me. You see, actually want Buhari to be doing this buyaya to Nigerians until the day of the election. Do you know why I said that? I know people are hurting. Hello, are you there?
No, we're listening. Carry on.
I know people are hurting. People are suffering. It's affecting Nigerians. But in as much as it's affecting Nigeria, I still have this feeling and fear. I have this phobia that more people will be killed in the Southeast when the election result is announced. I've listened to people here confident about the electoral bill passed in 2022. They are so confident about it. They are so sure. And I asked them, if you are sure that Buhari has done enough to give everybody a free and fair election, are you going to accept the result when it comes out? That means you will accept it. So that's why I'm like, this Naira redesign or whatever, the Naira recolored, actually, in as much as I don't like it, I don't like the policy. It's not what the Constitution of Nigeria said. I have somebody here who was asked, what's the job of the Supreme Court? Is to interpret the Constitution of a nation. That's actually their job. That's why when it gets to them, they will base their judgment on the Constitution. So I don't really want, the policy is good, but the timing, the gogore, everything is wrong. But somehow, if it will make people believe that there is going to be a free and fair election, I still want it to stay. Let them leave it. Because I have 1 or 2 people I want to confront after the election.
Sorry. When you said leave it, are you saying leave the timeline? Because the timeline is where the quibble is. So are you happy with the timeline?
I'm not even happy with any of the process in the first place. But if you listen to people, like people who support Obi, they agree with what is going on. They believe it's a way of getting a free and fair election. But to me, it's ridiculous. Because Buhari, I would say, in his wickedness, has already made vote buying very cheap. With all this madness going on, you have just made boat buying very cheap. Because if you give somebody the new 500 Naira note, the person will celebrate. But in a good day, look at the amount of cash those girls were, the little video you just showed. You see how much they were. That's more than 500 Naira. But if the election with this trouble were to be held, 500 Naira, you can buy a vote. So I don't even see why these two things, what is so dumb, saying that it's going to stop vote buying. It's not only Naira you use in buying vote now. My dad was a grassroots politician. The thing, I don't know about the cities, but in the villages, is deliver your polling unit. Then come home, we celebrate. So I don't even know, I don't get it. But that's why I'm saying, because of the blood of the innocents that is going to be, I don't know what to say, in the southeast. If Buhari can continue doing
hold on, Azita. So now the blood of the innocents that are, you know, you are not alone in that fear. By the way, there's that the southeast might hemorrhage quite heavily post the election, especially of course when the results come in and they tell them that Obi is a distant third. You know, but who would you place the responsibility on? If it pans out, God forbid, as you are fearful in mind, who would you place the responsibility on?
Which responsibility? Responsibility of what?
If the Southeast flames up post the election for reasons that they've told them that Obi is not the president, who will be responsible for the place flaming up?
You see, yesterday I said something. I said we should talk about, like, since you have a platform where we come to learn, there are certain things we need to discuss in this platform. I said, can we talk about the elements that you can use to permutate the outcome of the result of an election? At least 10 people in your platform. Can one person just say his own element, we discuss it, this person will say his own level, we counter it, we discuss it just like that. Because if we get people to understand that election is not just about somebody coming out and people are screaming behind him, it gets him to win an election. If we can get people to understand that there are 73 elements that can decide who wins an election, then there will be a kind of healing and understanding. In Igbo land, you are asking me who is to blame. I told you yesterday, there's what Igbo people say, the Igbo Amweze. They ain't like nobody. They ain't respect nobody. They don't take instruction from nobody. So that's why, if anything is happening in Igbo land, I get so scared because there is nobody that will say, stop.
Let me ask you this, Zita. Do you think Peter Obi, he holds that responsibility that as soon as the results are announced, he should move quickly to a broadcast, especially to his base, that look, it was a good fight, but we lost fairly. Because he has to manage, because he's heightened up the expectation in that space. So when the results come out, he has to manage that expectation so it doesn't spiral out of control.
See, one man. There was a day I was listening to you guys in this platform, and you asked, you call it round
robin question.
Question.
Oh, you've been with us for a good while. Well done. Yeah, carry on.
And you said, if Obi was not there, would Showore have gathered such momentum as Obi? And I was surprised that everybody said no, even including my dear Ajani Koko. I was laughing off my head. Now, let me explain. You said he should talk to them. He doesn't owe them.
I might not be here that day. I can't
You
remember.
were, Ajale Koko, and you
What
denied,
did
you
I?
denied, you denied your man, Jowore. You threw him under the bus.
No, I must have
Been
say
doing something
something.
else.
You,
I
you,
must
you
I
must
must
have
have
been drunk.
no.
No,
I must
Ajale
have
Koko doesn't drink.
I must
Oh,
have
okay.
add some condition to that. If I come to that conclusion, if that was my if I come to the conclusion that he wouldn't have won, I might have said
I did,
something
no, I
that
didn't
I
say
mean
winning. I
to
said,
justify that.
no, you
Oh,
said, they said, if let's assume Obi did not come out and Showere is out there, would these people be following him the way they are following Obi? That was the question.
all right. Carry on from where you were. You were taking us to a destination. Carry on from where you were.
Okay, so yes, Showore would have had that followership. You know why? There is a vacancy, a vacuum in Nigeria that needs to be occupied. But those is just jumping around. They are not looking. So what Obi did was to walk into that. He did not create that momentum for himself. He
No,
walked
there
into the
wasn't
momentum.
there wasn't a vacuum, Zita.
There
Because
were.
no,
No,
hold
what I
on.
mean by
No, I know what you mean, but there wasn't a vacuum. But the person that occupied that space, his voice was not loud enough because that place that you described as a vacuum, so Ray already occupies it, but he doesn't have the accoutrements to make the fullness of it. But Peter Obi comes with a base, which is an ethnic grouping. So he just occupied that. He went into that space that Obi was, that Ashore was, and just seized it from him. That's why Ashore resents him so much.
no, but it depends on when you saw the vacuum. The vacuum was created after the answers. From my own analysis, that vacuum maybe was in the minds of people in the air, but it was made physical after the answers. They were tired of APC, they were tired of PDP, so they were looking for something. If Obi was not there, I repeat, Showore would have taken it.
Miss
So that's
Mama
by the
Zita,
way.
can I tell you
Zita,
something
let
real quick
me.
a second about Shore?
I know about Showore. Let me finish. I know everything about
Okay.
Showore.
Yeah,
I
I just
know
want
a
to tell you
lot about
why he
Showore.
won't have a followership like Obi
I said,
in the same strength.
no, he will. He will.
Why?
Why he will is that Obi is not there. They need somebody.
And that's what I'm trying to explain to you.
Have you had a word in Pidgin English? They say pepper them.
Okay, make I tell you waiting my own pepper them mean where I won't tell you too. This is my own pepper them. Maybe it will make sense to you. My own pepper them is, of course, the NSAS group, right? Obedient. There are like 4 branches. They have the NSAS, they have the IPOB, they have the Biafra, and they have the folks, the whole region of the Southeast. So now Obi, the major fulcrum of Obi, the momentum started heavily when he has the region behind him. So Showore could actually have the NSAS branch, right, behind him, but he wouldn't have a region as in Yoruba region or
That's
South
exactly what I said.
Unlike Obi that has a whole region behind him, that's the difference.
Anyway, you guys might not be. Anyway, never mind. So what I'm saying
carry
is,
on.
he cannot come out to tell them to stop because he doesn't own them. So if he loses, the chaos will be if if they're going to do it, they're going to do it. He can't stop it. He can't.
Okay, my sister, can I interject 1 minute?
Yeah.
Okay. I think I can remember now what I said on that day. I said as long as Shogure cannot play ethnic politics and cannot play politics of vote buying and play the politics the way politicians play this corrupt politics, Nigerians will not follow him because Nigerian doesn't like to stand on the side of the truth. They like people that lie for them. I mean, lie all the time and carry the political campaign based on ethnic interests. You understand what I'm saying? If
But
you don't
Ajali
play,
Coco.
if you don't
Oh, no,
play that
hold on, Des, because I want Zita to pivot back to the conversation, but let Ajale Coco land. Ajale Coco, carry on.
So if you cannot play that ethnic, if you not carry out your campaign in such a way that carry ethnic interests, thereby having ethnic base as a strong support to push you up to the national recognition, then you won't have anything.
Okay.
You won't have anybody to follow. And Shogure is not ready to do that. Shogure is a Pan-Africanist.
Ajali Coco, I respect your
Yes.
opinion, but that's why I said it will be nice before people start talking about politics for them to understand the things a candidate can or cannot do. It's very important they understand that, because there are some mistakes most of those candidates that are doing, it will never land them anywhere. So when you talk about Shogure, even if he doesn't want to play the ethnic card or the money card, he can still do other things to woo people to his direction, but that's not the case. When you listen to the CNN interview, before the interview, you will hear what that little girl, I don't even know who she is. I think they had a backstage interview on her. And she was just screwing trash. I don't even know who gave her that authority to say all those things she's saying. So that's, by the way, one man, what I'm saying is that he doesn't have control over them. And again, that's just one of the reasons, which is not enough reason though, because people are suffering. Either way, people gonna die anyway. If you keep this Naira madness, people are dying of hunger, people are dying in the hospital. If you don't keep it after the election, those that have confidence in the so-called, when I mean the so-called, in quotes, of the so-called electoral law, they will still be the same people that come to this platform and tell you that the election was rigged. And they will argue and quarrel why the election, they are showing so much confidence, so much, I don't know, that the election is going to be free and fair. I pray them to accept it, whatever is the outcome.
Sorry, hold on. Zita, if the election was free and fair, what do you think Obi's chances would be in a free and fair election?
One man keep asking me this question. Okay, as I said before, I told you that I have spreadsheet for 4 of them. So Obi will win. What is it going to look like? Pankwanzo will win. What is his spreadsheet going to look like? Tinubu will win. What is Tinubu's
No, don't take us through the spreadsheet just for reasons of time. But what I am asking you is because people often speculate that in a free and fair election Obi would win, and I haven't seen the pathway for Obi to win, and I think people go off the back of all of the noises that they hear in space to form that conclusion. Because when you look at the northern spaces, there is no indication that Obi has any presence there at all, except from the Yopic group that wants to be au fait with the people in the south. Except from the Yopic groups, there's no. Hold on. What I'm saying is, Obi has no chance in the vast swathe of the north, like Gombe, Borno, Sokoto, Jigawa. There is absolutely nothing that indicates that any of those states have any. They don't dislike him. They just don't acknowledge him, and that is a huge chunk of the votes. And then under a free and fair election or a rigged election, there's because we've gone through so many numbers on this platform, there is nothing at all. People have even put money down that Obi will come a distant third. There is nothing to suggest except some wild thinking. And I'm not even sure. It's the generosity of spirit of Nigerians that were even giving Obi any space to discourse. It's not a quantity in the election, free and fair or not.
Okay, let me ask you a question. Woman, have you ever seen any politician praising a process that he ran on and lost?
No.
Okay. Even when they want to accept the result, they talk about how hard they fought, which is the campaign. And they talk about the result, the people have spoken. They will never say anything about the process. You have not seen, but I have seen one. His name is Umaru Musa Yar'Adua. He won, but he faulted the process. Do you know why he did that? Do you know why?
Carry on.
Because I don't think he believes in miracle. Because he's being realistic that the chunk of the vote that was given to him from the north, in a free and fair election, there is no way he would have taken that vote from Buhari. So he doesn't believe in miracle. So now, when I make a spreadsheet and said somebody will win, this is what it's going to look like. Sometimes it's a miracle. Do you understand? Obi will win 2 states in the northwest and 1 state in the northeast in the spreadsheet I made for him. You know why I did that? Because
carry on.
Because a large number of votes come from there. Not because I don't want to go into which side of the country that has the highest number of women and the ones that doesn't have the highest number of women. What I'm saying is that they don't have voter apathy. They usually come out to vote. So he has to win.
No, hold on. When you say they usually come out to vote in the north, why? Why do they come out to vote? Because, like you said, they vote in numbers. Well, why do they come out to vote?
Okay. Why do they come out to vote? You know, is Kulata here today?
It's in the chat sections.
No.
Carry on.
Where's the other guy? World Peace.
He's not on the screen, no, but carry on.
So, if you look at the history, or I don't really like saying history, references, you will know that they were already practicing democracy. So they are enlightened in that area. They have been told that their tongue is the power. They have to decide who rules over them. So, and it's a teamwork. You are not going to the polling unit without making sure everybody that need to come with you will come with you. So it's an enlightenment. It's an understanding. And I keep telling people, those same people are the only people that understand the land area of Nigeria. That's why they will fight anybody that wants to leave Nigeria to cut off that map.
All right, we're going too far off track. Where I was going is that in the north, they vote. They have a disciplined voting structure, which is usually arrowheaded by a patriarchal system. So there's some mullah somewhere, or some warlord, or some chieftain somewhere that has a voting mass which he mobilizes to the ballot. So those people that go to vote, they're not really voting any conscience or anything. They're usually voting to instructions. But bring us home quickly on the Buhari broadcast tomorrow, your anticipation, and then we go on to Nelson.
Buhari's broadcast. I don't really think he's going to say much. He might tell you people that he will, whatever the Supreme Court decides finally, that's what he's going to take.
All right. All right, brilliant. Thank you, Zita. Stay with us. Let's go on from Zita to Nelson, who joins us as well. So, Nelson, the conversation really is landed on Buhari's anticipated broadcast tomorrow. They are saying they don't know the theme of the broadcast, but of course we know the theme of the broadcast. It can only be one subject, which is the high octane situation within the country wrapped around the Naira swap saga. So he's going to speak to that space. But what are you anticipating that he will he abjectly surrender to the space and just douse the tension in the country completely, or will he give it a little bit of a loosening, but still hold the rails? And if he extends the deadline for all currencies by a matter of months, is that a victory for Tinubu of some sort? So just a quick summary on that, Desmond. Nelson, rather.
Hello, everyone.
Hello, good to have you.
Yeah. So, personally, regards the broadcast for tomorrow, I believe Buhari is going to extend the February 10 deadline. That's one. I believe everything is actually against the Buhari government presently and the cabal. When people were, I would like to go back to and talk generally about what everyone has discussed. So, for instance, when people were mentioning that Oshimanjo would have been a better candidate for the APC, in this kind of scenario, I believe for what is currently happening, if Buhari tries something like this, and Oshimanjo is the bearer of the APC presidential, as the presidential candidate of the APC, I believe a lot of northern governors will have put out of APC. We need to give it to Tinubu for keeping the party together at this time. And I believe if there's an extension, Tinubu is going to win landslide. And again, personally, I believe the election is for Tinubu to lose. He already won the election for me. I'm an Obi person, but I believe Tinubu is going to win the election. I've gone through history, everything about the northern politics, and I am conversant with what happens in the south.
Your voice is a bit low. Are you not able to speak where you are?
No, I can speak. I'm talking.
Yeah, carry on.
Better now.
Yeah, that's a bit better.
Yeah. So I said, I'm conversant with the politics of the south and also in the northern part of Nigeria. Tinubu has done his homework perfectly. He has been working things out for over, I'll say 12 to 16 years. He has
30.
Yeah, okay. Let me just say 30, okay.
Tinubu has been aspiring to the presidency since 1999.
30 years.
Yes.
Okay.
Okay, so let me just accept that. You call it long time ambition, long life ambition. Yeah,
But
a long life
1999 is
ambition.
not 30 years now.
Yeah, approximately.
In my permutation,
Approximately.
he
Let's
has
just
been. Sorry, let me interject a little. In my own permutation, Tinubu has his eyes has been on that seat since 30 years ago.
yeah. 1993, Tinubu has been there with the likes of Shehu Yaradua. He has been there doing national politics for a long time. So, Madam Rita, you are actually very correct. So, if we look at the Buhari, let me just do a reference of how Buhari won the election. Because if you look at the number of governors that left PDP, we have about 4 northern governors that left PDP officially. And we have a lot of them, like the governor of Jigawa, who didn't leave but supported Buhari for the, what's it called, for the presidency. A lot of them, because I believe governors wins elections, I mean presidential election in Nigeria. If you're going to win any election, you must have the trust of the governors. And it surprises me that as far as Atiku is going all about trying to cause havoc, using the cabal against Tinubu, he's actually not doing him any harm, regards to political structure, because structure actually wins election in Nigeria. So for me, the Naira redesign thing will have affected Oshibanjo. Oshibanjo will have been out of the race now if this Naira policy was, if Oshibanjo was the APC flag bearer. So I will just quickly touch the Naira redesign policy. To me, I followed the Naira redesign policy closely, and I fought the process, and I don't think the whole redesign idea is that reasonable. I go with you, Madam Rita, on that. Because number one, I pay a closer look at the whole Naira thing. They said they are redesigning 3 top currency, and CBN told us that we have 3.23 trillion in circulation, and presently they've already mopped up 2.7 plus trillion. Is Emefiele telling us that the 500 billion that is left is not going to be of the lesser denomination? I want us to look at this carefully. So I don't think people are still hoarding the Naira. I don't think there are much Naira that is being heard by politicians at this time. And again, Emefiele announced that they've printed 300 billion into the circulation. And I'm very sure that if 300 billion is in circulation in Nigeria, the normal Nigerian, an average Nigerian, the total population of an average Nigerian, aside the politician, if we have 200 billion Naira in circulation, it will take care of the need of people. People won't be on the streets destroying banks and all. So I believe the money is actually in the hands of the politician. That's one. And vote buying. People used to say you need a lot of money for vote buying. You actually don't need a lot of money. If we do normal statistics, I believe statistics figures don't lie. That's why I love this platform. So if we go into the details of vote buying and we want to pick it as, let me go to maybe Osun State now. If you look at the figures for presidential elections in Osun State, you don't need to buy more than 200,000 people. And if you're going to buy 200,000 people's vote, let's say you're going to pay them for 5,000 naira, that's about 500 million naira. Hello, Mohammed, are you following?
Yeah, carry on. We're listening.
Yeah, Nelson, could I interject for a second and ask you a question on your
let
last?
me ask him a question. Nelson, can you times 10,000 times 200 million, please, and tell me what it is?
No, I said 10,000 times 200,000. 200,000. That's 1 billion naira.
No, you said they've released how much again? I think 300 million. It should be enough for Nigerians, right?
500 million. Yes.
Yeah, you're saying the money they brought out should be enough
Yes.
for Nigerians. So I'm saying times 10,000
Yes.
times
300
200
billion
million,
should
just
circulate.
200 million.
So just take him there.
Yeah.
There's
Okay.
just so yeah.
Yeah.
Where are you going?
Where I'm going, if he's saying
Yes,
that,
I just want to do it.
I think he made it. He made a
No,
statement
don't
of,
don't do it. Let him just take you to go on.
yeah, he made a statement that the money that is in circulation should be enough for Nigerians, which he's saying that is in the hands of politicians. I'm saying that even if it's not in the hands of politicians, that 300 billion is not even near enough for how many people that is in Nigeria. So that's why I said times 10,000 naira only, times just 200 million people. We are 200 and something, Abi, 200 and maybe
Yes,
30
they
million
don't
or
buy
whatever.
votes in every state or every location. There are certain areas that they cough out where they need to spend money for vote buying. Don't get it
I'm not
twisted.
talking about vote buying now.
You are making a random
No. What he's saying is that the 300 billion is not sufficient enough to satiate even the financial needs of the Nigerian space.
Yeah,
Yeah,
my
Yeah.
exactly.
my
That's what I'm
Yeah.
interjection,
saying.
my interjection is different.
You,
I was gonna ask you, Nelson, Mr. Nelson. You said
okay.
that on the issue of the monetary policy itself, why do you
Yeah.
think Buhari signed off on it? Why do you think the monetary policy was instituted this time? Why? What's the
Okay. Yeah.
motive? Yeah.
Buhari did it in his first tenure. I read about it. He did it in his first tenure, and it was just to like it was one an anti-corruption driven idea for Buhari. I don't think the idea is actually against Tinubu, but the timing of the timing of the implementation is actually a problem for the APC as a party. And at the end of the day, the thing actually didn't do a lot of harm to Tinubu. For me, I was thinking immediately after the thing happened, Atiku is gonna take over, but the whole storm has calmed down for Tinubu, and I think it's even, I don't know the right English to you, I think it's even riding on the whole Naira redesign issue presently, because
Can I
he
interject?
has successfully distanced himself from the party, from the Buhari government.
Can I
And
interject,
one
please?
funny thing is,
Oh, hold on,
I'm
let
coming,
him
let me just
land.
finish quickly.
Yeah, go on.
Yeah, and the funny thing for me is the loyalty of the northern governors shook me this time around. For you to have a lot of them, because there was a point, a day I read on the Nation that 21 governors actually wanted to meet with Buhari, or they met with Buhari. For you to have about 14 governors from the north siding with Tinubu on this kind of thing shows the strength of Tinubu as a candidate to me, and it's actually terrifying for me, the structure that that man has. So, Madam Rita, you can interject.
All right, I think we've temporarily
Hello? Hello.
Yeah.
It's just to buttress on what you just said. From
Okay.
what I can see, Tinubu is a necessary devil for Nigeria, and I don't think they have a choice.
Sincerely, there's nothing anybody can do. I've been following the Nigerian politics closely, and I know what's going to happen. Tinubu, in most of the states where Kulaka was giving Tinubu 28, Tinubu is going to have a 42% in most of those states. Because they have people who are going to win the senatorial seats in those states. APC members that are going to win the senatorial seats. The party, the structure is intact. The cabal might be pulling strings. But if you look at APC in most of the northern states, that party is very strong. They have strong candidates for most of the political positions. And are you going to tell me that somebody is going to win a senatorial seat and Tinubu is going to score 25% in that district? It's not going to happen. It's not going to happen. Even what's this guy's name? This guy that made Wike lost the primary election. Oh my God. Tambua. That guy when he pulled out of APC,
He won the election by, I think, 400 votes, 400. He won the election against the APC with 400 votes. We can go and check it out. So APC as a party, I don't know what they did to Nigerians. So APC as a party is a very strong party. What made Jonathan lose that election? The reason why Jonathan lost in 2015 was because those governors pulled out of the party. He lost a lot of senators, he lost a lot of people, and everybody pulled out of PDP. That was what happened. It wasn't because the government was that bad. People were against Jonathan, but that was not the reason why Jonathan lost. Jonathan lost because of alliance. He lost the party. He lost the party structure. That was why Jonathan lost. I don't still believe. Obi tried, and I'm happy for what is happening presently in Nigeria. But in Nigeria, I still believe a fringe party without structure cannot win the presidential election. Yeah.
It's not a matter of you believe. Hold on. It's not a matter of you believe now. It's a statement of fact. Of course, it's a fringe party without a structure is not going to win any. Not just in Nigeria, in most other countries. It's there's not. It's just a ridiculous.
Thomas,
but
one man.
Yeah, and I believe. Let me just finish, please. Des, let me just finish. I believe if Buhari is going to leave office,
your voice is very low. Your voice is very low.
Hello. Can you hear me better now?
Yeah, go on.
Yeah. I said if Buhari is going to leave the office with any reasonable legacy, he needs to address this Naira issue with immediate effect, because I believe something like a civil war is looming. There's what is happening is actually looking like it's greater than NSAS, and it might lead to something bigger than that, and it might lead to something that might cause the postponement of the election. So I believe if Buhari is going to leave, Buhari is actually under intense pressure. This is democracy. Buhari, by 7 a.m., I believe Buhari will concede to what the APC governors are saying to the judgment of the Supreme Court. And I believe the extension might even be till April, as speculated.
All right, brilliant.
Okay, let me push back on you a little bit on that.
All right, thank you. Yeah. Go on, but I think Desmond wanted to come before you, but carry on. Yeah, thank you, Nelson. So I have that interjection, and then we go on to Fatai.
Yeah. Okay, yeah, Mr. Nelson, you basically made some opinions which you're entitled to your opinion. That's true. But when you look at the election we're about to have right now, it's a totally new election. That's what's called the Electoral Act, right?
Yeah.
And that act, there are very pertinent sections that we didn't have before, say the Jonathan election, right? So I want you to tell me how Tinubu is going to be able to overcome some of those things. For example, we have these beavers that we talked about, that your beavers would have to make your PVC recognize it, right? You don't have incident forms. So it's not like what they used to do before, pack a lot of people in and they were using incident forms to vote. So if you have to transmit that result right there, as people are voting every 10 minutes, to transmit the result, it's a photograph. It's not something you could edit. So when you get to that ward level, those people in that precinct would have the result of that particular precinct right there, live. You could actually also go and watch the results as they're coming in the INEC forum. So tell me, because when you rely on Kolata's permutations, he's thinking that governors as a structure, like you said before, would help. Do you understand? The governors would help somebody win their state. There's no such thing. I cited example with the Osun election, the governor, if he could win that state as a governor, he's the one with the structure. He would have beat Adeleke, who beat him before, but he was able to win that election from rigging, right? Took it away from him. So this time around, you have this things to consider. So just forget about Kulata. Tell me where you are doubling up what Kulata gave Tinubu. You're saying he's going to win with 43%. Some of the places that he said he's going to win is in the south.
Yeah,
south.
can I double down?
Okay.
Can I double down before you
Please,
take
please,
it?
let me just answer that
just
question.
hold on, Nelson. Come in there.
Yeah. Oh man, I've stopped all this permutating on who's going to win or whatever. I have stopped it a long time ago because someone told me stop doing that. You get. But I want to know when you say something like this, and I think another person made a statement about presidency, and again an example is Jonathan about vote buying, right? Jonathan was the president and incumbent president, and he ran an election with Buhari, and he has all the state coffin. I mean, he has all the money in the world. Buhari, you can't compare how much Buhari has to how much Jonathan has to buy election. But still yet, because I voted in that election, people collected money from both ways and voted who they want to vote. So when we are trying to compare vote buying and put it that is going to hold water in this election, believe me, vote people that wants to vote a particular candidate, you vote that person regardless of how much you give him. Because now, what is going to happen is in the north, with what I'm hearing, most people are going for Atiku. And now, if Jagaban, because the card he's trying to
Where are you
play,
hearing that? Where are you hearing that?
I don't want to say, but
so you're asking us to
um,
take your word for it.
One man, I don't say something I don't know. Just believe it
No.
or don't believe it.
The fact that you know it doesn't mean it obtains now.
Yeah. So, what is gonna happen and what is the game is because you can buy the Northerners, most of them come out because they want money, right? Most of them. I mean, I would probably say
Where are you getting
80%
that
of
from? You're just leaping into. Where are you getting all these things from?
no. One man, let me finish. People are not. I can show you some videos. They're asking who are you going to vote. He said, anybody that gives me money, I can send you those videos in the north.
Yeah. So
they
what?
come out.
So what?
Let me
You can
finish.
send similar videos from Yoruba land and Igbo land.
No, you can hardly see those videos in the south.
You
But in the north,
you can hardly see those. You can hardly see those videos in the
you can
south.
hardly see it in the south. But what I'm saying
What are you talking about?
this is different now.
Yesterday, a
One man.
lady came
It's
out
different.
to say,
Are they not selling their votes?
one
One
man,
man. You know why I
yesterday,
said this
a
is
lady
different?
came out, hold on there, a lady came out, it was on social media, we're saying it's somebody that gives her money that she's going to vote for, that they should bring 20,000 that she's going to vote for. They say which party? You say no, anybody that gives her money, she's going to vote. A old lady, she's not even young, that she's going to vote for anybody that gives her money. So I don't know what you're talking about. If I'm not you talk, you'll be saying you don't know what you're talking about there.
It rarely does.
One man. If you want me to send the video, I will. But
One man.
let me finish.
Yeah, but I just played you a video now. So the fact that the
Can I
video you will
finish?
send me will only be the same as I just played you from Yoruba land.
It's
One
not.
People are
man.
selling their votes all over the country.
One
It's
man.
not.
Can
I can show you
news
like 5 videos.
Can
the
I
Yeah, and I
news
can
is
show you
coming
five. I can
from
show you 5 from Yoruba land and Igbo land as well. People are selling their votes all over the country.
One man, can I
the news.
interject a
The
little?
news
Hold
is
on,
coming
Zeta.
from
Yeah.
Let me finish
OC,
now.
OCN, Obi Cable News, Obedient
Cable
Cable
News.
News,
Look at that.
Can I finish?
Is that the rebranded Radio Biafra to be Cable
Let me
News?
finish,
Look at
one
that.
man. Let me finish
Yeah.
first. So now, what is gonna play out in the north is what Jagaban anyway is banking. I feel like is banking on is to buy a lot of votes, which they normally do in the north, mostly in the north. Yeah. So now it's gonna be who
No.
has
Why will
the.
it? What? No. So why would you say that? Why would you say it's why?
That is, like I
Why?
said, that is what I feel now. If I
No, but
say
why
this
do
is
you
what I
feel that?
know,
Why? Why do you feel that?
because that's the game they are playing in the north. Who has the
Who
highest
told you
money to
that?
buy votes?
Who told you that?
One is that we already know the indices shows that the north has the highest poor rate, right? That is the indices. So when
Right.
people are poor, any amount you give them is liable they're gonna
Oh
collect.
my
Do you
God,
get?
stop
One
talking
man,
about
I think
It,
people
it's just
So let me
condescending. I
finish
don't like
now.
it.
you should correct
You
this.
Can I
guys love
finish?
to people
no. It's
condescendingly.
very ludicrous. Something.
Because
Can I
No,
finish?
don't.
you are speaking about a
Please,
whole region
please,
in this
please,
direction.
please.
Hold on, in this
I'm saying
direction.
something now. I didn't
Okay,
disturb anybody. Can I
vote
talk?
buying is not an exclusive preserve of a region. The
Okay,
whole of
fine,
Nigeria, every region, they buy
fine,
votes in the southeast,
fine.
in the southwest, south, and the north.
All
And
right,
then let
I
me tell you
agree.
one thing that you guys do not know.
Enigmatic, let me finish. I agree with you 100%. Fine. So,
You have to guide your statement, though you
can
are speaking
I?
about the north, because you will not like it
No,
if you
no,
speak about
no,
the north
no.
people again.
Listen, I gave you the fact and indices. That's just
What
it.
do you mean
And
the
that is the
fact? What do you
fact.
mean the
You
fact?
are
You're
not
not
talking
giving
The,
any
about
fact
facts.
now.
no. The fact is that the North, the indices shows the North has the highest poor population. Do you want me to bring it out?
Oh my
Okay.
Is
God.
what is what is showing. Are we denying that fact? It's what the recent whatever came out to tell us. So I don't know what the people are complaining that I'm just trying to be tribal. I'm not being tribal. It's what the 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 whatever scientific scales, whatever they did, is
Scientific
So are
showing.
you
skills.
saying they don't buy votes in other
Listen,
places about the north?
I'm not saying that they don't buy votes in the south. I didn't open my mouth to say that. I
Because
said
you
there
guys
is
want to wrap
higher
this
chance.
you guys just want to wrap this election around. But do you know
No, I'm not
hold
rapping.
on. Let me tell
Can
you
I
one thing.
finish?
Open your mind. Hold on. Open
Enigmatic.
your mind.
No,
Let me.
hold on.
You have said your
It
opinion
just wants to
now.
give us. Sorry, hold on, enigmatic. But take us there
When I
quickly.
finish, you can
You
come
want
on.
to
Yes,
you want to
that's
give us the Edo watch
It's too
delivery. Go
rebellious
on.
with
Yeah,
his
yeah.
lies every day.
now the thing that's gonna happen is gonna be a money politics in the north and also in the south. Yeah, but more so in the north, and whoever buys more votes. But now it's different because what I'm hearing is that people in the north are still going to vote for Atiku because Atiku is still going to bring out that money to buy that vote. Still the
Wow.
same vote that Tinubu will bring, right? But now, that's the
Where are you
end of
hearing
this
it?
matter.
What? No, it's
Forget
not the end
forget where
now.
I'm hearing it. I can show you. Don't worry, one man. But
Uh,
Madam Zita, you made a statement at first. Like I'm an ordinary trader. I don't know anything. You made a statement that about your permutation or your spreadsheet. I said something about the your 2020 election was
Yeah.
wrong because of the
No, I didn't say it
pandemic.
was wrong. I said I abandoned it
Okay,
because I could
because
not find variable for the pandemic. The professor that
okay,
taught me, when he taught me, he did not teach me about pandemic and then third runoff.
okay,
So I abandoned those two elections.
okay. But the pandemic you're talking about, I'm not sure why you left it because
You
I'm
didn't
not
hear
very
what I said.
intelligent.
You
Yeah,
didn't hear
you
what I
left it.
said.
Now you abandoned it. That's what
You
I'm
didn't
saying.
hear what I said. I'm sure you didn't. I said that I could not because I did not know the variable to use for it. The
Okay,
professor that taught me when he was teaching it, he did not teach me pandemic,
okay,
when the election goes to first run up, second run up, third run up, what elements you are supposed to use. So when that pandemic happened,
okay. Now the
I didn't know
pandemic.
what
I'm
to,
going to the
I
pandemic
abandoned it.
side.
Yeah.
Madam Rita, you can't even compare the US election to the
So
Nigerian election.
No, no,
Des,
no.
let me
I'm
tell you
coming to
something here.
that. If you want me to talk
Let
about
me
that,
just
I'll
No, we
quickly
don't
talk
slip in
want to
about
go
that.
something.
over that
My
again. I just
last
want Des
experience.
to no, please. I just want Des to
I haven't
land
even
because
said anything,
the
and
thing
people are.
is there's too much stop starting and whatnot. Land your point, then we move on.
Yeah,
Yeah,
let me
yeah.
land. So
One
can
man.
I?
Hold on for Des. Yeah, Des, take us
Yeah.
quickly.
So the pandemic. I'm just saying. I think you wouldn't have left it or abandoned it
I didn't
because
say, oh no, you didn't hear me.
What?
You
You said you
didn't get
No,
abandoned
no,
my
the.
he heard you, but he is selectively listening so that he can land the
No,
point. So
no, no,
land,
no.
no, just land the point, please, and help us out so we can move on.
Okay, you said you abandoned it because of the variables of pandemic. So I heard you, right? I'm saying that you shouldn't have abandoned it because now the variable of the pandemic, it cancels out when you're doing a spreadsheet because it's a pandemic. It cancels out on both parties or how many parties you're dealing with at the time. So when something like this kind of event happens and you are trying to do a spreadsheet, and if it's a worldwide
It
event
cancels
that
out.
affects,
Sorry, it
if
cancels
it
out to what
if it
degree?
affects if it affects everybody, it
Yeah,
cancels
but to
out.
what degree? To what
If the
degree?
pandemic,
Hold
if the
on,
if the
you just like to rush on. To what degree?
there's no degree, there's nothing
one man.
like
No,
any
hold
degree. Do
on,
you
Zeta,
get?
because it doesn't understand what you're saying. It doesn't
I
count.
understand.
No, it impacts differently on different political permutations for every
Thank you.
party. So
Thank you.
how do you apply that? An
Thank
unknown
you.
quantity.
Mm.
Okay, now why I would say this, it doesn't. Oh, the Democrats, it affected them. The
To what
Republicans, it
degree? To
affected
what
them.
Oh my
degree?
To
God.
the
You
to
know,
the
all
same
right, thank you.
degree,
No,
the
no,
same
don't worry.
degree.
It's
One
not the same
man.
degree. Now, what are you talking
You are
about?
not understanding.
It doesn't understand, of course.
It doesn't
See,
affect the
wait,
Democrat Party
wait.
now.
Let me explain something a little. I don't want to take anybody's time. Pandemic is something that happened. So when you want to factor it into an election, you have to look for variables for it. Is it low voter turnout? Is it going to be a judgment? Is the election going to be cancelled and postponed? If the election is cancelled and postponed, what other things can you factor in? That's why I said I did not
Okay,
know
okay.
the
I understand you now.
variable to use in my calculation. But even at
Oh, I
that,
understand what you mean now.
removing removing what happened. That is, let's assume you remove the pandemic that I didn't know what to do with. He was cruising to victory. You get the point? So for you to say that somebody talks anyhow and you see how he talks, and he was kicked out. For somebody to go into an election and come back to that election and 12 million people bought his idea. That's a lot. So that's what I was saying. That's a
Okay, I
lot.
understand.
Uh-huh.
No,
So it's not
I thought you were like saying that you abandoned it because of the
no.
pandemic.
It's
That's what
when
I thought.
something happened in an election, you look for variables that will affect it. Do you understand?
All right,
Because we are
Can
doing
I quickly give my
analysis.
final take?
All right, that clears us up. Give us your final summary, Nelson, and then we're going to Fatai.
Let
Okay.
me
Okay.
say
So
goodbye to you. Bro, before
I
you
just want to
continue,
talk about
let me say
the.
good night to everybody on the platform. It's been a wonderful session. One man, thanks for the opportunity for tonight. And then to everybody, let me tell you my final stuff before I go. APC and PDP, they do not need to buy votes in all the locations, in all the regions. There are so
That's
many people
right.
that do not need
That's
money
right.
to vote for this. They just need to buy votes in certain areas. So people that are believing that Atiku will need to buy all Nigerians or Tinubu will buy all Nigerians to win election. 60% of their voters do not need a dime to vote for them. Good night, everyone.
All right, thank you,
Yeah. So
rational mind. Sorry, enigmatic. Yeah.
so for me, when we talk about vote buying, when we talk about the result of the election, I just want to say some things. My last voting experience in Nigeria, personally, an election where I voted was in 2007 for Umaru Musa Yar'Adua. I actually wanted to vote for a Buhari in that election, but the polling unit where I voted, Immediately we started accreditation. They just talks from the community were mobilized. Talks from that same street were mobilized. They've already paid them off. They came with local weapons, and they told us the party to vote. They told us to vote for PDP, Yaradua. And you dare not. They even gave us a small bag of rice as compensation. At that polling unit, over 300 or some people voted. PDP had, I think the opposition had 0 in that polling unit. And a lot of us, people from my own family, everybody wanted to vote for AMPP in that election. Far back to when I was in Ogumosho, same thing happened, Ajimobi and Akala governorship election. I didn't vote in that election, but my auntie's husband, who is a professor in Lautech, I was with them. We went to the polling unit together. He said he's going to wait till they count the vote. They counted the vote at high school. If you are from Oyo State and you know Gomosho, high school, they call the place California, that street.
I know California.
Yes, that place, there was a time a truck, a fuel tanker fell at that polling unit where we voted, and they voted that day. After they counted the vote, Akala scored about 100 something, while Ajimobi scored 50 something. My sister's husband waited at that polling unit till they finished counting the vote. They recorded everything. People left. The final result at that polling unit came out as 291 to 1. This is Nigeria. People are just talking like structures don't count. Where in my own state, on election day, you see top politicians. There's a man, the former Speaker of House of Assembly. His name is, I can mention his name on this platform. At that time, they will come with about 15 buses full of soldiers and thugs. They will drop 3 people at each polling unit. They make sure people vote. They've already paid the INEC staffs. That's what structure is in Nigerian politics. They don't even need to pay you guys big money. They only give us rice. I remember vividly 2007. So when people come and say structure doesn't win elections, this is Nigeria, and I know what I'm saying.
Yeah, hold it
So
right
that's my
there,
final take on.
Nelson. See, that's what I was saying. You don't understand. See, that structure was in place. There's no doubt about that. That's what they were used to do. This particular
Beavers
election
is not going to do anything. Beavers is not transmitting live. Beavers is just going to show you the number of accredited people. Do you think Oyetola had that numbers in Osho State? It was rigged. If you don't know.
No. Listen to me.
Oyetola rigged. I don't want to tell you more about Osho election.
No. What you need to know this. That's what
Let
I'm
me just
saying.
tell you. Oyetola rigged. Why this other guy rigged?
No. That's
you
nothing
can
like
rig
that.
Beavers. Don't act like Nigeria is US.
No, please listen. You have to have accredited number of votes, right? If you want, I'll give you the exact sections. Just hold on. That the INEC has been empowered with this Electoral Act. It's not up for debate. This is the facts.
Have you read the Electoral Act thoroughly?
I have read it.
I don't think you read through the Electoral Act.
I've read it. I've read it thoroughly, and I could quote you any particular section that you want. I'll tell you. This is not a guesswork. INEC is doing a fantastic job. They have conducted 3 elections since the act itself. Those who are supposed to win won. Soludo won. The polling had him to win it, right? And the one I told you in the Socorro and Delta State, and then the one in Oshun. But in the Oshun, they had an overvote because that Beavers is going to catch that. That's important. That's a number of accredited votes. So if you go there and vote more than the accreditation, then you're going to be caught. It doesn't mean the person who did that overvoting is going to take over immediately. No, he's going to sue. It's going to be the person who did the overvoting that's going to sue. Because when he did the overvoting, he gave his opponent a lot of votes. That opponent won. But the opponent stays in office, just like Adeleke is in office right now. So it's up to them to challenge it. Now, INEC is going to go over there and deal with it, okay? So what you said in 2007 is true. the people who did the accreditation, who did the collation,
I'm not
they could
talking
put
about
it in any.
overvoting.
Okay,
You are
so
not getting
let
what
me
I'm
give you
saying, Pansat. There's nothing like
relevant.
overvoting here. I'm talking about you didn't get it. Pansat,
No,
please listen.
Section 51 of the Act. That's what I'm trying to tell you. There are 3 relevant sections. You have to go read it. 47 is accreditation of voters and the voting itself. That's as an act. Section 47 is important. Section 51 is the overvoting that we're talking about. Do you understand? So that section 47 is very, very important. They've used it so far. We know what the shortcomings of the Beavers is. That's not one of them. You cannot get over that. See, I'm saying that APC is operating under your own thinking, the way you think now. You're going to think they know, but they don't know. They cannot do that. It's impossible. INEC has stuck their reputation on this. That technology is solid and it's manned
Pansat,
by
what are you
IT.
saying? People that make the law, you said they don't know. What are you talking about?
No, that's what I'm telling you. You see, this gentleman, Nelson, sounds like a very intelligent person. He's knowledgeable. He's witnessed election rigging, right? But he doesn't know the law.
Are you telling me that the Beavers is perfect? You think it cannot be manipulated, or what are you saying?
No, the Beavers cannot be manipulated. Listen to this. It cannot be manipulated because hold on. Let me answer you, John Lekoko.
Okay.
The reason is that you have to look at how do you win it? How do you manipulate election, right? Number one, you have somebody who is not that person to vote, right? Let's say you have teenagers, you go to chat and you bring people in to vote. Maybe use incident forms. But if you have to, by artificial intelligence, by model, whereby your PVC itself has to be authenticated, and then from your biometrics, it will show that INEC official there. That's you. Then you go in and vote, right? So that's one. Then the other times that they rig it, according to Nelson, you heard him tell you the truth. That's the truth. Is what the soldiers transport those to collect, and they could write in any amount they want. Now, you can't do that anymore because with this, it's uploading every 10 minutes. So those the party officials, they're gonna have a copy. The citizens are gonna have a copy. They'll be there when that vote is done. They will know. Let's say it's 100 people in that precinct, right? They know exactly what our result is in time, live. Until that thing is transported, it's remitted to the center. It has to match. It has to be the same thing. I've just told you there's been 3 elections conducted so far. There is no, you couldn't get over that. There's no way. INEC has a tight machine. The IT is very good. So there's nothing you could do. The results have to match. So when are you going to do it? When are you going to rig it? You either rig it during collation or you rig it when people are going in there to vote. You can't do any of those. Yeah, go ahead. I'm saying they don't know.
I hope
APC
you
doesn't
won't
know
come
this.
after election to come
I'll be
and
here.
cry and complain about INEC
I'm
because
going
you
to
have
call
so
in
much
from
belief
Nigeria.
in
I'm going to
INEC
call
now.
in this show from Nigeria. I'll be there. I'm going to vote. I'll call in from Nigeria. I'll show you.
Can I interject?
Sure.
Look, Pansat.
Can I ask
the
the
shortcoming of Beaver have not been revealed to us yet. We're gonna know after this election. So
there is no shortcoming. There are 3 things.
Hold on now. Hold on.
No, but there's something that is true. There's no shortcoming.
Hold on. It has not been tested. It has not been tested nationwide. It's just been used in Oshun, in Ekiti, just about maybe 3 or 4 states. That is not a national, but we are going to have it used across the country at the same time. And after that, we'll be able to see how effective it is and the shortcoming and everything. We're going to know. This is going to be the first time that's going to be put into use. The real practical use. So for people to be jumping up to say, oh, there cannot be this, there cannot be that, we don't know yet. So it was after the election we're gonna know. So let us just keep calm. Don't let us praise them enough. Don't let us praise INEC and everything that they brought.
Let me ask
Look,
you, do you know what's called IREV? IREV. Do you know what
That's
that
the
is?
portal. That's the portal that, yeah.
Right. And I like how you jump in one man to what do you call it? You know, it's not fair. In that sense, let Ajan Lekoko.
But you want to catch you want to catch him out, Abby?
No,
Okay,
no,
carry
no. I
on.
want to learn these things because it's very, very important. The point
Can
is
I
this.
interject?
Let me just
Hold
take
on,
this in
Zita.
conclusion.
Yeah.
Here's what I'm going to tell you. Trust me on these things. If you don't agree, I recommend a Mike Igini from.
you don't know Nigeria. That's
Hold on,
why
I
you're
know
talking.
Nigeria. I'm a Nigerian. I'm going to be on ground for this.
You don't know
It
Nigeria.
took a while to have this Electoral Act passed. It's a very, very important thing. So once Buhari signed that act, I don't even know if he knew what he was signing, right? But obviously he didn't sign it during his own election in 2019. So I'm assuming that he does know. There is no way you could rig the election. Now, you can do certain things that you're going to be caught.
Hold on, Pastor.
Yeah.
Let me ask you a question. How are elections rigged in Nigeria?
The way they rigged it before was low tech, right? So you go, for example, you can have people come and vote who are not even registered to vote. They will use what they used to call incident forms. So whether you have a PVC or you don't have a PVC, you use that incident form to vote. So the governors were important in that case because you could just load them up. You could have a carol vote. This time you don't have incident form. It's completely thrown out. You don't have that at all. That's important. The other place
let me tell you how elections are rigged.
I was going to say the last one. Maybe
yeah, go
what
on.
I'm going to say. The last one is during collation. You could vote and vote and vote. When they get to the ward or whatever they're going to collect it, they just change the numbers. Let's say you got 100 votes and I got 1,000. They could make yours 2,000 and make mine 1,000. Do you understand what I'm saying? So that's the way that was it. That's a low tech. You cannot do that now.
Let me tell you how I understand the election rigging in Nigeria. It's voter intimidation, that's one. Vote buying, that's two. Corrupting INEC officials, that's three. And then overvoting, so that's four. So there are several ways that that votes can be that elections are rigged in Nigeria. So the vote buying, it's not just at the rudimentary level of having some shadowy figure at the on the queues handing over 1,000 naira to people. What do they do? Des was talking about the North. What they do is that they go and negotiate with the patriarch of a voting bloc. So let's say, for instance, let's use Metiala as the example. If they negotiate with the Metiala group, and either through persuasion or money, they get that group to yield to them. So all of that group, if they are 10,000, 100,000, 1 million, whatever, they are all going to sway that vote in that direction. So that's how it's done.
You're right. Those are part of the rigging of an election. That's true. But let's stick to this. Okay, let's say an Igbo man in Lagos, right? And you have two Abokis running for office. Say Buhari versus Atiku, 2019. He's gonna reluctantly go to vote, but if you try to intimidate him, maybe he'll say, "No, what do I care between those two? I don't care who wins, right?" Not this time, though. For example, when you have Obi on the platform, on the election, you cannot intimidate anybody. The way Nigeria is right now, a lot of people are suffering.
Pastor, you are not getting
those
the
kind of
point.
low.
It's not about.
Let
It's not
me
about
finish. Let me
intimidation.
finish. I was giving an example. What I'm saying,
You've been
in my
talking
case,
all along. I've been saying the same thing.
No.
Come
I'm
on,
not
man.
saying the same thing, but let me conclude by saying this. DOG. In the past elections, you could intimidate somebody in the low key that he's talking about, right? If it's not really important, people would go ahead and let you have it. But the youth that we have today, NSAS kind of people, people from the southeast, people from the northeast, people from the southwest, you're not going to be able to intimidate anybody. So just not enough to sway an election. So we're talking about the major election rigging nationwide, where you really win nationwide, right? So that's the only concern we have, is that technology, the BVAS, right? That technology is that's what made Soludo win. For example, in the Anambra election, you don't think it's choir boys that run against Soludo there. No, those Obas are very dangerous politicians, but they couldn't pull it off. In the case of Oshun, the same thing. And the one I'm talking about in Delta. So the other day, INEC just ran a mock test on this thing. This BVAS is strong. I'm trying to have Tinubu, don't waste your money. There's nothing these governors are going to be able to do for you.
All right.
And take a look at that technology. You cannot.
All right. Thank you, Pansat. It's only because we've heard you say this thing so often. Let's hear from just a very brief interjection, Zita, because I want to move the conversation on now. Yeah, carry on.
Just a question. The last person that spoke. So now you are telling everybody in this platform that whatever be the outcome of the result, you're gonna accept it.
Yes, if
the
records are there, yeah.
You can move on.
If you could, I could put it down for you right now. Whatever the outcome of this election is, I'm going to accept it.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right. Thank you for that question. It was quite important to hear Pansat say that. So, because you have invested so much confidence in the system now, if they tell you that Obi that did not win, then you still accept the result. So that's brilliant. So that's a development. That's progress right there. Let's move.
Remember, I'm not part of the Obi campaign. I'm speaking as a Nigerian citizen, as a citizen. I'm not a part of their campaign whatsoever. But if for example, they destroy the storage or the system the night before or whatever, if they do anything like that, then it's a declaration of war.
But you've been calling on people to vote for Obi now. What are you saying, Pansat?
I'm not a part of their campaign. I am calling on people to vote for Obi. Yes, I support Obi, but I'm
is
not
that not the
part of
campaign?
No, I'm not a part of their campaign.
You were telling one man some few minutes ago that we will have the best president if you have Obi.
Yes.
And calling on all Nigerians to vote for him. That's the only man that can save us.
Yes.
I
really do.
And you are saying at the same time you are saying that you are not. Pansa, don't play this kind of game.
I'm saying I'm not a part of.
Let
one
us
man,
know where you are.
what I mean?
If you stand with
one
Obi,
man,
stand with him. It is cool.
No, one man. You always come in to help him out. Help him out here. I am not an official part of their campaign. I'm a citizen who's made a choice, who I am recommending to Nigerians to vote for.
So what does recommending? Recommending somebody in an election, what does it mean?
Say that again.
Stop being silly, mate.
What do you mean? Are being silly? You talking about
like you guys don't understand English or what?
You're encouraging people to
one man, can you just end this now? It's like people that doesn't understand English.
Trying to convince people to vote for a particular candidate.
One man
campaigning for them.
Sorry, the man just told you is not part of the campaign. Are you guys not listening? It's like English is no longer English. What's this? You guys are just trying to go over the
99% of the problem I'm having, to be honest with you, is that these people don't have a good comprehension. That's just
who is that?
We have
settle down. No, please. Let's not. Yeah, go on.
We have a clear choice to be made here. It's obvious to all Nigerians. We're all brothers and sisters, right? So we've campaigned hard, we've fought. I've come here and I've fought so hard, right? It's now time to narrow this thing down. You can't be talking to me the way you're talking to me. I could be your dad, DOG. I'm here. I haven't.
You can't be my dad.
Yes,
hold on, DOG. Sorry, DOG. No. I'm going to have to remove you. No, you can't call
Take me out.
No. I will. No. That unacceptable. Apologies twice to Pansat. First, I did not like the tone you adopted. And I was going to let it go, but Pansat picked it up. So that tone was not right. and the name calling is certainly not acceptable. But thank you. Apologies for that, Pansat.
Thank you very much.
Well, all right. So let's just move the conversation on, and it's just, I won't take that sort of language now, so why use it? Sorry, DOJ, but you gave me no choice. Let's take the conversation on and take it to Fatai, who hopefully a more steady voice. Fatai, are you asleep? Unlike you to be quiet, Fatai. Look at that. So I'm here.
Fatai ń jágbàdo lọ́wọ́, àgbàdo
Fatai.
Can you hear me?
Barely, we can barely hear you.
Yeah. I wasn't following the conversation. I don't know.
Are you ready, or do you want me to come back to you?
Yeah, I can take it later.
All right. Okay, when I do come back.
It's not very audible.
No, it's not at all audible. All right, we'll come back to Fatai when it. Yeah, we can hear. Yeah, it's audible now.
Okay. Yeah, I wasn't following the conversation. I don't know what is this.
What we were talking about is the ever evolving space of the Naira space. So the Supreme Court, of course, they had a judgment today, which is now yesterday, where I am, and they've only really kicked the can down the road to the 22nd of February. But then there are speculations that Buhari is now negotiating to move the deadline to April the 10th. But there are quite a few caveats in that moving, because he is suggesting then that the 200 Naira note, it can continue to be a legal tender that can go in and out of the banks, but that's the 500 and 1,000 Naira that they've been largely destroyed. So they can still be legal tender, but they will not come out of the banks when they go back in because they have been destroyed. So they're negotiating with the governor's space to get a resolution, especially the governors in court. But what the governors are saying is that a lot of that negotiation is based on lies, because the 1,500 Naira notes, a single one of them has not been destroyed. They are still in the vault of the commercial bank. So how to negotiate a soft landing for himself is what Buhari is permutating now. But then the news now came out that he's going to have a national broadcast at 7 a.m. Today. So we're anticipating then what he's going to announce to the nation. Is it just going to abandon this policy, not the policy in totality, but the deadline? Or is it just going to loosen the nose a little bit while still squeezing, but letting the space run free a little bit? So I'm not sure how much of that you have been following in the news cycle, Fatai.
Well, I followed up to the point. I think it's even your headline. I think that's why initially I came in. If you remember, it was a time I was saying that. I think it was after the National Council meeting, and I said, look, they have a council meeting. Who is going to provide them information, intelligence about what is going on in CBN? Emefiele is the guy with the problem. Is he going to give them the right intelligence, the right information? He's sitting on the information. Is he going to tell them what is the problem there when he is the problem there? Buhari is not going to, whatever he's going to say makes...
They are also speculating that he's equally going to be announcing the sacking of Emefiele tomorrow.
One man. When they announce it, are they going to come and write me a letter of credit? If Emefiele does not go, it's not interesting. Whatever he's going to say tomorrow, if he's not including Emefiele going, what's the point? Emefiele has to go. They will not find a solution to that problem. It was even I said, let's have a new situation. If Emefiele goes, they can understand the origin of the problem. What is the problem? Where did the problem come in? What really is going on? Emefiele is not, you're not going to know what is going on except Emefiele goes. This guy gave a conference to some international whatever, I think 2 days ago or thereabout, just lambasting Nigerians. Everybody is a problem except POS is the problem. POS is the criminal element. Nigerians are the criminal element who are selling their turns on the queue. The banks are the problem. Whatever, everybody is the problem. Like every Nigeria is a zoo animal except him, and he is so dumb. Actually, at this point, it's not even an insult to call him dumb anymore. I mean, it felt like an insult the first time I said it, but I mean, it's obviously, he was a director at the Zenith Bank. He brought all that brain of commercial banks to come around the CBN. The CBN is not a commercial bank. That's the reason they call it central bank, not the Zenith Bank. It destroyed all our economy. That country is not going to recover from whatever stupid stuff is done now if it's not well managed. Half a century will never recover from the mess it's created. Nobody understand what is going on. When they will start to understand, we have constitutional crisis. We have whatever kind of crisis. It's a disgrace that that guy is our CBN governor. It's a disgrace to our country.
But we are where we are. So a resolution and a solution is now what we're
The
looking
only
to.
solution is for him to go. There's no other
Yeah,
solution.
but the anticipation is that by before the end of today, he is gone.
Thank God. He has to go because when he goes, he's going to also send a message to whatever, to the market, that this is not because as it is right now, the Naira is a very, nobody's going to keep the Naira. Why do I want to keep a Naira that I don't know, somebody do whatever they want? Some guy, only one guy can just change the fate of the currency of the Naira. Just some guy can just wake up and it's supposed to be more robust than that. It's supposed to be more stable. Otherwise, that currency is going to be a junk. What is not going to be useful if it's not more stable than that? So if we let him go, at least it sends a message that we have our institution at least a little bit. It's not a one man show. A one man that actually has no brain. It's not just that kind of a show. It's like we're like in 12th century. I don't even think this sort of thing will happen. And that guy will go in the Guinness Book of Records for what he did. Because I don't think you can find any country on the planet that you can easily destroy their currency like that. That currency, the Naira is like is worthless like paper. If that show continues, it's paper. I cannot even tell. The reason people keep money is because that is the difference between money and a paper. The value is there. It can fluctuate and there, but the soul of what is doing is destroying the soul of Naira. Well, I mean, I can't tell that if I have this Naira by tomorrow, it will still be a currency or a toilet paper. This is essentially what it's doing. The message he has sent is that our Naira is something that if you hold it today, you have no idea whether it will be a currency by tomorrow or it will be ordinary toilet paper. So there is nothing interesting Buhari will do if he doesn't fire MFA. They are only dilly-dallying. They will be circling around and now extend it today, extend it tomorrow. The first time this thing came, I also came like the Supreme Court will adjourn they will adjourn the hearing. It's not going to give a judgment. Even this 22 it gives them, and maybe should give them save them fair, and also maybe does also want to look like they are adjourning over and above the election, so that it doesn't look like the Supreme Court is meddling in the elections.
Can I interject, please?
Sorry, is that not meddling somewhat? Adjourning it to the 22nd, which is only 3 days to the elections.
No, 60 days.
Adjourning it over will be the meddling. I think that's
he
the
adjourned
name.
it for 60 days. Look at
they adjourned to the 22nd of February.
No, they have adjourned it to 60 days.
Who adjourned what?
Zita, you're wrong.
The court adjourned it to the 22nd.
Oh, sorry.
Of February.
Sorry,
yeah.
They have extended it to 60 days. You people won.
No, they haven't extended it yet, but they are in the process of extending it.
It's going for 60 days. You people won. Are you happy now?
No.
It's not about us. All these people who are thinking goodbye, Tinubu wants to buy vote. They have no idea. Your currency is being turned to a toilet paper, and you say, "Oh, he has no Tinubu cannot win." What is the one positive that comes out of this whole experience we have all been out of all this torture we have all been subjected to. Even people, even for many of us that maybe not even using the right Naira now, even what we are seeing with our eyes is torture. What is the good from this? They tell us some stupidity. Oh, it stops on bandits. Why is the CBN? Is the CBN FBI? Is the CBN? I don't know, military. If you have everything, if you cannot, you had 8 years, you have everything. If you cannot take care of banditry, you're not going to destroy our currency on your way out. And you tell us, oh, I am stopping banditry. They tell us, oh, inflation is down by 4%. Of course, inflation will be down when we take out all the money from circulation. That is not even. It's like saying, oh, 133 million people are hungry. I
Yeah,
kill
but Fatai,
people
that
30 million. I say
that is
hunger
his
is down.
that's his call. If you want to be a CBN governor, then you got to apply for the job. This is Emefiele's call and the president's call.
Emefiele's call to destroy our country.
No,
It's not
just
only his country; it's my country as well.
understand what I'm saying. As far as we are concerned, what we're discussing, why we're here.
Yeah.
What we're here to discuss
Yeah.
is the policy. Who's got the right to do the policy?
That's what I'm discussing.
Not the consequences. The consequences of it. Yeah, maybe I agree with you.
No. You don't even you have no outlook of the consequence. The consequence, the stent will still be around this country for the next half a century if it's not well managed.
That is true.
We haven't even seen the consequences yet.
That is true. But what I'm saying myself is that why we're here, we've assembled here to discuss this election that's going to take place in about 10 days. And some of the actors here are arguing how it's going to affect the election. Now, the way it's going to affect the economy a year from now, 6 months from now, that is really academic as far as I'm concerned. There are pluses and minuses to it. But as far as it's legal, okay, the right person is making the call.
Actually, by the way, it's not legal.
That's his job.
It's against the law against the law that empowered him to do it.
No. What I'm saying is that you're gonna have to go and change the constitution, for example. As far as he is the CBN governor, he's entitled.
That's what I've been saying. They should fire him. He doesn't deserve that office.
Yeah.
That office
it's not easy to fire him. Buhari
whatever they should do.
Buhari cannot fire him.
Good luck, Jonathan.
What do you mean Buhari cannot fire him? What do you mean Buhari cannot fire him?
Because you're gonna have to find out the constitutional ways to remove somebody like that from office.
Come on, Pansat, man. That's not true.
Let me
extraordinary whatever.
You have to go to the Senate and get 2/3 of the Senate.
No, you don't have to. You were there when Goodluck Jonathan fired Sanusi now. So what are we talking about?
I was here when he was removed from office. That was a totally different situation because
it was removed from office. How is it different? By an executive order.
Oh yeah, that's what I'm saying. The president. You know what? Let me just research that. So go ahead. Let me research that, and so we need to know that for a fact. Let's not guess.
Yeah, but if you have not researched it, Pastor, how were you talking about it?
I know that the National Assembly can remove him, but they can remove him by 2/3, a supermajority. If the president doesn't want him fired, which is the situation right now. The National Assembly
that's opposite. You're arguing from negative.
No, hold on. This is the facts, but in order for me, I'm gonna quote it for you verbatim from the Constitution, right? So, but if you want to know from just your layman giving you his opinion on it, the point is that if the president doesn't want him fired, which is the case, in order to remove him from office, you're going to need a supermajority.
We are talking about the president to want him fired.
No, but the president doesn't. The president, all the announcements that he has made, he's made it in front of Aso Rock. He puts out a microphone right there and talk to the press. And Buhari's not against him. But you do have governors, senators, people like that, candidates who want him removed from office. You have to deal with the truth. He's not doing anything that Buhari doesn't want done. So
no. Buhari does not understand economics.
That's not true. That's not true.
What is not?
For some some of us who are older who
He
know
was a
Buhari.
military guy who didn't go to
Hold on.
university.
Hold on. Those of us who know Buhari's modus operandi when he was a
One man, I
military
think,
head of state,
can I make some contribution,
we
please?
know who he is. We know who Buhari is.
Yeah, come in
So-
after
Okay,
Pansat.
that you are, you know his mind. I don't know
No, what I'm
Buhari's
saying,
mind.
he's an austerity kind of guy. If you're
We know
crying,
that. All that we know.
can I land? Let me land. Buhari is somebody who believes in austerity measures. Okay, when he was in his first coming as military head of state, people were in line for bread and milk and stuff like that. He's an austerity kind of guy, and what you see there, that's him. Emefiele cannot do what he's doing unless Buhari or his cabal sanction it, right? So
It's been well
don't
reported.
separate. Hold on, don't separate Emefiele from Buhari. They're
No, they
one
are
and the
separate.
same.
They are
Whatever he's doing, that's what Buhari wants done. That's
They
it.
are separate.
Now, I was giving you credit by saying, okay, there are some people who can still remove Emefiele. What they have to do to remove him from office is a lot. Even in this lawsuit right now, you have Bielsa and another state supporting him. They filed against.
No, they are not supporting him. They are supporting him is different from our CBN. Our CBN, Nigeria, every Nigerian, we are the owner.
No, they're
of the
supporting
CBN. He's not the
CBN
monarch.
position. So you do have the country divided in that format.
So what does he have to do with it? We can fire him even if we even.
You
if,
cannot
even
fire
if
him.
it's
He's
not
an
support. Why not?
independent agency.
What
So in this case of Sanusi, the president wanted him gone. So the president,
that's what we are saying. The president should want this guy gone now.
In order to have apples to apples, Buhari has to want Emefiele gone. But
That's what we are saying.
But he does not deal with the truth.
How do you know you're not in his mind?
I am in his mind.
You're not a mind reader.
I can see him in front of.
Yeah, right. You're a mind reader.
Yeah, Fatai. You cannot just.
One man, can I come in, please?
You cannot make it.
Yes.
Right?
So sorry. Let the progressives come in. Hakim. Yeah.
Yeah. Thank you very much, Woman. This argument, I don't know where it's going.
I don't understand myself.
The redesign of the Naira, as we all know, redesigning of currency, everybody does it. Every country does it. That is not the issue. So Buhari approving the redesign of the currency is not the issue. It is not Buhari's that we implement how that redesigning and withdrawal of the old currency is going to function. So Emefiele is the banker here. He is the one that is going to put out a policy platform in which and how that policy needs to be implemented. So he has come in and he has done a shoddy job by wanting the old currency to phase out in a very short time. Nobody does that. It doesn't happen anyway. One man, this same situation, if you remember, happens in India. Was it last year or the year before? And it wasn't even look, the farmers, this time it was the farmers. If you remember at that time, the serious protests in India. And then the government had to do something about it. You can't just take the money out of circulation in a very short period of time. You have to allow them to work side by side for a while. As the old ones are going in, the bank retains them. You can't just ask people to just take all their money to the bank, and then you're not giving them you're not giving them a new one back, saying, "Oh, the money has to be deposited in the account." In a country like Nigeria, one man, we understand, all of us live, majority of us live in this Western nation, right? You cannot compare the technological advancement with us in Nigeria. You cannot compare the system they have here with us in Nigeria. You know, most of the things that we do here, one man, most of the time I don't even have cash with me. I use my card to pay nearly every single time I make transaction. But it's not like that back home. Everybody acknowledge that, yes, that is the direction we need to move to. But what is the rush?
If there is a tornado or
and my brother, just before we change that space, because every time I hear people mention that India, excuse me, India actually did something significant. In this case, this guy just poured ink on a paper and think he's done some job in the world, right? India actually had introduced a new denomination. They introduced, I don't know whether it is 1,000 or whatever, or it's 2,000. They introduced a new denomination. Not only that, This thing went through their parliament. Here we have a situation of a president who doesn't know who doesn't know about economic stuff. His only expertise is military. And we
when
have
when
a
Emefiele
governor.
resign, when Emefiele leave office, they should make sure they close all the borders so that man does not go anywhere.
Let me ask you a
Number
question.
two, we
Fatai.
have Emefiele who has no clue. Apparently, I'm not. Nobody is saying it. Apparently, as we are seeing with our eyes now, this guy is one. I mean, I don't know. This guy has some stuff up in his head,
Can I say something?
this guy is sick.
Hold on.
He should go. He should go.
Fatai, if you say Buhari don't know anything about it, why is the case the government are pushing to? Why is the government suing? Sorry, the governors suing Buhari then? If you're
No,
saying that
it
Buhari,
said Buhari doesn't know about economics. Not they didn't.
no,
It said that.
he doesn't know about economy. He's still making argument that Buhari doesn't know anything about. That is not him that is controlling MFL.
No, he's saying
No, I
Buhari
think
doesn't know about economics.
doesn't know about economy. So you can't say they are not separate because he doesn't know, and every president doesn't know every single area of what they are doing. They get intelligent. They are briefed.
Okay,
Thank you. I love this thing that he said.
I've sent one man an article that shows that the CBN governor can be removed by the president, provided the removal of the governor shall be supported by 2/3 majority of the Senate. Okay, so one man, I put that in this thing for you in the private session.
They will do it. They will do it, and they will remove them.
I do know what I'm talking about. Sorry.
If the Senate is on recess, they call them back. Extraordinary condition, they set extraordinary action. So what's the problem? There is no problem there. There is not one single senator that will not support the idea.
Pansa, did you send an article quoting the part of quoting a law, or you just sent a written article?
Things could have been so much worse.
I don't know, from Naira Metrics, from unknown website. I think it's from unknown website.
That's what I just wanted to know, if you actually sent an article from inside the law, or did you just
I think the
quote an
article
article?
was written.
Let one man read it now.
No, I'm not going to read it because it's a long essay, but
it's an essay.
It's there in the comments in the private chat. I can post it in the comment section for people to go read.
The article was written by a TikToker, so it's not interesting.
TikToker.
Because it doesn't suit your narrative. It's TikTok.
No, because Nairametrics now, I see the name. I don't even have an interest. Post the article.
You want to know, or you don't want to know? In essence, we want to.
Who doesn't want to know? What is interesting? You say, okay, the president needs to talk of the Senate. That is a standard position of the law.
Can I interject?
You're hoping that tomorrow Buhari comes out there to fire this man, right? So I would want to know, if I'm you, can the president even fire this man, right? So
I say something.
Don't hide the truth. Don't ignore the truth.
Who's that? You are hiding the truth. What truth?
What section of the law are you quoting, Pansat?
Well, let's use the best evidence rule. If you don't have
what section of the law are you quoting? This is what I'm trying to ask now. What section of the law are you quoting?
I'm saying, since you have none, you don't even have an article from what do we say? What is a bad place? You don't even have one that says that the president cannot fire him. So you have to go
what section of the section of the law are you quoting? You quoted sections of the law during when you were talking about beavers, right?
Oh, okay, the beavers. Okay, yeah,
you quoted sections of the law.
Yeah, section.
Yeah, so what sections of the laws are you quoting now?
Oh, the one I'm quoting right now is the
CBN, for Emefiele own.
Yeah, the Emefiele one is the 2007 section 11 of the Central Bank of Nigeria Act 2007.
Central Bank of Nigeria Act.
Yeah, CBN Act.
Oh, come on, man.
Section 11 of the Central Bank of Nigeria Act 2007.
Which says what?
Well,
I already told you what it says.
Okay, let me read you the whole thing, since one man won't do it. The governor of the central bank's disqualification and termination of appointment was clarified in Section 11 of the Central Bank of Nigeria Act 2007. Now, if you want to read you other ways, things he could do. He said, if he's serving as a lawmaker or a director of a bank, the section states that the governor, deputy governor, or director of the CBN should continue in authority. But the act doesn't specify if the governor can remain in service while contesting for a legislative office. 2, the act said a person shall not remain a governor, deputy governor, or director of the bank if he is a member of any federal or state legislative house, or if he is a director, officer, or employee of any bank licensed under the banks and
Can
other
you go to
financial.
the part about firing?
Okay, so the last part, which is the fire, it says the CBN governor can be removed by the president, comma, provided that the removal of the governor shall be supported by 2/3 majority of the Senate, praying that he be so removed.
So what is the
Close quote.
controversy?
Can I
Right?
interject?
What is the controversy?
What do
Can
you
I
mean?
interject?
What is your point? What is the point?
My
you're
point
trying
I'm
to make?
making is that Buhari cannot remove him from office without 2/3
Can
of
I
the Senate. That's what I
Okay,
said
so
before.
so what is the
can I
problem?
interject?
He's going to tell the senators to get 2/3 from them, and they're going to let him go. They can do it tomorrow. They can, even if they are on recess.
Listen, it does not need the National Assembly to get rid of Emefiele. That is not part of the law, Pansat. What you are quoting the CBN, the president is a sole responsibility of the
No, even
executive arm of
it might
government.
be possible.
Okay,
It might be possible.
One man,
the
go ahead and
CBN
rule.
governor
Can
is
you
a
rule
sole
on this?
responsibility of the executive arm of government.
Okay, let's
It
have
did
one
not
man
need
rule.
the National Assembly to
No.
appoint
It
him,
might be
and it does
possible.
not
That
need the National Assembly to fire his ass.
the progressive, it might be possible. That's why they say the CBN is autonomous, because you will need both the executive and legislature to get rid of them. So that might be possible.
Autonomy means
Can
independence
I
in his
interject?
workings,
that is where
not
you
in
get the power
appointment
of independence.
or disengagement from
That is where you
duties.
get the power of independence, because not just one man can just fire you. That is where you get your authority to be independent. But all I'm saying is this: what is the problem? If the president wants him to go tomorrow, even if the Senate is on recess or whatever it is, they can have a extra, whatever they have a name for this, the extraordinary session. They can talk to each other, and they come back for session tomorrow, fire him, and then they go back to their beach and go and be swimming in their beach bag. What's the problem? Extraordinary, what is something necessity, whatever they call it. All these things that can be dealt with. So there is no controversy
Can I
that he will
interject?
fire. Yes,
Can I
madam.
interject?
Yes,
Can I
madam.
interject?
Until the investigation is complete.
Sure.
Okay. You guys are speaking a lot of grammar. The simple thing is the guy that was saying he cannot fire the CBN governor. Can you tell me the law that overrules executive order?
No. Let's just yes, there's the executive order. Let me just read you this article, and then we'll move on, because I think we've overlaid that space. Let me read you this article, but I'll share the screen with you. It says Nigeria Central Bank head Lamido Sanusi ousted, and this is from the BBC. It says Nigeria Central Bank Governor Lamido Sanusi has been suspended by the president for financial. No, can you
I just want to say suspended, so you know that. Okay.
No. I think people heard the word, and I think they understand it. Nigeria's central bank governor Lamido Sanusi has been suspended by the president for financial recklessness and misconduct. Mr. Sanusi caused shockwaves in Nigeria when he alleged $20 billion of oil revenue had gone missing. Nigeria's, then it goes on, it says, Sanusi is widely respected after undertaking reforms. Let's see. Let's take it from here. It says, he told the BBC he would challenge his suspension in order to preserve the central bank's independence. Foreign exchange, bond, and monetary markets have stopped trading because of the uncertainty caused by the move, Reuters reports. The BBC's Will Ross in Lagos says Mr. Sanusi's allegations threatened to expose. So essentially, that's how they got rid of him, essentially by an executive order, and that's it.
Yeah, they can suspend him, and later the Senate can come and ratify it whenever they want. The president can suspend, but yeah, the
Exactly.
president might not directly fire him right now. But
Right.
as you have read out one man, it can be suspended, which will
Right.
eventually, essentially, it means fired when the Senate will ratify it.
Exactly.
Doesn't make any difference. One man also
But
compare
the
these two
president
situations.
has to
Wait,
be willing to suspend him. Okay. In this case, you don't have a president that has a problem with him. So you don't have
That
that
is
situation.
your mind reader suggestion, but that's okay.
No, it's
One
true.
man. Okay, what is so you don't want him fired? Is that what you're saying? You don't want him go?
It has us. I'm not in the game. It has nothing to do with me. I am trying to say what the facts are. What is the law? What is the, like in the case one man pulled that word suspension is very, very important.
Okay, it's the same
But
thing.
the
He will be
key
suspended as
thing
well.
here, the key difference, which is very, very important, the president has to be against the CBN. It's not just the senators or regular citizens, right? It's not easy to get rid of a chief justice because it's
But what has been established is that the CBN can be, because there are elegant ways that they can get rid of him without having
Thank you
recourse to the Senate,
for that word.
and I think that's what's been established. Let's take the conversation on Tinubu
could you have the progressive apologize to me when I said that that you need 2 thoughts to remove him and he started insulting me? Could you either?
What did I say to
insult? What did I say to insult you?
Oh no!
His opinion. He didn't insult you.
What exactly did I say to insult you?
We could play it back. I believe that you were insulting me. You've
me insult you. What did I say that was insulting?
It disagreed with you.
And you know that I'm always right. So I don't know what you're challenging.
You're always
me.
right.
No, what did I say? What did I say that was insultive?
Okay, don't
so
worry.
you don't want to be challenged? Is that what you're saying?
No,
is that the
okay,
insult now?
Okay. It's okay. I was just being a little facetious on that one.
Initially, you said the president cannot remove him. You said the president cannot do this at all. Now you're saying they can remove him on some certain conditions, and now you still want an apology.
Here is the clarification. I said that the president cannot remove him without 2/3 of the National Assembly, right? And that is a fact. Now, could they shoot him? Yes, they could send the army to go there and kill him. Okay, they remove him.
No, they're not killing anybody. But
you know, there are many ways they can deal with him. But legally, the Constitution gives him protection as an independent agency. Just like you have independent branches of government, the president cannot remove the chief justice, but he did do it. Buhari did it illegally. He removed the Chief Justice on again without going
CBN
through
is not on equal level as the court, as the Chief Justice. It's not the same thing.
The branches are equal.
Let me say something.
CBN is equal with the court.
No, I'm saying
judiciary.
All right. I think we're getting it somewhat locked.
It's almost like every day for the past. That's why I leave early every time. We talk almost the same thing. We don't even these days. We don't even go through all the topics again. We just like talk about Naira redesign, and for like 7 hours we're talking the same thing. You read about almost 5 topics or 6 topics. We've been hitting on one for like 5 hours. So I'm not sure. I mean, I get tired of it sometimes. It's like we keep repeating ourselves all the time.
All right. It's only because we're trying to establish a point. Hold on. Yeah. All right. Let's take it to a different talking point. Then let me play you this clip. Let me play you this clip, Fatai. I'll play you two clips. Let me play you 2 clips. Okay, and then this one. Unbelievable.
Jagaban, everybody vote for Jagaban.
Look at that. So there it is. Of course, Atiku Abubakar should have been in that space wearing those same outfits just as early as yesterday. But then there is, or at least a couple of days ago. But there is Tinubu now in Rivers State to what they describe as a mammoth crowd. So Yemsen Wike now clarifies. Now we know the direction that is going, and as Zita explained to us yesterday, we're looking at a landslide for Tinubu in River State. No questions about that, Fatai.
One man. You should play your show back 3 months ago. I said Wike, before even it could make a sense, Wike and Kwankwaso will fold into Tinubu. The only question is in what form it's going to be, directly or indirectly. Both of them they are going to fall into Tinubu. It's not the projection I did, right? I said if you remember, we were arguing. I think with Kulata that Wike cannot win whatever anything. I put it 50%, but right now I think one man should go and put it up to I don't know 70%. You should help me put it up to 70% or something like that. And you said I should put it to 60%. That they actually one man. So
Omar, can I say
one man.
something?
You know,
Let me say something. Now,
Omar, let me.
there can be no question that Tinubu is going to sweep River State.
Omar, let me tell you
This election is
something.
going to be a landslide.
Let me
can
tell
I
you
say
something,
something?
one man.
And there can be no question also that it's going to sweep Kogi State.
One man. The first time I think the first time I came here, I told you something. That was when I was getting into politics, right? Before Wike actually became a governor, my brother took me to his house. We spent like 2 days. They were having all this night meeting. That's when I realized politician like night something. I wasn't really interested. Almost all the politicians that I've met is through my brother. So that space, that relationship is still there. The only thing I can say in this thing that you're seeing is the more you look, the less you see. Simple.
Well, that is for everything in life.
And the Wike made a statement today. You did not mention Wike's statement today.
What statement did he make? What statement did he make?
He said, "I am neither for you or against you." That is the statement he made
to whom? To whom?
To Tinubu team that visited him in
He
the
didn't say
government house.
that. He said, "I'm not campaigning for you, and I'm not."
And not against, and that is how the thing is supposed to be now. You should go and campaign. The only thing now is that
he's not trying to campaign against them, or is he campaigning for
and
them?
the Atiku. The only thing you will say that Atiku has lost out in River State. That is the only thing, because Atiku cannot campaign in River State again. They have cancelled their campaign,
My
so
brother,
they just leave it like
that clarification,
that.
clarification that this my brother Nelson made is very, very, very important, because otherwise you would have taken us into a journey that is not really the reality. This clarification is very. He said because there is not he said I'm not campaigning for you or whatever. It's very different in this context from I'm not with you or I'm not against you, because I'm not campaigning with you. Can I finish? I'm not campaigning. I'm not neither campaigning for you nor against
He even scold them about this Naira design. Wike, if you guys go and watch the statement, he was telling them.
Now you are trying to circle back because we had this interjection. Thank God, thank you, my brother, Mr. Nelson. Yeah, it's very important, because saying that is to wiggle his way out of a backlash from PDP sanction. Is right? He's trying to play the line of the sanction. It doesn't mean that it's not fully with Tinubu, because that is the picture you were trying to project by saying, "Oh, he said, did you listen to what he said to in the campaign to Tinubu? I'm neither for you nor against you." No, that's not what that means. That means that he said, I'm neither campaigning for you nor against you, because there is something hanging on his head to expel him from PDP. So he's trying to give himself a little bit of a defense. I don't know how strong that one is. It probably is very thin. So he's trying to make himself to give himself a defense, not to be expelled from PDP. That is what that statement means. It does not mean that he has not fully been on board with Tinubu, which is what the picture you were trying to paint before. It is very
Okay, that
clear.
is not what To me, that's not what he meant, because he also said other things. It's not the only
Okay,
statement he
you
made.
said what else?
He said
Connected,
other things.
accurate.
He was
Like,
telling them about the fuel scarcity, about how can you people go
which means he's
into
supporting you.
election with all this trouble? How can you be marketing your election? So he scolded them. They
I
were
don't
even looking
really,
at him.
I
So
don't
before
agree
he
with
made
you
the
that he
final
said that. I
statement,
can't take that. I can't take it for just
no,
because
go
he
and read
what, just
you
because
can
he
go
said
to the if you go online, you will see
Wike,
just so
Wike,
you
Fata is
see all
very, very correct.
you see all the statement he made there. It's not
Fata is
something
very,
hidden.
very correct.
He
He was
scolded
only
them.
trying
He
to
was
distance
bashing at them.
himself from what Tinubu
Eh?
said.
So just go online. You will see all the statement he made. It's not a hidden.
Wike's
Even that
position. Can you let me finish my time?
it's not bad that Tinubu went to campaign in Rivers State. That's how it's supposed to be. And when
It's
you go
not
and
that it's
campaign,
not
it's
bad.
not bad. You go and see
It
the
is
governor.
significant.
So it doesn't mean that
It means
that Wike has said I will campaign. After all, Wike said he will campaign, but now he
it may
couldn't come out
one
again to campaign. You
what
see,
the
so just leave it like that. Just leave it like
exposure.
that. That Tinubu went there to campaign and he has
No.
campaigned.
It's more than that. It
That's how
means
I see it.
70% for
Can I
Tinubu
interject?
minimum in River State. That's what it means.
Can I interject?
All right.
You
I
cannot
don't want
turn
to
it
say
down.
anything that will happen in that River State,
All right.
but maybe after the election, we'll
Hold
talk
on,
what happened at
Ekene.
River State. Yeah.
Yeah. Hold on. What happened? Hold on, Ekene. Let's hear from Zita, and then we'll play a little 2-minute clip of Wike's interaction with Tinubu.
You see, it's sorry to disturb you people. This thing, when politicians talk, it's funny when people take them that like he said it and so shall it be. Wike is playing what I call poppy with people in River State.
They don't even know Wike very well. So.
Wike is one of the deadliest politicians east of the
That is the thing.
Niger. And
All
I tell
politicians are
you
dirty.
people, the Wike I know and the River State I have lived will not. Atiku is out of the question.
Yes.
Will not support OP. I repeat, will not support OP. But I look forward to that miracle because to me, if it happens, it's a healing. It will be the beginning of a healing process between the River State people and the Igbo people.
Do you know Wike personally?
He was
That is
my
the fact.
senior in the.
Wike
Hold
cannot
on.
support
You
Obi
asked me a
directly.
question. You asked me a
Yeah.
question.
Wike cannot support Obi. Yeah, that is a fact. And I know the reasons why he will not support Obi.
Now, I
And I
wanted
know
to
the
ask
reasons of his
if he knows Wike
agitation.
personally.
No. Hold on, Zita. Why would Wike not support Obi personally, Ekene?
Wike has a personal ambition he's fighting for. And Obi cannot, if Obi wins this election, that personal ambition will die. So just understand it like that. If Atiku wins, that is why he was fighting that the chairman of the PDP will come to the south, because the intention why he removed the IU was for the chairman to go to the north, so that he will fight for that presidential ticket, which he eventually lost. Then, and the reason why he lost that presidential was that because IU was fully behind Atiku. Ayu was the person that rigged that primary for Atiku. You understand? So what he's fighting now is let the chairman now come to the south, and the person that he wants to give that chairman is Mimiko from Southwest. Somebody that he can manipulate.
Hold on.
No,
hold on. That's no longer in play in this cycle. So
you see, I want to tell you the reasons why he will not
no,
support.
we don't. Yes. So if he's not going to support Obi, who does he have to? Who will he support for his ambition to continue to?
Wike is neutral. Wike is neutral because
what do you mean neutral?
why I say Wike, yes.
That has no meaning now. How can a senior politician be neutral?
Let me tell you the reason why Wike should be neutral. because other governors have moved ahead. They have moved past Wike. Wike is just acting alone. I'm telling you that for fact.
How?
If you watch, did you see what happened? Did you see what happened in Enugu State yesterday with PDP? Did you watch them?
No, leave Enugu. No,
I'm telling you.
Everybody hold on. Leave Enugu alone. Stay within River State and stay with Wike. So now,
okay, I'm telling you that Wike will not support Obi. The vote that Obi will get from River State may be out of love, out of compassion that River State have for Peter Obi. You understand? And the support of
hold on. Forget all that. Forget all that. That's just.
But I'm telling you that.
Can you hold on? Can you hold on? Forget all that. That's wishful thinking. Is Wike going to influence the elections in River State or not?
Wike can influence River State.
No. I'm not saying can. No. That wasn't the question. I said, will he?
It is to an extent because he still has his royalties. You understand?
No. Let me hold on. No, you have to. No, because you're not addressing my question. So let me ask it again, so you can address it frontally. I'm not saying can he. I said, will he? Will Wike influence the elections in River State?
Wike cannot totally influence the election in River State. That is the fact. He cannot totally influence the River State election. And you can write it down.
Try to influence.
Let me ask him a question.
Yes, ask him. Maybe we will try and dodge it again, but try.
You cannot dodge this one.
Yeah.
So you are saying that Wike remains neutral. It's not supporting anybody, right?
Yes.
Okay. So it's a level playing field for everybody.
It's a level playing field for Tinubu and Obi, but Atiku is ready to kill anybody. Atiku is ready to kill. That is a fact.
Hold on.
Even it's a level playing field for.
No, hold on. Just let the conversation take place between you and Najale Koko. Carry on, Najale Koko.
So a level playing field for everybody.
For the three candidates.
For the three candidates. So if at the end of the day, Atiku win River State, how would that be interpreted?
As it is now, Atiku cannot win River State. It's impossible. Atiku cannot win River State.
But you said the level playing ground.
You say it's a level.
Yes, it's a level. No, I say it's a level playing ground between Tinubu, Obi, and the Kwankwaso.
How do you separate?
But it's not.
How do you want to separate? I mean,
how do you separate that?
Where you separate?
How I separate
you
it?
Say it's already neutral. I've
been following this. Yes, I've been following this campaign all this while, or that campaign of River State all this while. And this, let me tell you what is happening in River State. What is happening in River State is that Wike is not happy the way he lost the primary. Just take it.
Hold on. We have gone past that.
Yeah, we know that now.
I know, but that payback is what Wike is trying to do.
Could I take a stab at it?
No.
Another thing is that Wike is looking towards 2027 election. He's looking towards that.
We know that as well.
So,
right.
That is why I said that Wike will not want Obi to win the election. Well, the reason is this:
right.
if Obi win, Wike might not have that opportunity in 2027. But if Tinubu wins, he will have that opportunity.
How?
Let me ask you, Emeka. Let me ask you.
Hold on. Let Emeka stay where he is.
Let me finish what I'm saying. Then if Tinubu wins, he will still have that opportunity. If he will still have the opportunity to contest now concerning Santander.
Can you let him carry on, please? Carry on.
Let me finish. Then another thing is that if he join PDP, APC, he will not have that opportunity. That is why he said, "I will remain in PDP and fight this battle." If not, what is holding Wike to join APC? It's as simple as that. He will just.
Okay. Hold on.
Another thing is this.
Let me.
Another thing is.
Can you hold on this, please?
Another thing is this: the way the reason why Wike will allow Atiku to campaign in Rivers State if he allows the chairman to come to the south, and the reason is this: for Wike to influence 2027 primary. So everything Wike is doing.
No. That's a
I'm
different.
telling you, it's not a
Hold
different.
on.
That's a fact. That's a fact. That's a
Everybody,
fact.
hold on. Everybody, hold on. Ekene, you said
Yes.
Wike is targeting 2027 election, and
That's the thing.
I agree with you. And for
Yes.
him to really target, if Atiku wins the election, Wike stands no chance in 2027. He doesn't really care
Yes.
about Peter Obi because Peter Obi is just a nuisance in his way. The only person that can win, that can give Wike, and Wike is going to stay within PDP, of course, because as soon as these elections are over, Atiku and Ayo will clear off, and Wike will take the PDP back. But for him to stand that chance in 2027, it has to be Tinubu on that seat. So it be a southerner trying to rescue it. So yes. So why is it not in his interest then to campaign for Tinubu to win that election so that it's 2027?
If he campaigns for Tinubu, he would offend many of his supporters. That's
No,
a fact.
not campaign,
Oh
but
my
using
goodness. Oh my
Let me ask a general question,
can you
please.
hold on? Do you not see that even in your own narrative, you cycled onto yourself to by your logic suggest that Wike is going to move heaven and earth for Tinubu to win River State, because that's what serves his political
He's
future.
contradicting himself. Hold on.
What Tinubu need in River State is 25%.
It's taking the whole thing. It doesn't. It's taking the whole thing.
Okay,
You're
one man,
just not paying attention.
let me say something. One man, please.
Look at
Ajali
when
Coco,
you are
wait, please.
contradicting yourself. First of
Ajali
all, you
Coco.
said, let me make this statement. Let me tell you how you are contradicting yourself. First of all, you said no Wike will remain neutral. Then again, you said Wike will never allow Atiku to win. So that's to say, for him not to allow Atiku to win, if that field remain level playing field, that means that it's going to take side. It's going to support somebody to prevent Atiku to win that place. So you already contradicted yourself right there.
How did I contradict myself?
Wait,
Emeka.
Wike is mad. I did not contradict myself.
No,
The only
you
thing, the
knocked
point I'm
off
making,
Atiku, you knocked off
I did not
Obi.
contradict myself.
No,
Let
you
me
knocked off
tell you.
Atiku, you knocked off
And for
Obi.
you
Please,
to know,
let me say something.
and for you to know, Wike is a politician.
I wish you can play the video. Play the video of what he said today, so that everybody
Wait,
can know.
wait now. Let me
play the
make
video.
this statement. Wike is, for your information, is a politician. Is number one politician in that state.
That is a fact.
Yes. In this most important election, PK will want to register his political power in that state. Want to affirm his political power in that state. And doing that, he has to support somebody to show others that, look, as far as this state is concerned, I am the most powerful politician. He cannot sit on the fence. Politician would never do that. He will
Wike
not
is
sit
already
on
sitting on the fence. If you don't, Wike is already sitting on the fence.
Let me ask everybody a general question, please, because I don't want to say a lot. Yeah, I just want to. When I ask a general question, then I'll ask Madam. I'm forgetting your name. So who now?
Zita.
Madam Zita. Yeah, this general question. I want everybody to answer it honestly. Who do you think that Wike can get power out of in 2027? Can he get power out of Obi?
He cannot.
Or can he get power out of Tinubu in this, like, with the whole feeling? Like Wike is like I would say, is more like an Odin kind of politician, right? The way he thinks. Who do you think he's likely to think he can get power out of, Obi or Tinubu? That's one question. And for Madam Zita, do you know Wike personally?
Yes.
Des, thank you for the question. That question, though.
Yes.
Okay. Well, like I
He
said,
knows
I made a
me.
statement.
He knows me by my face and by my name.
Okay,
He was
that's
4 years
good.
ahead of me in the university. Does
Have
that
you
answer
have
your
you
question?
talked to him? Have like you talked to him?
I don't
That's what I
even know
Is
why.
that
mean.
is that is that a second question?
Wait,
Yeah,
let
like
me
you
let
talk.
me
Do you
say
talk to
something
him?
first. Let me
She
say
said he knows her by
wait,
her name
No,
and
wait,
know her
wait,
personally. You are still
wait
asking
now.
you
whether he
Wait,
talked to
talked to you.
him.
wait.
They had dinner
I don't
together
owe
last
you.
night. What
Listen
are
to
you
me.
talking about?
Okay.
Listen to me. Listen to me
They
carefully.
had a beer
I
together.
don't owe you obligation to
Where
tell
are
you
we
who
going?
I talk to or who I don't talk to. You have absolutely no right to ask me that question. That is number one. Number
I'm
two,
sorry. I'm
I
sorry.
don't even know
Madam,
where
Emma
you.
be no jare. Don't be no vex, madam jare. That question was unnecessary. My brother
I'm
said
sorry.
you said
I
it
didn't know it was
well.
gonna vex you. I
Oh,
didn't
I'm
know.
not
I just
angry.
as
I'm
it's
not
like
angry. I just want to get some certain things
yeah.
straight. In as much as we interject, we ask ourselves questions, we ask each other, we are learning. But I don't think I owe anybody obligation to explain to you who I talk to or who I don't talk to. Makinde had his first $1 billion worth of job in my department, the governor of Oyo State. The name of his company is Macon. I hope he's listening. Now, back to what you people are saying. I don't even know where you people got that thing you are saying that Wike is looking at 2027 in the first place.
Abio, madam,
Where did you get that from?
mind reading.
Okay,
From mind
I,
reading.
I think what we should do is just to ask Madam Zita, like, to maybe illuminate, like, tell us, like, what do you think Wike's politics is, what is his plan, what's the ambition, and all of that. So you should
I'm not
just
going
highlight
to
for us.
listen. That's why I said
Like,
this
what
platform. We
politics is he
should
playing
learn.
right now?
I cannot say weakest politics is this because politicians, you cannot hold them. They use whatever politics that suit the situation that time. That's what an intelligent politician do. But that's by the way.
That is still the same thing. Anything that suits you at that time,
Excuse me.
All
that
right.
is what they make use of. What suits him now? What suits
Let me
him now?
hold on, Ikene. Okay, hold on,
Okay, yeah.
everybody. Let me play the clip that you are referencing where Wike said where Wike said he wasn't campaigning for Tinubu. So let me play that clip. And to the comment section, you can keep the super chats coming. We're not seeing them coming through. But let's watch this.
Right.
So today, I don't want to abuse anybody. I don't want to campaign here. I want to tell the truth. It's because of your character, your belief, your faith, your consistency that when we came to campaign in Port Harcourt, we must pay you a courtesy call.
It's Igbo's government. No, it's Igbo's government. It's unfortunate we have to say this. It's so painful. When we ridicule Supreme Court to this level, where's the hope again? Supreme Court is being ridiculed to obey Supreme Court order, and we are playing with it. Tomorrow, you will see that nobody will obey any court order. Everybody will. So what? What will happen? I will ask you a question. Why should we obey this? The whole highest court of the land say, hold on, don't do this. And you people in government are playing with it, playing politics with it. Who does that? For the first time, I've seen a government procuring opposition to join them to defend their policy. A policy that anti-people. I've never seen a thing like this. Do you people really want this election to take place or not? Or you have an agenda to truncate this election? I don't know. Look at what is happening in Oyo today. Edo, Delta. See what is going on. I saw the meeting gathering in Port Harcourt. I had to call my CP. What is going on? I'm not campaigning against you. Neither am I campaigning for you. But the truth must be told.
Yeah, one man.
Uh,
Can I
one
chime
man,
in on
can I
that?
have my time?
Hold on. Can I
One man.
chime in? Let me chime in here for a minute.
Can I
Because
interpret that one man?
hold on. Let me just
Yeah,
finish.
let Ajane Koko go first, then Panther.
Okay.
Look, everything that Wike said there align with Tinubu position on this Naira exchange
Thank you.
and fuel
Thank you.
scarcity.
Thank you,
It
Babajali
align
Koko.
in totality 100% because Tinubu is the one that started this fight against Buhari nonsensical Naira exchange and fuel scarcity.
Thank you, Babajali
And,
Koko, for that nonsensical
yes,
word.
and
Very nonsensical.
he made another statement that how on earth will any agency of government disobey Supreme Court order?
Hey, along by me.
How on earth, how can the country be run like this? Everything is in totality aligned with what Tinubu stand for and Rufai stand for. Rufai has been fighting and making statements that the old note must still remain legal tender. He told his people, he make a pronouncement to his people that continue to spend that money, and when Tinubu comes in, it will reverse this nonsense. So everything that Wike says there align 100% with what Tinubu and his group in APC stand for. So people should not twist it to say that he made a statement against Tinubu. That's not true. Everything he said there aligned with Tinubu, and kudos to Wike for all
Ajali
the
Coco.
time, standing for the truth and saying the
Ajali
truth to
Coco.
power. I really commend
Ajali Coco.
I believe
Let Passant come in next.
Yeah, Passat.
Oh, geez, it's not easy being patient and listening to everybody talk like some people do it here. But let me say this: what you're seeing there, this false antagonism and all that from Wike. Wike is running for 2027 against Obi. Interestingly, that's exactly the same thing that El-Rufai is doing. In a more advanced way, you have to use your head here when I say what I'm about to say.
No, we don't
El-Rufai,
insult us. We
hold
have a
on,
head.
hold
We have our head.
on.
please,
Hold
You
on.
have
Yeah.
to put your head
please,
into
Make
it.
it brief.
please mute.
Hold on. Carry on, Pansat. Yeah.
Okay. So El-Rufai is running against Obi in 2027. So he's got Buhari set up. I mean, he's got he's done the numbers. He knows Tinubu has no chance whatsoever. So now he's pitting Buhari against Tinubu, who's gonna destroy him. Okay, two of them are doing the same thing. If you listen to Governor Wike, he's right there being belligerent against Buhari, commander in chief, president of the country, and he's just antagonizing this cabal and Buhari himself. The same thing El-Rufai is doing. He goes out there, he's talking because they know Obi is going to win by a landslide. So, but they don't want to alienate the Yoruba vote, right? So, the way they do it is to isolate Tinubu and have him get destroyed by Buhari, and then they're going to challenge Obi in 2027. That's all they're doing, nothing else. Because what they're fighting for, even if you give the monetary policy 100% what they want, how does that help them? It's a very foolish fight. instead of you getting along with Buhari, you over there antagonizing her, making blatant. Just the fact that two of you, there's a daylight between the two of you, costs you a lot, costs you votes in the north for one thing. But the reason is that El-Rufai is very clever, very smart man. So what he's been doing, he is the worst enemy that Tinubu has, El-Rufai.
Funny
And he's the
enough,
one.
sorry, Pansat, funny
Yeah.
enough, their very guy, a couple of days in Arise TV actually shared this your view that he thinks El-Rufai is playing fifth
Oh wow,
columnist in Tinubu's camp
that's exactly what he's
because
doing.
I'm the
he's
first
also
person that say
fighting
this in this
he's also
platform.
saying a lot of things about the northern elders. You know
Right.
what I'm
So
saying that northern
all the
elders are
people,
featherweights and all that.
all the
One man.
voters, all the
Can I
voters in the
can
Southwest find
can I have my
El-Rufai
Did
to
you
time
be
back?
did you
to
people
be a
watch did you
hero.
people watch Northern Elders Forum anniversary?
Hold on. Let Pansat
Yeah, let
land,
me
then
land. It's
Fatai,
okay.
He will never
Fatai.
land.
Yeah.
He's just filibustering. He will never
So
land. He will just be taking us
somebody
through.
like
He will never land.
Governor Wike, okay, number one, you have to know that his major problem we have in the South. He's been selling our people out for a long time. If you look at all the cracks and crevices of evil in our country, he's there. You go to the Chibok girls, he was there. He was the Secretary of Education, State Secretary of Education. And he says, I'm a maverick. But somebody used a bus and loaded 300 girls when you had them go over there taking an exam.
No. You've done that bit. You've done that
Okay.
bit earlier. Yeah.
Yeah, okay. So what I'm
You
saying
are
that
painting a
Wike
wrong
was there.
picture right there.
One
Stop
man, he will
there.
never land. He will be
Please
gone
let me
from
land
land.
now.
You
He
are
will
Don't
never
interrupt
painting a
land.
me.
That's the
wrong
I
problem.
was
We
picture.
want you to
patient.
land, but you will never
I was
land.
patient when you were
Hold
talking.
on right there. One man.
Let me
One
land.
man, let me interject this guy. This guy is lying. We have to
Of course,
stop him.
now.
Let me point
Who's the
it out.
guy? Me? You talking to
Yeah,
me?
yes.
You
Pansat,
talking
you
to
are
me?
lying right
You
there.
want a
Yes.
piece of me?
Yeah.
Coco.
I'm
No,
not
hold on.
Settle down,
Ajale Coco,
Pansat.
please hold on. Let me land on this.
Don't
This is
lie.
funny.
No. Let
Let us stop him.
Ajanle Koko interject. Go on, Ajanle
Okay,
Koko.
make it
Look,
fast.
what you are trying to paint here is not true.
It's just propaganda.
It's propaganda,
Exactly.
absolute propaganda. Look, what we
You mean
did when he
propaganda in
was
the nefarious sense,
yes.
or just
No, in
propaganda
the
in the good
worst
sense?
sense.
Hold on. Let him debunk you. Go on, Ajanle Koko.
You are trying to paint him bad rather, as if he was involved in Chibok girl, as if he didn't do his job right.
He didn't.
And that is not true. Let me
INEC
say this.
warned, WAEC warned him not to have that exam, and he did.
Hold on. He wrote a letter to that district or to the governor of that state that due to security, hold on.
No, mention the name is Shetima.
Hold on now. Whether it is Shetima, I don't care. So the governor of that state then, that due to security information, they should suspend that election or that examination to hold in that area, that they should bring those girls to the capital city. But the governor did not listen. They went ahead. And we had, and what happened, unfortunately. So, Wike, you can't rope Wike up
Okay. One
with
man, he's
Chibok
made his point. Let me conclude
it is
now.
not good.
You don't make your point now. Make I conclude that what I'm saying. You just interjected.
Let me finish. I hate when some of you obedient want to chastise other or want to destroy other people for not supporting your candidate, and that is what you are doing against Wike. It is not true.
Okay.
It is
So
not good.
you made your point. Hold on.
Don't do this, for God's
Would you
sake.
hold on, please? Hold on.
Have the right to support.
Hold on.
Whoever. Let me land.
I'm not doing
land,
it.
man.
You don't have time
Let
to
me
land.
land.
You just
You
interject.
You can't take control of this.
I know, but you interjected.
Somebody.
Hold on. Let Ajanle Koko land. Let Ajanle Koko
somebody
carry
land
on.
when they're interjecting.
No. Carry on, Ajanle Koko.
Look, people in that country and politicians particularly have the right to support whoever they want to support. Don't say because Wike is not so loud supporting your candidate now, then you want to be lying on international platform, trying to paint what is not against Wike. That is not true. What he just said is not true. And what I just said, I just, make this, tell the people the right, what really happened back then, and that is the truth. Don't do this. It's not, you cannot achieve anything lying against or trying to destroy the character of somebody because he's not supporting your
was
candidate.
even a junior one minister. Man, make a call.
All right.
Should I finish what I was saying? Let me, Ajan Lokoko, first of all, you know that the contending vice president is that governor, right? But you say it doesn't matter to say that. You're the one who's hiding the truth. Just because Wike says that, hey, after they've taken 300 of our girls, a Maverick is not supposed to be an event. He did something. Supposed
Then
to be a
mention the
Hold
vice
on,
president.
please.
Mention the governor. Then don't mention Wike. Wike played no role.
Both. Please,
in what
please mute Ajan Lekoko so I can respond. Please, we have to get over this one and go to the next thing. What I'm saying to you is that everything I said is a fact. Now, I don't know.
No.
Hold on.
No, what you're saying is not correct, Pastor. Don't say everything you said is a fact.
Everything you say is called gaslighting.
You can't do this. You can't do this. What you're saying is not correct, and then you are claiming right.
Let me get it out there. You could poke holes in it. I'm saying that Wike was the Secretary of State for Education, right? There was an incident 2 weeks prior. WAEC warned both of them. Shetima and Wike say, do not have this examination because of what happened last week.
What do you mean Secretary of State for Education?
What do you mean Secretary of State? What do you mean WAEC won them?
What do you mean Secretary of State for Education?
You didn't know. Under Jonathan, would you please mute these two people here? Please,
no, you get muted. You get muted.
You are asking a question while I'm talking. I'm giving you
How
the
can
courtesy.
WAEC warn people?
I'm giving you the courtesy. Anyway, I'm going to just ignore you.
You are just gaslighting people here.
What I'm saying is that
now, so that you have your time. Let him finish now.
I don't know.
Give my time. He's taking too much of it.
Interrupting
somebody. He just want to be jumping around, gaslighting people and filibustering.
Like I was saying before, Wike should not have said, "Hey, I wrote a letter," which means that's the only thing he did.
You said something that was wrong. I want you to correct yourself. We don't have Secretary of State. We have Ministers of State.
Minister of State. Same thing.
Exactly, which is a junior minister.
Yeah, it's a junior minister.
Under the Minister of Education.
But it was his responsibility. Let's not argue that semantics. Because he did say, I did something about it. I wrote a letter. So he has responsibility. So what I'm saying is that a letter is not enough. You just don't go, oh, well, we're missing 300 girls. I wrote a letter. You're supposed to go find those girls. Up to today, if you're the Maverick for real. But the issue I have with Wike is this. I say that he betrays the South trying to advance his political career. So he went and he worked with Tambuwal and so many Northerners, and he was the devil in the BDP, right? Including, I think somebody covered very well.
Who is not the bullish between Obi and Wike?
Could I finish? Could I finish? So when Tambuwal fucked him, and
one man, are you there?
And he lost.
I'm still here. I'm here.
Yeah.
One man, he's just jumping around. He's jumping.
Well, are you? Sorry, Fatai. Are you new to Pansat? If you are new to Pansat,
he's interrupting me. He keeps interrupting me. I mean, let me talk.
Yeah, you need to be interrupted.
Can we abandon the Chibok thing and go back to
all right. Hold on, everyone. Bring it home in a couple more sentences for Pansat. And then let's hear Fatai's take on Wike's interaction with Tinubu.
Okay, so what happened was that he betrayed the South and he kept making friends in the North, just like what he's trying to do now with the Yorubas, right? So he sold us out. Eventually, the Northerners went ahead and supported their own brothers. So he's been clowning around, singing songs. Yet Atiku Abubakar whooped his ass still, right? Didn't give him a damn thing that he wanted, including firing IU, right? So now he can't even talk to his constituents and say, don't vote for Obi. He couldn't even dare open his mouth to say that.
He cannot do that.
They're going to laugh him out of the grounds, right? He couldn't do it. Even if he was in the race against Obi, Obi will still defeat him in Port Harcourt, right? Because Obi is a universally good Nigerian candidate. It's not an Igbo candidate.
Okay, Pastor, I think you've landed now. Can we continue, please?
So to make it, to round off my remarks, here's the point. He is playing Tinubu, but the more important player here is El-Rufai. That's who's playing him, because they got him now set up to where Buhari is going to destroy him. You don't go setting up a fight between a commander-in-chief and a mayor presidential candidate. What do you think is going to happen? They want
We
him
know people in
destroyed.
we know the Port Harcourt space very well, so nobody can tell us that Obi cannot get vote in Port Harcourt. So Port Harcourt space
Don't
is
worry.
very, very well organized. So
Don't
just
worry.
anybody
It's
can
only
that
nine.
one.
It's only 9 Mondays if the elections hold. But
Let's keep it
Fatai,
like that. The only thing I
yes,
want to interject there is somebody saying 70% for Tinubu in River State. That one is laughable. So
Tinubu is going
just
to
keep it
win.
that. Next
Hold
Saturday
on.
you bring it back. Yes.
Hold on. The people saying that, yes, not 70%. It's going to be a landslide for Tinubu in Port Harcourt. But Fatai, because you have to understand, and by the way, that clip that we saw, you could see the jump. So it's a put together clip. But even with it being put together, we still heard what Wike had to say. So Wike is saying that I'm neither going to campaign for you nor against you. But what Ekene is inviting us to believe is that he's somewhat distancing from Tinubu and going to be a neutral person. Was that your reading of that clip that we just saw?
No, one man at all. He did not even say I will neither campaign. He's not even talking about campaigning. He's saying that sentence is to say he's talking about the Naira design and all the problem in the country. It's like how can we have people disobeying the Supreme Court? And he said that I'm not even saying this because I am trying to campaign for you. As a matter of fact, he's trying to reinforce that he's campaigning for Tinubu, but he's saying this statement I'm saying right now is not even about that campaign. I'm speaking to the fact of people disobeying Supreme Court. So, so how can somebody read that as being against Tinubu? That is a reinforcement of his support for Tinubu, and he's saying, let's even leave that aside to one side. I am saying this, you, Mr. President, look what you and whatever,
Fatai, that's wrong, though.
what
That's wrong.
you are creating. What?
I'm just laughing.
What you are laughing about not
Did
understanding English,
you
right?
watch? Did you watch the entire
I'm
You are
clip?
just,
laughing about not understanding English, right?
you
Did you watch the
know
entire
what is
clip?
wishful thinking.
Eh,
That's
Yeah,
what
yeah,
you're
you
doing,
a wishful
Fatai.
thinker. You are a wishful thinker. You are a gaslighter. You and your crew, you are
No,
gaslighter. You never
Fatai,
land. You are jumping from
calm
topic
down.
to
Let me
topic.
ask.
Fatai,
Did you
it
watch
doesn't
the
have to be
entire clip?
personal. Come on, man. We're just having a conversation.
Hold on. Carry on, Fatai, with your submission.
Yeah. Of course, now, what Wike said is a simple English, right? He's talking previously. It's a chain of thought. It's a chain of analysis about the current situation in the country outside of politics. That's what he said. He said, what I'm saying right now is even outside of politics. I'm saying the fact. I'm talking about the suffering in our country. Take the politics or whether I am supporting Tinubu, take it out of the equation right now. Listen to what I am saying, that it is very dangerous for our country for some guy with a very little brain disobeying our Supreme Court. That is what Wike is saying. He didn't say it is a little brain. That is my own injection, by the way. So, but this is what he's saying. This is what he's saying.
I think he said that he will mention his candidate and will campaign for him. What stopped him now?
He already mentioned
At
his
least he would have
candidate to
been
his
in that.
people.
He
He
would
already mentioned his
have gone to
candidate
the
to,
campaign ground with him.
excuse me, he
Listen,
already
listen,
mentioned
listen.
his
Let me tell you.
Edo State. Say you will go to
Let me
it's
tell
my
you.
time. Excuse me, it's my
Let me tell
time.
you something. Let me tell
It's
you
my
something.
time. It's
Let me
my
say
time. I
something.
let all of you.
Hold on. Let Fatai land, then we hear from Zeta.
Wike said he
And
would
then
mention.
after Zeta, we come to you, Kenneth. Yeah.
Wike said he would tell.
There is almost break here, so I might go. So that's one to talk.
No.
All right. Let Fatai land first. The
almost
quicker
7 o'clock.
Fatai. Don't worry. It's almost 7 o'clock where we all are. But let Fatai land. Then the quicker he lands, the quicker we get to you.
Wike
You
has
have
told
to
his
have wings to
people.
land, don't you?
Oh my goodness.
No, allow
Wike,
him to speak now. Allow him to speak.
Wike has told his people who is supporting. He has told his people the only people relevant in Rivers State right now are Rivers people. Every other person is not relevant. If he doesn't tell you, okay, you can live with it. He has told his people who he's going to support, and right there he has invited even the candidate of his own party could not even go to Rivers So who is supporting is there. Right there is very clear. And in that statement, this clip we played, it is very clear. He affirmed who is supporting. He said, let's leave aside the fact that I'm supporting you. Focus on what I am saying about this Naira issue, about the Supreme Court issue, which means in English, it means he's supporting Tinubu. That's an affirmation. He has told the people that are relevant that he's supporting Tinubu. And if you want to know, you can go to the Oba or Bale of I don't know a village in River State to go and find out whether he told them about Tinubu or about Peter Obi. That you can go and do that. But he has told his people who his preferred candidate is. So if you want to hang on that he didn't go on Arise television in front of Rufai Oseni to tell you that he's not supporting Tinubu or not. Well, that is you. But the man has done his own job. Everything in life is complex. It's not a straightforward fight. What is going on in Nigeria? Nigeria, our country is a lot of mess, right? You people are the one who are always calling our country a zoo. We are trying to fix this zoo, but you people will be pouring in stuff, gas
Fatah, stop that,
here and
please.
here. What is my brother? You're not the one who is
Oh no,
angry.
no,
You
leave
people
that
are
one
not
to
the one who is
no,
angry.
leave it. Hold on, Fatah. I want to ask you a question. The assertion that the assertion that Tinubu will win, not only win River State, but win it by a landslide. Is that the best reading of the political landscape? Because that assertion is predicated on the fact that Wike has recruited heavily. Because we have to go with what we know first in order then to be able to make projections. We know that Wike has recruited very heavily. We knew when they recruited well in excess of 200,000 special aids. And we all know that he is recruiting those special aids for the purposes of the elections coming. And we know also from reports from the localities in River State that Wike has told his people, and we can go and bring the clips if we want to see them and the articles and all of that. We know that Wike has told his people that he's going to go with Tinubu. So now we know that still Wike is ego alpha led, and he will want to show the fullness of his strength in that election. And so with all of that, people conclude that it's going to be it probably be the biggest margin, better margin certainly than Lagos State. Tinubu's victory in River State, people anticipate that it's going to be a flogging of the opposition, a flogging. Would you consider that? Yeah.
Well, of course, one man, there is only two ways to read this thing. You can read it, you can be a horoscope reader. What is the profession of those people reading horoscope? I don't remember what they call their profession. You can be that, or you can read reality. You can read based on specific things we are seeing on ground, or you can be gaslighting us with horoscope or with the reading of the movement of the moon. It's okay. But if you want to read based on what is obtainable, what is obtainable, there is no other way to interpret what is going on in River State that Tinubu is going to win River State. Is going to win in a landslide. You cannot tell me the governor, the one man. Do you remember there was a time one I think it's a king in one village was very angry. He said like we can tell us who you want to like. We are tired of waiting. I think it was in January last month. So many, maybe even all of the traditional rulers, many people, they are waiting for this guy to tell us because the reason they are waiting for him, even apart from everything, is the governor. He has all the intelligence. They believe in him. He can get all the information on which because people follow their leader. People follow they have accepted as a leader because the leader can have access to more information than them, and they are waiting patiently for him. And he has come back. He has told them who he wants to vote for. I mean, and then as you also mentioned, one man, the guy employed 200,000 people, right? 200,000 people. He went to 5, 10 votes. I mean, I don't even know. Then we are supposed to believe that somebody who doesn't have one person, as they always say, with no structure on ground, is the one that will win River State. And then
One
because of
man,
we have to be
I
gaslight.
Fatai,
Let us conclude.
I can't help but to notice that nobody has answered my question yet. One man,
Which
can you
is
answer that question?
what?
I asked the
My brother, Death,
question.
I have a lot of respect for you. You are not like some people. I'm not. If I make any reference,
Ask
I'm
your
not referring to
question
you.
now.
Ask
What's your
ask
I
question?
my
I
brother Death.
asked I asked who do you think that Wike is likely to win in 2027 if he gets power?
But I answered your question.
No,
I did.
I'm asking you. You didn't answer my
I
question. You are
answered your
saying
question.
no.
There is no 2027 for Wike. That's what I
You
said.
don't know that. You didn't know that. I asked one man, who do you think Tinubu? Wike is likely to want to face. I would put it. Is he a Tinubu or Obi? One man.
You are not understanding the politics in
No,
the.
I asked one man.
Oh, sorry,
But
sorry.
this is a direct question now. Tinubu
Sorry.
will
What?
be simple.
Sorry. What was the question? Sorry. Ask again.
Who do you think Wike would want to face in 2027 if the person gets power? Is he a Tinubu or Obi?
No, Wike will want to certainly face Obi because he has a better chance against Obi than
Thank
Tinubu.
you.
Tinubu is a senior
Let's
politician. Yeah. So what
yeah,
does that establish?
let's end it there.
No, no. What? No. What point? What point has? What point have you made?
The
If you
point he
don't
has made,
understand,
let me explain.
if
No,
you
you
don't
don't need. Let
understand,
me
then leave
explain
it.
to one man.
No,
What
no.
the
If
point
I
he
don't
has made.
understand, then explain it
One
now.
man, you know in Yoruba now they say Orishi Rishi. During this
Rishi,
election period, he has brought in so many
No,
Orishi Rishi in this place.
no, let me
What kind of
explain. What he meant is that for the fact that P2B will be an easy win for Wike, that means
Oh,
Wike will
therefore, Wike
likely
will be
they
support
what?
support.
will
Yeah,
support
support.
him to be the
Oh,
president,
right.
so that he will pick
So
him
that
out.
that level of
Oh man,
naivety.
the only thing I will always say is the more you see, the more you
That's
look,
my
the less you
brother.
see.
Can I
It's a very
interject, one
simple
man?
thing.
Just few
Can I
words
say
before.
something? Then I will go.
All right. Let's
You,
let's
you can you can see I watch carefully in what I say, right? Most of the time these days, I
No,
really
I
watch what
I
I say.
understand. You are not
I know
even
why.
careful at all. You are not
Can I
even
say
careful.
something
Okay.
before I go?
hold on, Ekene. Let Zita have that interjection. Then you come in.
I'm just wondering why some people are finding it difficult to understand that Wike is working for Tinubu. And you don't know that Wike has been working for Tinubu right from the time of the APC primaries. I don't even know why you
Madam, I
guys.
told them here a long time ago, like that also.
I don't know why. I don't know why people are seeing Wike as somebody who is going to come out in 2027 to contest for presidency. Again, I don't even know why anybody is thinking that P2B will win River State. So anyway, it's next Saturday. We'll all be here. One man, that's my 2 cents. I
One man,
rest
can I
my
make a
case. Una
suggestion?
good night,
No.
though.
Let
No,
Ekene
Okay,
Zeta,
come
let me
just
in.
say
make an
something.
interjection.
Let me say something
Let
before I go.
Ekene come in because he's been come in, Ekene.
Okay, you say you don't know why why you think Wike will come out in 2027.
Why you are thinking, not me. I
Okay,
didn't think that way.
why I'm thinking that Wike will come out in 2027. Number one
Yeah.
is the way he's fighting for his own man to win the governorship of Rivers State. Because if that guy wins Rivers State, Wike will still remain relevant in politics of Rivers State. But if that guy loses Rivers State, Wike will not be relevant in
Are you
politics of
asking me
Rivers
a question?
how do you
Now,
know that?
I'm giving my suggestion why
Okay.
I think he will win, why I think he will come out in 2027. That's my suggestion, because every politician wants to bring out a successor that will always be on his back. Maybe if he wants to go for presidency, just like Tinubu has always done before he get to this level. So that is
Emeka,
the number one part. Then another thing is
the,
this. Another thing is this. Another thing is this. Why I think that Wike will run for 2027 election is that Wike removed IU. was the secondus for him to get power from the south, but that failed him. Then he's now strategizing again to remove Ayu.
Thank you very much.
To remove Ayu for chairmanship of the PDP to come to the south again, so that he will rescue power. He will gain the primary ticket in 2020. If not for that fight, what's the fight? Why is he fighting Ayu? What's the big deal there?
It's not fighting Ayu. It's fighting. Hold on, Zeta. Hold on, Zeta.
Oh yeah, that's my contribution in what you just asked.
Wike is not actually fighting. Is not fighting Ayu. He's fighting Atiku and Tambuwal, and Ayu
Wike
is just
fighting
a prop.
Ayu.
No,
like,
is that what you think?
Every statement that Wike made, he's only calling Ayu. He's not calling any other person.
He's not fighting Ayu now. He's fighting Tambuwal and Atiku. That's who he's fighting.
The thing is that Wike contested for this presidency. He didn't win. And don't tell me that an ambitious man like Wike is not gonna want to go for 20. It's not even. I don't even know where Madam.
Do you know how much? Do you know how much Wike lose?
Do you know how much Wike lose?
Do you know how much Wike lose in this primary?
Are you even? I don't.
Do you know how many vehicles he has bought? Do you know everything he has bought?
If you know how many this shouldn't even be a question that you be.
Do you know how many vehicles Wike has bought even before the primary? Thinking that, let me tell you, Wike almost won that primary. If you know how Wike fought for that primary, Wike almost got that ticket. So, I followed the politics very well. I was watching everything. I'm in Nigeria. I'm in Lagos State. It's not that we are permutating it's what I followed till the very last. You understand? Do you know how many vehicles he bought? Then coming to the G5, do you know that the G5 is not coordinated as before? Because Wike is now seeking his own person. Just listen. Do you watch this man? What is his name? Bode George. Do you watch his last interview?
You people are full of a lot of stories.
It's what is going on.
You don't play on my emotions, telling me stories.
It's not playing in your emotion, madam. Listen. Okay, let me finish. Okay, let me finish my contribution. Let me finish my contribution. Then you can go.
Here and there. I know
you can go.
Do that a lot.
No. Let me finish my contribution.
It's more like a beer parlor submission. Like when you have the conversation in the beer parlor.
Let me have my space.
If you are saying that we are doing all this
thing, I will not talk about Wike again. I will not talk about those Wike issues.
All right. Hold on, everybody. Let Ekene carry on. Only because he wants to have a say before he leaves.
Let me have my own.
You can hear the children in the background. Carry on.
Everybody has already woken up now, so I just want to finish. Then
I know. So, carry on.
What is happening in Nigeria now is somehow, even though I'm supporting Obi, but I'm not really sure that Obi will win.
You confessed at last. The first time you came, you did not want to confess, but we knew.
Yes, I don't want to confess, but I just need to confess. The reason is this: I'm supporting Obi 100%. We even go for the rally, everything in Lagos. We did everywhere. We are there in Alaba when he came, so it's not. We know what happened in Lagos. So the challenge facing Obi in this election is we just let God intervene. If God can intervene, then he might win. But if God say okay, then we'll take it like that, and nobody is going to fight about it. Whether Tinubu win, whether Atiku win, that is the situation. So you people saying if Tinubu win, this will happen. Nothing will happen. Life continues. We'll wait for another election. You understand? So, but what we are saying is what will be good for the country. What we think that will make the country great. You understand?
So how do you know who will make the country great?
I don't want to argue that, but Obi is somebody I know personally. It's not somebody that it's not that you tell me and I tell you. It's my personal. It's somebody that I know that I can take you to his house. I know him personally. So
okay. Let me ask you a question before you leave, Ekene. And in percentage terms, what percent of your support for Peter Obi has to do with the fact that he's an Igbo man?
No, it's not because Obi is an Igbo man. I want to tell you
Oh,
this.
right.
I want to tell you something. The kind of support Obi is getting from Igbo or from every other part of the country, I tell you, no Southeasterner can get it in nearest future. I'm telling you that for a fact. Or is it
You don't
audio
know the
Okaro?
future now. Why are you talking like this?
Yes, I know that. I
How
don't
can
know
you
the
be
future,
talking?
but let me tell you.
Let me tell you. Do you know the
How can you be
problem?
talking for
Well,
future? That
Let me tell you. Ajalikoko,
for God's
listen
sake,
to me.
don't
Ajalikoko.
talk about the future. You don't know
Ajalikoko,
the
please.
future.
Ajalikoko. This is not the first Southeasterner that have come and said this. I have come and said this. Exact thing that he said. Uptown have said it. So many Southeasterners have
Because
said the
you guys
exact
don't
thing.
know any
You guys are saying it because
Listen.
it is the moment.
How can you speak for the
No,
future?
Listen.
I said it too.
The way he said it is the exact way. That to show that the Southeasterners believe this is what they know. That Obi is
This is
very
what
Afenifere
we
said
good.
it.
know.
Do you get? And
Afenifere
nobody
support
is
Obi.
supporting Obi
Look,
because of
when
tribes.
Nnamdi
Most
Kanu
people.
was running his show in about a year ago,
Let me
everybody
tell you.
thought
Let
we
me tell
were
you. Let
calling
me tell you
Nnamdi
something.
Kanu
Okay, let me finish my space. That you
the
people can continue.
greatest
Let me finish my space.
Igbo
Let me
son
finish my
in the whole world.
let me finish my
Now
space.
it's a
Maybe I can
turn
tell
of
you.
Obi. Tomorrow will be turn of another
Let me tell
Igbo
you
man.
why. Let me tell you
Tomorrow,
why I'm supporting
tomorrow
Obi.
you'll be Simon Ekpa. You'll be Simon Ekpa tomorrow. Yeah.
Let me tell you the reason. I've never supported Biafra for my life. I've never supported Biafra for my life. I'm telling you that for a fact. I've never been in their space. I never go to their.
Not you
So,
personally, but
so
carry
but
on.
that's me. So if you know me, I don't support anything. What I support is what will make country great. So, but let me tell you this: the reason and the why I said what I said. You see, we in Igbo, like just like what our sister said before, Igbo Nweze. If you understand that, that is the real fact of an Igbo man. That means that Igbo don't have king. They don't pay royalty. Before you see an Igbo man pay royalty to you, they might have seen something that is tangible. That is why they. So let me, Obi, you people are talking about Obi this and I'm just laughing. If Obi lose, Obi will comfortably go house and sleep, face his business. He might even not come out for the next election. I'm telling you that for a fact.
No, he can't now because
Yeah.
he'll be done. This is his one
No,
chance.
it's not. It's
Yeah.
not that's what I'm telling you. Is for you to tell you that he's not an ambitious man. He's not somebody
But
that is
what
too
you're saying,
ambitious.
Obi
even
didn't
your
even
statement,
go to
your
see.
statement
Obi
was not
didn't
even
even go to the
categorical.
PDP convention
Your
that
statement
produced
was
that
not
election.
categorical, and then you use the word fact in it. You say it might not even come out, which you was not even. It means that you're not even sure. Then you say, "I'm telling you for a fact."
I'm not. I don't
How
know,
do you
but
put those words
I'm
together?
telling you. Yes, let me finish. Let me finish. I'm telling you based on his personality that I know. He's not somebody that is ambitious. You understand? Because it's somebody that I know personally. It's not that you are telling me
He
or
is
all this
ambitious.
is coming out.
He is
So let
ambitious.
me.
He wants to be
He wants to be
president and
president.
is not ambitious.
With 6 months preparation.
He ran as a vice
No, let me.
presidential
He wants to be
candidate. Then
president.
he's running as a president. He's not ambitious.
Yeah,
Come
So
Let
on.
he
me
chose
finish.
himself as vice
Let
It was
me
a
presidential
two-term.
let
It
me
candidate.
was a
finish
two-term
with
now.
6
governor.
Let me
months
finish. I don't. It's
preparation.
not. No, let me finish what I'm saying. You can go ahead and discuss, but let me finish what I'm saying. So what I'm saying is this: I know Obi, even when he became the governor, how he became the governor, and how he finished as a governor, and what made him to be a governor. That is why I said Obi is not all that ambitious. You understand? Obi never intended to be a governor for the first time in his life. Obi never
He
think of
was
being a
actually
governor.
begged. He was actually
He
But the
begged
was
by
things
the
you are
people.
saying
he
does
was
not make
brain mad.
Sorry,
does not
are they
work.
begging him to be president as well?
Yeah, they are begging him.
Oh.
This man ran
He
away
was
from
talking
PDP
about
to Labour
governorship
Party.
now. Anybody that
He
knows
left
Let me
Obi knows
PDP to
that.
finish
Labour
Why
now.
Party.
are
Let
you
me finish.
arguing? He has an opinion. Let him talk. That's
Let
his
me finish
opinion.
now. If you
Let
don't want
him
me to
talk.
talk, then I
No,
can
no,
go. No
no,
problem. But
no.
let
Hold
me.
on, Ekene. Hold on, Ekene. That's what we do here. Oh. You will have your opinions and you have it interrogated. But let me ask you a question, Ekene.
Yes.
You said okay. Let me just ask it directly. Will Senator Abaribe he be able to command the level of support that Obi commands if he came
I don't
out
think.
with Senator
I don't think.
Abaribe?
I don't think Abalibe will have such support to be have. I'm telling you that
Same
for a
here.
fact.
He won't.
Really,
Never.
you okay?
I'm telling you that for a fact.
Okay,
Abaribe is better than most people. Abaribe is very good, but it's not an OB.
the basis of support, the basis of support that you are saying Obi has is because of integrity and honesty and simplicity. So yes, Abaribe has greater integrity, more simplicity, and more transparency than
does
Peter
not.
Obi.
Where has
There is one
showed
thing
his
about it. There is
integrity?
one thing
Where?
about integrity. There is one thing about
Whose
integrity.
money did Abaribe
Whose
manage,
money? How
and
much
where
have
did he show it?
Abaribe controlled in his life? How much has Abaribe made in his life?
Oh,
How
right.
much
So,
has Abaribe made? Obi
how
has
much
made
has it?
money. Obi
Okay.
has made. If you are talking about money, Obi has made
All
money
right.
personally. He has controlled money in Anambra State. His own personal money and the public money.
And
You
that's a
understand?
big
So if
deal,
somebody
by
will
the
know,
way. That
so
particular
is
point
what
should not just be
is
run
what we are talking
over to the
about.
next one.
Yeah, he controlled Anambra's money into his company.
Into his pocket.
Obi's
Into his
performance in
pocket.
Anambra State, right? It's
Yeah.
so exemplary. It's such a big deal that if you don't find that to be
So let me
very,
finish with Obi's
very
case. Let me finish.
interesting, then there's something wrong with
Let
you.
me finish. Then any other person can argue.
Yeah, go
I
ahead.
said Obi never wanted to be a governor. Obi was brought back in Nigeria by Professor ABC Nwosu.
According
Obi,
to
I
them,
don't want to. I
According
don't
to
want to
this,
start
Can he
politics.
just
I don't want to.
But
explain?
I've
You
told this
guys
story
can.
here
I don't want
before.
to
Why is
know.
I
it
don't
strange that this
understand.
guy is
according
saying
to
the
go
same
and
thing?
verify,
No,
according to go and
it's not like it's not like Uganda. I'm from Anambra.
I've
Obi
told this
doesn't want
story
to
here
be a
before, so
governor.
is it
Obi
different?
doesn't
I
want
know
to be
you
a
very well.
governor. He
So
didn't say no. He didn't say no when they came to ask him to be
He
governor.
rejected twice, actually. He rejected the
he
first time.
rejected it. He
they had
rejected the
to
offer
they had
twice.
Both times.
So
they had
that
to
they
they had
impeached
to
him.
beg
They
him.
impeached him,
They
and he
had to
went all the
beg
way to
him.
Supreme Court.
They had to beg him to be. They had to beg him.
But
Then
Yeah.
no,
sorry,
one
one
man
man, can I
they
interject? Can I
impeached him, and
interject?
then he
No.
went all
If
the
you
way
don't
to
want me
Supreme
to,
Court.
if you
He
don't
didn't
want me
want
to
to be
make
a
my
governor.
point, if you don't want me to make
One
my
man,
point, let me make my
let me
point. Then
interject.
everybody
No,
has
no.
his own
Before he
opinion.
continues,
Oh,
please.
all
Let
right,
me
carry
make
on,
my point.
Ekene. Carry on,
Let me
Ekene.
make
Please,
my
one
point.
man, sorry, before Ekene
So
continues,
No,
please,
let
please,
Ekene
just 1
continue
second.
because hold on, only because you can hear children in the background, so he has to go and attend to matters, but he wants to
No, it
have
has
his
to do with
say.
what he wants to say. He has to do with what he's about to say. So, one man, let me make the point, please. Ekene came here now. He said he knows Obi personally. He's grounded on that space. Anybody
No, Obi personally. To what degree is the question? You can't say you know Obi personally now. To what degree? Maybe you met
I
him
know
at a rally. You took a
not
photograph
that I
at
met him
him.
at Telare. I can take you to Obi house
But
in
somebody else
Agro.
knows Obi, and
So
everybody is heckling him
I can
and,
take you
and
to his
doubting
house
him
One man
personally.
need to
as
make a
if you were there
contribution
when
to
they
Yeah, the
this.
address
Forget
of
about that.
many people's house
That is
now.
the
That is
issue.
not the point now. I
That's
can
what we
tell
are
One man,
not
you
can I
talking
where
come in
about in the
quickly,
Obi
please?
platform. So
Quickly.
we start discussing it.
Does Obi confide in you, Ekene? Does Obi confide in
thank
you?
you.
Obi don't confide in me, but Obi, if you go to Agolo, if you ask any woman
Sorry,
about
have you been in political meetings with Obi?
in political meetings,
Yes.
I've never been in political meeting. I've been following him. I know his
Have
house.
you
I know I know him.
have you been in private conversations with Obi?
How can I? I don't have any private conversation with him. When
Oh,
you're
okay,
following somebody,
but you know him personally.
just like you are following, just like you are following Tinubu, you
I'm
can be
not
able to
following
say
Tinubu. Who
We
told
don't
you
know him
that?
personally. We don't claim
just
to know him personally.
anybody that is following Tinubu or Atiku can say this is how I met her. That is how I know Atiku. This is how I learned following him.
Can I
This
quickly
is
do
what I'm trying.
30 seconds, please? Just 30 seconds while you're in there, if that's okay with you.
Okay.
Okay, thank you very much. Thank you for yielding that space. Look, you say you know Obi one-on-one personally. I don't disagree with you on that, because I don't know you. That's one. But what we are saying is that Obi have a public record in public space. So what we are trying to say today is that the person that you are trying to paint to me and his actions in the public space does not merge together. They are two different things, right? If you tell me that the man is not ambitious, then I'm here looking at him. He
God
was
bless you.
two-time governor. One, he was impeached and he went all the way to Supreme Court. That is one. That is two. Then, if you are not an ambitious person, how do you become a vice presidential candidate to Atiku Abubakar? Knowing the antecedent of Atiku Abubakar, that's another one. Then you was in the primaries of PDP. You didn't like the situation there. You moved from PDP to Labour Party to go and run. That is an ambitious. That is the definition of being
That is not
Extreme
I
the
think what
definition of being
Ekene is saying
ambitious.
is
Extreme
desperation,
ambition.
not
That is not the
ambition.
definition
Annoying
of being
Desperation,
ambition.
ambition.
not ambition.
Let me tell you what is definition of being ambition.
Everybody
That is
should
not
have
the
ambition.
definition of being ambition.
That is a
Listen to
definition
me.
of
Because the reason why I said that is not definition of being ambition is because when you want to serve when you want to serve either your state or your nation, there is two things that
service is
that
an
will come to
ambition.
your mind. But
You want to serve
there
as
are two reasons.
president is an ambition.
Let me finish. It's either you want to serve and go, or you want to serve to continue to amass wealth from the nation. There are two things there. Obi served Anambra State and
That
go.
is your definition now. That is your own
Let
definition.
me tell I'm telling you the two things.
If you
Obi
want to
served
serve Nigeria, you can go and work in the civil service. That's a service. You don't have to be
let me
president.
finish what I'm saying. Let me it depends on where your ambition for. It depends
So
on where
ambition.
your if you have followed Obi interview, even before when he finished as Anambra State governor, just like when other people will finish, they want to go to the Senate, they want to go to the all this and that to continue retaining their political this thing and all that. When Obi finished, they asked him, "Are you going for the Senate?" He said no.
All these stories for now.
Just to tell you how the man, how I loved him, and why I said he's not
And this
ambitious.
is no different from what I said in this platform. And
Just
Ekene, have you ever
to
had
tell
a
you why I
conversation
loved
before?
him and why I said he's not ambitious. If Obi wanted to be a senator in Anambra State, Obi will still be a senator till today. Obi can be a senator for 20 years and nobody can remove him.
Okay,
But he never wanted it.
let's switch that your comparison, man. Let's switch it around and see if you will accept the same premises for Tinubu. Since Tinubu left office as a governor, he has never run for any office. Would you say he's ambitious or not?
Yeah, Tinubu never ran for an office. Tinubu never ran for an office. But
No, he never ran
Tinubu,
for any office.
but Tinubu still gained from Lagos State resources. But I'm telling you that since Obi left Anambra State,
is Tinubu ambitious?
No, hold on. Again,
let me make my point. Let me make my point. If I make my point, you can criticize me. There is nothing there.
Can you hold on?
Let me make my point. If I finish my point, you can criticize me.
You know what usually happens, okay? When I say that hold on, people usually hold on only because they know I'm not trying to stop them or anything. Hold on. Akim just asked you a question, so answer that question directly. So Akim, ask him that question again, but answer that question directly. Don't run away from the question.
Let me answer you. Let me answer you directly.
Let him ask it again.
Let me answer you directly.
Can you hold on?
Tinubu never run for any office, but Tinubu has been a senator. Then after senator, he became a governor. Let me finish.
My goodness, guy, can you let me moderate the space, Ekene? So let Akim ask you the question again, and then you answer the question directly. So Akim, ask him again.
Yeah, I say we're going to switch it around here. I say since Tinubu left office as a governor, he has not run for any office. So would you say Tinubu is an ambitious person?
Would I say Tinubu is an ambitious person?
Yeah.
Then people that support Tinubu can answer that one, whether he's ambitious. For me, I'm speaking for Obi, and I'm saying Obi is not ambitious to me. So people, the only thing I know that I would want it to go. Like when you're like when I'm supporting Obi, I don't go to other people's space. Maybe you are supporting Tinubu, I begin to say this and that, but I will tell you the reason for my own support. I have people that support Tinubu very close to me. We talk politics. We never fight because you have your own to support. You have your reasons to support that person, but I have my own to support, and I have my reasons to support him.
You've not answered the question.
But okay, let me answer it. Tinubu left government, right? Once you know,
is he ambitious or not? Simple.
Let me
No
answer
stories.
now. Tinubu is ambitious. This is the reason I'll give. When he left as a governor, right?
He was first a senator before governor.
Yeah. After senator, governor, and he left governorship. I don't know, 2020 what? Is it 2027 or whatever? So
And his wife still
2007.
became senator.
2007. I mean.
2007, yeah.
And the wife
And
still
when
became
he,
a senator.
yeah, the wife became a senator and all that. How you know Tinubu was ambitious? After he left, he still meddled into the politics of Lagos,
Lagos
carrying
State.
billion van,
But
selecting,
it's not meddling into
selecting,
the of Anambra.
selecting who will become the governor.
Who back to Biano to be governor of Anambra
That
State?
selecting,
No.
selecting who will
Answer that
become.
question. Who back to
Let me
Biano to be
finish
governor?
now.
No. I asked you a question now. Who back to Biano to be governor of
Yesterday
Let
Anambra
they
me
State?
said
finish.
it's Obi.
Let me finish.
Yes.
After that,
Oh God.
after that, he left. He went to federal, supporting Tinubu.
It's like a parallel
He
universe.
was
It's like a parallel
almost
universe.
bringing. We actually said it here that Tinubu has been into politics for 30 years. So I don't understand all this stuff.
And how
Are you
long
guys
has
trying to
how
reverse?
long has
Is Obi
Obi
ambitious?
Are you guys trying to reverse?
hold on, how long has Obi been in politics?
Let me finish what I'm saying about, then I can go. So
Yeah, go
Obi,
on.
why I said he's not ambitious is this. Whatever anybody is saying, Obi did it. Since Obi left Anambra State, he never collects any
Wow.
entitlement.
You
That is
can't
a
now.
great.
He
That is a
already
great.
took
That
all
is
the money. He
no.
already took all the money.
Whether
How
you
can
say
he collect?
whether you say he collect all the money or not, whether you say he collect all, as
He
far as
don't
he's
need
not
to collect
collecting,
money again. He already
where did he
collected
collect
enough.
it? I don't want to
Collected
care whether
enough,
he collect.
even more.
As far as I'm concerned, Obi is leaving behind close to 7 million for Anambra State, which is his own entitlement
So you are
every year.
choosing to okay, so you are choosing to believe what you choose to believe outside of facts. So facts
This is
has
not outside,
no
this is not outside of fact. Just tell me any governor.
Wow.
Just tell me any governor in Nigeria that have
Oh
left office
no
and
you
never
said
signed any entitlement for it. So just tell me any
no
governor. Just tell me any
hold
governor.
on, let me tell
That
you,
is just tell me any governor
no
in Nigeria that have left office. That have left office.
forget all that. Those are
No, there is nothing to forget. That is a very great achievement to me, for me, for my
it's
Anambra
not
State.
an
That is
achievement.
very
It's
good
not an
achievement.
achievement. It's
Something
not.
for me. It's
No,
something for me.
Okay,
For
for
me,
you,
my
yeah,
state. It's something.
no.
Just
That's
check 700 million every year out of Anambra State office to his own, just for his own benefit, land and other vehicle. Just check it. Just know how much it will be costing Anambra State every year, and know
he
how
They
much
already
don't
he
pay
left
cost
them
behind.
every
Anambra
year. They
enough.
don't pay them. They
Just
don't
forget
give them. They
whether you
don't
like
give
it or
them
not.
that.
Just check it.
It
Just check
cost
it.
Anambra. It already cost Anambra enough. They cannot give him
It didn't
more.
cost Anambra anything.
sorry.
I'm speaking as an Anambra, and you didn't cost Anambra anything. He didn't. Obi, I don't want to. If you want me to go to his antecedent and all that, I can still
No,
go there.
we know his
But I don't.
antecedents,
But I
but
don't. Yes, but I
let me
cannot go there.
hold on, Ekene. Let me just say
One man,
this.
how come they did not answer your question of who supported Obiano? Why come nobody answered that question?
Obi supported Obiano, so that is fact about that.
Okay, so let me just say this. So hold steady, Ekene. There's so much contradiction in what you're saying. You say Obi is not ambitious. Obi was a two-term governor of a state who fought hard to be those two-term governors. Obi, he fought hard to be vice president of Nigeria under Atiku's Albana. To the article now that everybody tells us is corrupt now, but it wasn't corrupt in 4 years ago when Obi was under him.
Have Obi said that Atiku is corrupt? Have Obi used his mouth to say that Atiku is corrupt?
Can you hold on? Just hold on.
No, I want to know. Have Obi used his mouth to say that Atiku is corrupt?
Obi has said that severally, but just listen. Just listen. Obi hopped from party to party to party in pursuit of his political ambition. He did, you know that. So he hopped from party to party to party, and then he was so ambitious that when he could not handle the fight in PDP, he hopped to a lesser pond just so that his ego can be satiated. Obi is one of the most ambitious politicians in Nigeria.
If that is how you define your own ambition,
no, that's what the facts tell us. And you said that Obi, that Tinubu was creating a line of succession. Obi also attempted a line of succession because as soon as he finished, he put Obiano in place, to cover his corrupt practices and to continue to hold sway in that state.
We have not seen the corruption yet. We have,
we
not seen the corruption
have.
yet.
Don't worry, we have. So
no problem. You can have it, but we don't have it.
Don't stand facts on his head. You are supporting Obi because it's your clan's man, and that's fine. That's fine.
It's not because I tell you, I can tell you this for fact.
We know it,
Let me whether you call it, whether you say it's my clansman or what, let me tell you this for fact.
But there's nothing wrong with that. Just own it.
We will be alive to see it again. The support I'm giving Obi today, let me tell you, no, I cannot give any Igbo politician support.
Yeah, but all of the reasons you gave are not valid. All of the reasons you gave are not valid. You gave are not valid. So that tells us that it's because it's your clan's man.
It's not because it's my class, man.
You said it's not ambitious. You said it's not ambitious. It factually is ambitious. We know that. You said he wasn't creating a line of succession. He is creating a line of succession. We know that. You said it's not corrupt. We know he's corrupt. We know that. You said all of these things you said are factually not true. Provably, factually not true.
You cannot tell me.
So the only reason you are supporting him is because he's your clansman. He's your clansman. That's why you support him, and that's fine.
It's not because it's my clansman.
I thought you're sleeping. Enigmatic, go and sleep.
As far as say me from Anambra State, he said that Obi never stole Anambra State money. No other state.
But he did now. He did now. We all know he did.
Ekene, let me ask you a question real quick.
Enigmatic, no, go and sleep.
I have a question for Ekene.
Do you know the trade brands? Do you know the trade
I posted a question on the comment section. Okay. Somebody brought it to my attention, and I was trying to get answer to it. Truthfully, I don't know the answer. The Dim himself, the Apga,
the Ikemba of Nnewi,
which I admire a lot.
Mm-hmm.
When he contested, I think on that Apga for president, he didn't even win from the South.
Nobody supported him in the Southeast.
So how come now? Because I learned that he single-handedly brought Obi to Apga. So I was kind of wonder how come they didn't vote for him, because he was the proponent of
nobody supported Ojukwu to be
why did they support him that now they're so?
Let me ask Ekene this question.
No. Please hold on. I want him, because you know what? This is, to be honest, I'm not asking this question because I have one ambiguity, or I'm asking truthfully.
No hidden agenda. No hidden agenda.
I just want to know why. How come? Because this man was single-handedly trying to how do I put this? Liberate its people, and then he didn't get the international support, and that was why Biafra did not succeed. So I'm kind of wonder, for somebody who has gone through, hoops and all that, for them, and how come they didn't vote for him? And now that, somebody that he brought to the party. Sorry?
He's a real hero.
No. Hold on. I want somebody.
Can I answer it?
Go ahead, please.
Let me answer it.
No, Pansa, do not. Pansa, do not answer my question. I don't want you to. No, I don't want you to answer my question.
No, the question is to Ekene.
No, I don't want. Your ideology and mine are not aligned at all.
I don't think there's anybody on this planet that aligns ideologically with Pansa.
I do.
Ekene, please answer the question, Jerry. Don't listen to Pansa.
Let me join this.
Why we did not support Ojukwu?
Why did you vote for him?
Hold on, Enigmatic. Yeah.
Why we didn't vote for him? Just like we say, just like I said here. Many of us here, people say Biafra this and Biafra that. You need to come here and interview people. What's your view for Biafra? What's your view for Biafra? What's your view for this? Then you get their answer personally before you begin to listen to people from the internet about Biafra this and that. No Igbo man, I say no Igbo man will never, no real Igbo man will want this country to divide. That's for fact. No real Igbo man will want this country to divide.
Yeah, are you saying Pansat is not a real Igbo man because that's his gospel? You should have seen
I don't
how
know.
excited he was when.
I don't know whether he's whether I don't know whether. But I'm telling you for fact and what is on ground, especially we that is here.
So
You understand?
Ekene,
So whenever we see something good, we know.
so
Just like
the Dim himself was a prominent son of that land, and I was kind of wonder, why wouldn't they vote? I mean, apart from that, he fought for Biafra. I mean, he was in the forefront.
Adewale, you should have had goosebumps from the answer your brother just gave you. Here it is.
Pastor, don't put
asked the
mouth for
question.
this.
Hold on.
Don't put
You
mouth.
asked a question,
No,
and your
no.
brother gave you
I don't want to hear
an
from.
answer that should
No,
give you a goosebump. One man.
I found
He said we cannot
Ekene's
interject. Hold on, I'm interjecting.
submission more credible than
Hold on.
yours.
I'm not
With
giving
all
you
due
an answer to your
respect.
question. I'm
No,
making an observation that
no,
here
no,
you are. You
no,
asked a very
let me
important
ask you this
question.
question. I want to ask
no,
you.
Then
no.
your brother from
I'm even more
Nigeria
satisfied with the answer
gave
he's
you.
giving me.
Will you be quiet, please? I'm
No, don't
No,
tell him to
You
be
no,
should be
quiet
I'm
now.
not
quiet.
no.
answering
I'm
the
the one
Hold
asking
question.
on.
question.
Quiet.
I
I'm not
am the
answering
one
the
asking the
question.
question.
I'm not
I am the
answering
Okay,
your
one
allow him
asking
question.
the
to ask. Allow
question.
him to finish. Let me
I'm not answering your question. I'm making a comment on the answer given by
Let me ask you this
the
question,
guy.
please.
Please have
Yeah.
last is good to relax so I can finish.
No, you've been
My
talking,
point I'm
bro.
making is that
Dude, you've been
he
talking, man.
asked
You need
this
to chill
question
for a
that is a
while.
very
We've been
important
talking all this
question
while.
for
You
anybody
just filibuster and you don't
to
answer
ask,
questions.
right? So this guy gave him a brotherly answer.
We've heard that already. He doesn't want to listen to you.
That should have elucidated. I mean, that should be something that he would go, wow,
Let me ask you
right?
the question I want to
Especially
ask
if
you,
it's
please.
true.
Have I
That is an answer
All
have
right.
I some any follow up
that can
question?
bring us together.
No,
Bring us
no,
together.
Pastor.
Pansat,
Let him
You
ask.
haven't heard me.
I have not
hold on.
finished.
Pansat, hold
Please,
on. Pansat,
There's nothing you said that align with my.
can you hold on, Pansat? Pansat, let Enigmatic put a question to Ikene because Ikene has to go and do daddy duties soon, and we want to hear from
I
him.
must say,
Come back
Ekene,
to me so I can make
I listened to what you said, okay, and I kind of agree with you that not everybody are going to share that same view. But I was kind of wondering, apart from the Biafra, this man contested for presidency. How come it was not voted for? What is it that they didn't see in him?
That they now see in
I've answered what I have to answer.
You said that not every. I mean, there's no real Igbo man that won the Nigeria.
He's a hero in his own side, his own battle is all those. But that many people, like somebody like me, my own point of view is not in that area, and we are plenty. We are many.
All right.
Emeka, let me ask
It's not Emeka
Adewale
now.
something.
Don't ask.
Ekene.
Can you hold on, Des? Because Enigmatic was just about to ask Ekene a question. So Enigmatic, ask Ekene that question.
Okay, my question to Ekene is: do you know the three banks that Obi was or is still one of the highest shareholders in the companies in the bank?
Obi has always been a banker before he became a governor.
No,
So whether he
answer the
the only
question.
bank I know, the only bank I know, the only
No.
bank I know, the only bank I know that will be,
My God.
the only bank I know that will be.
Ekene, I've muted you for a moment. Ekene, when people ask you the question, just either answer the question or say I don't know. So don't go in there. Yeah, so he's asked you a question. So ask him the question again and have the conversation.
So do you know the banks that Obi was or maybe still one of the highest shareholders?
It's Fidelity Bank.
There are three of them.
It's only Fidelity. I don't know another one. It's only Fidelity.
Bank
It's
and
only
Access
Fidelity
Bank.
Enigmatic.
Hold on. Let me tell you. Diamond Bank and Access Bank. Do you know the three
I don't know
banks?
about Diamond Bank.
Diamond Bank and Access
Diamond
Bank
Bank belongs to Pascal
Enigmatic. Say
Edozie
what you
and his
know
family.
now.
Diamond Bank belongs to Pascal Edozie and the family.
Listen to me. I'm not saying Obi owns the bank. Listen, it's like you guys do not listen well. I'm not saying now. Do you know the three banks that he had? He had the fund, the finances of Anambra State in.
Is Diamond Bank, Fidelity Bank, and the Zenith Bank.
And Access. Those three
Yes,
banks. The three
that's
banks
that Diamond Bank now Access Bank.
The three banks that he's actually was or still shareholder.
Yeah, but your question was a lie, though. You said,
okay,
where does
I'm not
he
talking
have?
to you, Pansat. Pansat, I'm not
where
talking
is
to
he a
you.
director?
Pansat,
the director of Fidelity Bank.
Pansat, I'm not talking to you. Okay,
yeah, you're not talking to me because you can't
the question I was asking you directly, there's a reason for that, right? And I understand you know the ethical standard that has to do with conflict of interest. Do you understand that? So in those three banks, he was a shareholders in those banks, but he chose those three banks to actually save Anambra's funds in those three banks. Do you understand the conflict of interest? So if you are talking about which government that he's not taking landed property or whatever, are you aware
not
of
taking pension? Yeah,
not taking pension, but are you aware of the fact again that I don't know if you guys are aware of this? Are you aware of the fact that there are so many landed properties that Obi? I can probably even send the documents to one man tomorrow if I see it again.
Send it because it's
send the document. There is no. I know where Obi has house in Onitsha.
Hold on.
I can take you there. What is
no. Hold on. You say you know where Obi has land in Onitsha. Do you know all of Obi? House. Do you know all of the lands that he owns in Onitsha? Do you know it?
Obi has come to
clear. The question now: do you know all the lands that he owns in Onitsha? Do you know it?
Or which all the land? This one you are making it up. I don't know all the land.
No. I'm asking you.
I don't know any land you are talking about. If Obi owns any land,
okay.
So I don't know.
Yeah. So if he owns it, okay. So that's the answer then. If Obi owns any other land, you don't know. So carry on.
I don't know.
But one man, he doesn't know the land you own in Onitsha, right? Does he know the land you own in Onitsha? Does he know the land you own in Onitsha? When Mimiko
was leaving government in Edo State, he left 20 billion naira, right? When Fayoshi was leaving, all the Southwest governors, when they were leaving State House, they left some money. So this common narrative about Obi left this and this without no legacy infrastructure.
So, let me say something. As far as say Obi left that money,
I'm trying to take you somewhere.
As far as say Obi left that money with the house approving it, with the House of Assembly of Anambra State approving it, I don't have any problem with that.
No.
Everybody know where that money is in Anambra State. Everybody know where that money is in Anambra State.
No, everybody does not know.
I don't have any problem with that.
This conversation is degenerating fast. One man, can you try to have respect for all here?
Is that you said I'm actually quoting your word. You said Obi, the only governor in Nigeria, and I'm telling you, it's not the only governor. You can say the only governor in.
I did not mention anybody that left money. I say any governor that is not collecting his due entitlement after years. Yes, that is what I said. If you know any other person, mention for me.
That's how you guys have been saying it. Once again, let me ask you this question. You said Obi is not ambitious. Do you know Obi's first political party?
What? Which? What?
Do you know he was in a political party before he moved to Abga?
Before he moved to Apoga? Yes, now I know he was in PDP.
Okay, so why did he leave PDP for Abga?
He couldn't contend in PDP. Now he went to Apoga. What's wrong with that?
He has freedom of association.
Pansat, I'm not talking to you, Pansat.
For some reason I'm hearing you. Can
you
make it where I can hear you?
I'm not talking to you. I'm talking to Ekene.
How come I hear you then? If you're not talking to me, how come I can hear you?
Your ears. So Ekene, what I'm saying, right? They asked you pointed question. Very pointed one, and this is the problem with you guys. You guys filibuster and you obfuscate almost every time. You tell stories, cock and bull stories.
No, there is nothing like focus. No person like you guys. I said. Let me say this again. Let me say this again. Let me say what I want to say. Let me say what I want to say. Then you can continue. Don't put narrative. Those guys. You have the right. You have the right to support your candidate. I don't have any right to. Yes, don't say you guys. Because you supporting your own candidate, I don't say you that. You have the right to support it. You have the reason you support your Tinubu. You have the reason to support anybody. It's not that there is nothing like you guys. This is my reason of supporting him. personally.
you've done well, my
Yeah.
brother. You've
Ekene
done
needs to put
No,
excellently
there's
well.
nothing
There's
like
nothing
you guys.
wrong. There's nothing
nobody
wrong
There is
needs
in
to
nothing
put
wrong.
supporting
You
who
can
you
support
believe in.
your candidate.
nobody.
I've never mentioned your candidate whether he do this or do that, but you
I'm,
still bringing up Obi do
You,
this,
you,
Obi
you
do that.
you know
But
the
I've never
common
said it's
denominator
not that we
among
don't know that. It's
all
not
of
we're not
these
hearing it. But
candidates.
I don't
They
Ekene,
are
have any
all
listen,
time to
politicians.
argue
listen. I
that.
was asking you a simple
Yeah.
question,
You know,
right?
if it were to
I think
be
people ask you the
what
same
is
question.
this man's name? The man that works in the CBN before that contested the last election. Now that is who I would regard as technocrat, who is not also a politician. No,
Soludo.
no, no, not Soludo. This man, I forgot his name.
Oh,
He's
so
just
Mogalo.
Morgalo.
Okay,
Yes,
Yes,
so
Moya.
he's,
go and
Yes.
vote
he's
for
the only one
Magalu
that I would say,
now.
well, this
Go
man is
ahead.
not a politician,
But
Yeah,
and he
go and
sounded like
vote for
an
Magalu.
academic as well.
Adeoli, what I'm trying to
You're
say is
gonna
that
select our leaders for us, right?
on this
Go and
platform,
vote
right?
for
Who are
Magalu.
your
Just
who
We
are
one
don't
your
want them.
who
We
are your
don't
leader
want
you're talking
Magalu.
about? Who is segregating and who is
on this platform,
segregating
right?
who you talking about, Panzer?
No, what I'm saying, you are trying to tell him who to vote for. He doesn't want
I'm not
nobody
telling him
voting
to
for him.
Nobody's
vote for
telling you to vote for
nobody.
any.
I am not
He's a
telling him,
gentleman. Why are you badgering him? I mean,
Panzer.
It's just running
we
I
are
am
back and
almost
not
forth.
talking
backing.
here. Is this a Yoruba versus Igbo thing?
Oh
Okay,
Why
God.
kill the
are
guy?
you even listening to yourself?
Why you degenerating to that
No,
level now?
because
Don't
you let
degenerate
them do
now.
that.
No,
Why? We're having
it's
a
not
good
a Yoruba. Why?
conversation.
The reason why I'm saying all this is because you see, I have Yoruba friends.
I
We talk
said
about
they are all
politics.
politicians.
Or
The
Ekene,
only
I was
person I
asking
will
you
regard as
simple
You
not
see,
question.
politician
I
is
was
James
asking you
Morgan.
simple question
let
and
me
you were
finish what I
blank.
want to say because we
I
are talking
asked you
about the
simple
good of
question,
we
you
are
didn't
talking
answer
about
the
the good of
question. You did
we are
not
talking
answer the
about the good
question.
of
Instead of that, you degenerated to something different. I was asking you,
no,
we're supposed to
there
be
is
having
nothing different.
conversation.
Let me make my
Eh?
point clear.
Do
Let me
you
make
remember
my
the
because
first time you came to this
I don't
platform?
want
The first time you came
I
to
know,
this
but I
platform,
don't. The reason
do
why
you remember what
the
you
reason
said?
why the reason why I avoided that last time is because I don't want
No,
this argument.
I'm trying to ask you a
Uh,
question because you painted the picture, and I'm trying to let you understand the picture.
no,
I
there is
keep
nothing to
asking
let me understand
a
there because
simple question. You say
I've
somebody
already
does
made
not
my
have an
position.
ambition,
All right.
and you
No,
paint a picture and you want
there
to
is nothing to
use
make
Guys,
me understand there because I have already made
one
that.
voice.
You see,
you are
Obi,
just
let me
you
tell
are,
you something. You see, supporting Obi is not. It did not start today.
I'm not telling you not to
I,
support to be that's the point. You guys are getting it
but
wrong.
leave me with that. Leave me with that. You understand?
I'm not
If I
holding
just
you. I'm
no,
not holding you.
if I say this is my
I'm not
reason.
holding you.
All right.
What you have to say,
Hold on. Hold on.
what you have to say to convince me.
Hold on. If you look at the
Yeah.
comment section, you will see that the audience they are complaining that it's too rowdy, so they are not even hearing you. So just one voice. So if somebody wants to force through, let them have it. Then give it
Let me
back.
finish my
So
session, then
yeah.
you can argue. Let me finish my session.
Okay.
You've been finishing for
Like
the
I
past
said,
15 minutes.
I said, if the reason I have said the reason why I'm supporting Obi, you don't have to
Yeah,
interject
we
me.
know
Don't
now.
need
We
to.
know
Asking
You
a
now
have you
simple
have asked
question.
you have
because it's
bring
your
up your question.
clansman.
You have
Because it's your
bring up your
clansman. Yes.
no whether you put it like that. You will
Yeah.
bring up your question to me. I've answered you. You
You did not
understand?
answer me. You did not
Yo,
answer me. Let me ask you again.
okay. For whether I answer you or
Let
not,
me ask. Will
I've
you answer
already
me
made
now
my.
if I ask you?
Let me finish.
Let the
There is
guy
nothing that I
finish.
will tell you.
All right? Let him
There
finish.
is nothing that I will tell
All
you
right.
Shut your
to
mouth.
make
I'm not
you.
talking to
There is
you.
nothing that
Oh
will make you
God.
that will tell you there is nothing that I will tell you now to make you change your mind concerning your candidate. You understand? And I don't
I'm
have to go.
asking
And
you a
I don't
simple
have to go to
question.
that.
Normal,
Let
let
me
people
finish
answer question
now.
now. What is the problem?
Let me finish
Enigmatic.
now.
Let him finish. Can
Eh?
I carry on?
If you don't
But
want
if
me
you
to
say you
talk,
will finish, you will
I
finish.
can go.
You won't finish. I
I
All
can
know.
right.
go.
If you allow him, then he will finish. Carry on, Ikene.
Let me finish. I said there is nothing that I will tell you to make you change your mind for your candidate. And
I'm
I've
not
already
changing
made my
any
point.
mind. I'm just asking a question.
Enigmatic,
That's the
please
thing.
now. Let him finish.
That is the thing. So what we have to be
Oh
having
man,
is
can you at least punish him one time instead of admonishing him all the time?
Who are
I
you?
tell
Who
you,
are
no.
you?
Let
Do
me
my,
talk.
oh God.
Let me
Can
say what I.
everybody
This is my
please?
section.
Can we
Unless if you don't
please
want to
let?
give me, if you don't
Yeah.
want to give me my section, then I can go. That I said.
No, now you've been are
You have
trying
the
to
reason
seduce
to.
this morning and you are not
No,
answering the question.
no. Let me
You are
not
the one
have to reduce.
interjecting me now.
If let
You are the one interjecting me now.
you
Let me
know,
go. Let me go.
I don't mind reducing the whole screen just to Ikene so he can have his say, but he must have his say. Carry on,
Let me go.
Ikene.
I came to
Yeah.
ask a question, but
I
it's not
said I've
going.
made
All
my
right.
position. Then every other person here have made his position, and I don't think that there's anything that will change anybody's position. But the only thing we have to do, you do it the way in a way that it doesn't look as if we are dividing ourselves. You understand? We are talking about our country. You have your candidate to support. The only thing we speak is on the election day. Anybody that wins will go home. And I tell you, whether Tinubu wins, whether Atiku wins, whether Obi wins, nothing will happen. We are in this Nigeria. You are just nothing will happen. We'll still be here. The person will finish his government, another election will come.
You're right,
You
bro.
understand?
You're right.
So that is a fact. So there is nothing like I'm supporting him because he's my clan or because of. I tell you, this person that
It's the
it's not
cancer
it's
that
not
is
today
trying to group
that I know
everything. It's always
I
trying
know
to
him. I know him,
cancer is
and
always
I've been
trying to
following him up
group
till today.
everybody.
So
Can I speak
that is my decision. So
Can I
you
speak
bringing me
now?
they bringing me question. He have this. He's still this. He's still that. I've never asked, even in this Lagos. I've never asked any Tinubu supporter that Tinubu did this, Tinubu do that. No, I have them as friends. We are friends, and that is how a nation needs to grow. You allow people to express their opinion. You express your own opinion. We go together. On election day, anything that happens, we take it like that. Then we move on. You
Okay.
As a
understand?
matter of fact,
So that is the
Ekene,
thing.
we should even be talking about the policy more than the individual. I'm talking about the players. And we should be talking about their policy. How it fitting into our culture and the vision for the generations to come. We shouldn't be talking about the individuals. Individuals are just,
That is the thing.
representing interest
But
groups,
Adewale, you don't get the point. The point
Ah,
is that he was painting a picture, and then, of course, we ask people questions on this platform every time. The question that I was asking him, they were asking about ambition. When they asked two or three of them, you see the way they were dancing around, and then
yeah,
I was
but
trying to let him
they're
understand.
supporting the candidate. You wouldn't expect to sell them less. They
I don't
have
No,
to.
know.
They
nobody
have
is selling
to.
Have
them
Do
you
you
less.
know?
noticed that
Do you know
nobody
But
the
ever
worst?
asks?
but
Nobody
look,
ever asks.
Am I supposed to come here and begin to tell you Obi said this, Obi said that,
I,
or this and that is about
I,
this and this? I've
Adewale,
told you my personal belief.
the point,
I've told you my personal
nobody is
belief
changing your
about
belief.
him.
Okay? You are not letting me speak now, but you'll be complaining. Nobody, I'm not trying to
Okay,
change your
okay,
belief.
speak. Okay,
Okay,
speak. No problem. Speak.
okay.
Then I
So
can conclude. No problem.
to get it straight to you, I don't have any power to change your belief or to let you change your belief. That's not my point. I don't care if you vote for anybody. Okay, I don't have a bone in that. But my thing is that, when you come to a certain platform like this, right, and you say, because we've had some people, they will say, I don't care, I don't care. I know. But after a while, then we know where they belong. Now, when you say somebody is ambitious, then we try to put that ambition to proper perspective, right? Somebody,
Yes.
we say, they ask you, and I think there was one other guy who was supporting you. Somebody left office in 2007. He has not attempted, right, to run for any office. He has not moved from his political base or political party. He has not changed. He has not decamped. He has not done anything right to his political associates. Then when they ask that, put that straight question, do you think this guy is ambitious? Then they went to the point that, oh, he's been involved in the politics of Lagos State for these years. But when they remind you that Obi was involved in politics of Anambra State by supporting two gubernatorial candidates that lost, you flip the table almost immediately. Then when you say he's not ambitious, and then we remind you again that Obi started from PDP, he ran for gubernatorial primary under PDP, he lost, he moved from PDP to ABGA to secure this gubernatorial candidate ticket, and then they were saying they begged him to come and run. How would you beg somebody to come and run for governor who ran under PDP and lost? Then he ran to
Okay. Okay.
ABGA.
Let me say this. Let
Hold
me
on,
say this.
I'm still talking. I'm still talking. I'm not talking. I'm still talking. So we are just trying
I
to.
really want to go. That's the issue.
Well,
Okay,
hold
I'm
on,
saying it for
Ekene.
the
Yeah.
platform now, and
Well,
I'll
yeah,
finish.
carry on, enigmatic.
Yeah. So when this is an informative platform. So when you bring all these stories to the table, we need to assess it and say, okay, you are right, you are wrong, or we are punching holes in where you are obfuscating or probably filibustering. So when you say it's not ambitious, in 2014, immediately when he was done with office, he ran to PDP. Under PDP, under Jonathan's government, he was one of the top economic. He was in the economic team. He had several stuff that he had to do with Jonathan. Then from there, in 2019, in recent time, he's not ambitious. He ran as a running mate to Atiku, the same Atiku that is being derisively thrown under the bus now, right? By obedience. The same Atiku. Now they lost the election together. Then in 2022, right? It's not ambitious. He picked
It's still
he
not
picked he,
ambitious.
he picked 100 million naira, or how much did they sell the form to them in PDP? He bought the form. He campaigned. He campaigned for delegate votes. He toured some states. When it was very clear that he wasn't going to win the election, he moved to Labour Party.
It's
It's not
Japa, the
ambitious.
Labour
It's not
Party.
ambitious. So he went to Labour Party. He did not campaign. He did not do the normal processes to actually. He was not even involved in the primaries of Labour Party. He had an elitist ticket. He had an agreement with Party Tommy and the apparatchiks of Labour Party to secure the ticket. Then he's running under Labour Party. He's not ambitious. Now he's in the race, right? After the race, after 2023, when he loses, right? Then he's not ambitious. He will move back to PDP. He's not ambitious. He will be doing politics again in PDP. He's not ambitious.
So don't kill me.
So when we are bringing all these things, and then when they ask you why are you supporting this person, you say he's not ambitious, he's a good politician, and then he's not a nation. He's trying to take Nigeria back. Take Nigeria back from where? Where did you guys take Nigeria to? So
All
these are
right,
the things.
No
enigmatic,
problem.
are you done?
If that is your definition of being ambitious, so be it. No problem. But to me, everybody has
No. Is that not is that not
All right,
the definition of being ambitious?
let me
That
say
is the
something.
definition of being
Enigmatic
ambitious now. So
and
he has
everybody.
defined it, and that is how it is. He has defined it,
This is
and that is how
ambition,
it is.
right? This is
Uh,
ambition. Ambition can be defined in two ways. There is more like a negative and positive ambition, right?
I'm done talking about
All
that.
right.
When
Okay, it's ambitious now, but just positively ambitious.
he has defined
yeah,
his own ambition. So I have defined
there's
my own ambition.
This
So
is not
let
a
it be the way
power.
there's
he
This is
let
not
it
a
let
power.
it be the way he defined it. Let it be
Yeah,
the way he
just
defined it.
the thing. You know why?
when you're
Hold
ambitious.
on. Ikene, you are supporting Peter Obi because he's your clan's
Period.
man.
Just
Nothing
simple.
wrong. Nothing wrong
Whether
with
he's
that.
my whether he's my
Nothing
clan
wrong
man
with
or what.
nothing wrong with
No,
that. Nothing wrong with that.
whether he's my clan man or not, I have supported a candidate. Well, even when my clan man is still on the ballot, or when my clan man is never on the ballot. You understand? I voted Good Luck. I voted Atiku. So if I vote him now, it's not a bad thing. So that's the
Not,
thing.
not at all.
All right,
It's not
all right.
ambitious.
One man,
He has been in politics for over 20 years, but it's not
one
ambitious.
man,
Yes,
one man.
they were late. You're always late. Good to see you.
Thank you very much. You know, I made a prediction here, I think day before yesterday, that was it yesterday, last night or day before yesterday, that this is what is going to become the outcome of the Supreme Court. And then it comes to pass. I told you they are going to shift or adjourn the case probably before the election day, and then they will start dancing around it just to cool down the society a little bit, and then till the election take place, and then they will now make a pronouncement, or they will make that pronounce or the judgment maybe few next week when that is it this week or next week next week before the election. That's what I predicted, and it comes to pass because it seems now that uh, they postpone it till next week, and that is exactly what is going, and that's what they're doing because they understand. That means they're part of the government. I'm talking about the Supreme Court judges, and they're trying to see, how they can.
Sorry, one man. Are you watching the Buhari broadcast?
What's that?
Is it my network?
President Muhammad Buhari's broadcast.
Oh, is it on now?
Yeah, it's on now.
Okay, let's hook it up. Sorry, carry on. Let's see if we can hook it up. Carry on, Dewale. Let me quickly go to
Okay. So, and they're doing that simply because it seems the federal government have one interest, and at the same time they don't want to because it seems people don't have, people are losing hope that the election might not take place, and we are toiling with or the mediator now is the Supreme Court. That is the last straw because if they
All right. Dewale, I have to pause you for a moment for this presidential broadcast. Let's
go
look it
ahead.
up. Yes, this is Buhari now.
My dear compatriots, I have found it necessary to address you today on the state of the nation and to render account on the efforts of our administration to sustain and strengthen our economy, enhance the fight against corruption, and sustain our gains in the fight against terrorism and insecurity, which has internal and external factors. Particularly, I'm addressing you as your democratically elected president to identify with you and express my sympathy over the difficulties being experienced as we continue the implementation of new monetary policies aimed at boosting our economy and tightening of the loopholes associated with money laundering. Let me reassure Nigerians that strengthening our economy, enhancing security, and blockage of leakages associated with illicit remain top priority of our administration. And I shall remain committed to my oath of protecting and advancing the interests of. In the last quarter of 2022, I authorized the Central Bank of Nigeria to redesign the 200 Naira, 500 Naira, and 1,000 Naira Nigerian banknotes. For a smooth transition, I similarly approved that the redesigned banknotes should circulate concurrently with old banknotes till 31st January 2023, before the old notes cease to be legal tender. In appreciation of the systemic and human difficulties encountered during implementation and in response to the appeal of all citizens, an extension of 10 days was authorized till 10th February 2023 for the completion of the statutory ability of the CBN to keep a firm control over money in circulation. In 2015, when this administration commenced its first term in circulation, was only 1.4 trillion naira. B, the proportion of currency outside banks grew from 78% in 2015 to 85% in 2022. As of October 2022, therefore, unavailable for economic activities and by implication to medium and long-term loans, greater visibility and transparency of our financial actions, translating to efficient enforcement of our anti-money laundering legislations. I am not unaware of the obstacles placed on the path of innocence. Noted that the subject matter is before the courts of our land and some pronouncements have been made. To further ease to the CBN, that the old 200 Naira banknote be the new 200 naira, 500 naira, and 1,000 naira banknotes for 60 days from February 10th, 2023 to April 10th, 2023, when the old 200 naira note ceases to be legal tender. In line with Section 20, subsection 3 of the CBN Act 2007, all existing old 1,000 naira and 500 naira notes remain redeemable at CBN and designated points. Considering this to the next administration and future generations of Nigerians to make their deposits by taking advantage of the platforms and windows being provided by the CBN. Let me assure Nigerians, our administration will continue to assess the implementation with a view to ensuring that Nigerians are not unnecessarily burdened. In this regard, the CBN shall ensure that new notes become more available and accessible to our citizens through the banks. I wish to once more appeal for your understanding till we overcome this difficult transient phase, aware that this new monetary policy has also contributed immensely to the minimization of the influence process elections. Thank you for listening. God bless the Federal Republic of Nigeria. In 20.
So there it is. So there it is. So
Oh my
response to
God, one
that.
man.
Yes.
This is
So
this
so
is this is slaughter. I mean, do you know what he did? He's almost telling the whole world, all this APC going out saying that Buhari doesn't know about it. He just basically told the whole world, yes, I am the one that did this. It's just I don't know. This man is just I don't even know what to say again. What is going on? What is like all the whole cover up that APC has been doing, he just slaughtered it with one
no,
statement.
no. What have you understood from what he said? Because I'm not sure
No,
what you're
no,
talking.
him saying that because the APC has been going on and saying Buhari doesn't know about this is
No,
all
no, no. Forget all
MFLA.
of that. What did you understand what he
No,
was saying? No.
yeah, I understand all the money policy and all that.
So
Yeah,
what did
it's
he
all
say?
good. What he's
What
saying
did
is
he
all
say?
good.
Oh, yeah. What? No, no. What did he say?
That is extended to I think 30 days or whatever. Is it 60 days or whatever he gave?
Or
Um,
whatever. Oh, all right. Thank you,
Let me
Des.
take a stab at it.
which is
No,
Let
no,
me
good.
take
no.
a stab at it.
Thank you, Des. You clearly did not understand what he
Could
said.
I
But
take a
yeah.
stab at it? Let me take a stab at it.
Sorry, I want to do it in a structured order. So
Okay.
let me take it from Ajanle Koko and then we'll land it on just a short little understanding of that space. Ajanle Koko. So that is the Aboki from Daura. But what did you make of it? Okay, we don't have Ajanle Koko for the moment. So let's go to Fatai. So there it is right there. Did it meet at all what your expectations were?
No, it's a disappointment. It's a disappointment. And nobody ever said Buhari did not know about anything, right? What we are saying, Buhari is not a technocrat, he's not an economist, he's not the CBN governor who is going to implement, who is going to do the architecture for the implementation. The implementation was bungled. It's not that Buhari didn't know. Buhari did similar stuff in his previous administration. So everybody understands that is the kind of a thing that Buhari could do. So there's nobody on the planet who is saying Buhari did not know about it. Of course he knows about it. But he's not the one, the bricklayer, if you are trying to construct a road, the owner of the house, I mean a house, the owner of the house knows you are trying to construct a house, but it's not the bricklayer that will put the blocks there. So there's no even argument there. The
Yeah,
problem
oh
is
man.
this this whole the way the whole thing is being implemented and the way it's presented to Buhari as it's going to be implemented. Where is the money going to be printed? How much is
Longer
going to cost?
Lego it
How much
can
is going
be
to be
put
put
in
in
like
circulation?
into the
All of these things are the problem that everybody is talking about. The pain. How much did they warn Buhari about the pain is going to cause to the people? These are the things Buhari does not know. It's not that Buhari does not know about the policy, but he was not well briefed about how much pain is going to cause to the people, how much strain is going to bring on economy.
Fatai, just in terms of what he said essentially is what we've been. He said that the 200 naira note will continue to be legal tender, but the 500 and the 1,000 naira note will continue to be phased out. That's essentially what he said.
I mean, what is up? Look, they are trying. That is a very disappointing. Look, they are trying to turn themselves into a pretzel. Maybe in 10 years' time, they will come to the realization that the mess they have created, there's no amount of pretzel they turn themselves into that will solve this problem. They need to understand what caused this problem, what is behind all of this, the implementation, everything that went down in CBN to land us here. And they can never be able to do that if they don't fire Emefiele. Eh? If they don't fire Emefiele, they
But
will never
Fatai,
know fully.
No, hold on. I'm doing it turn by turn.
Fatai,
They
Des.
are
I'm doing it
taking
turn by turn. Yeah, let's go. Yeah.
they are taking intelligence from a man who is they are, when I mean intelligence, I mean like information about the whole thing and where for or whatever it is, from a man who is behind the problem. Is he going to tell you all the mess that he did? No, he's going to be covering up for himself. Until you let him go, you're not going to fix this problem. Let him go, like the popular Yoruba proverb. Komi tuturu keja tutu wonodo. Ele toko nta gbogbo mi ru bala 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 bala. The 200 naira useful. The 500 naira no, you will be faced out. This. What is all this mess? They are crazy. I mean, all these people. What the heck? They are not Nigeria with that money. The CBN is not a monarch. The laws of Nigeria created the CBN. We are Nigerians, all 200 million people, they are the owners of those currencies, not Emefiele, not Buhari. It's a privileged position that we put them into it. If we can't watch these people destroy our country for generations to come, because that's what's going to happen. For me, it was disappointment. I was waiting to hear Emefiele is going to be fired because that's the only thing that will solve the problem. And whatever they are doing, they are just
I
turning
try to
around.
tell you. One man, he's just wailing. Can we go to the next person?
You're wailing. You're wailing. You're a gaslighter that makes no sense.
It's your choice of words often, top and south. It's just a choice of
No,
words.
it's choice of what is fine. What I can give you also one man. If somebody gives me a word, please let me give them back because what I will give you will not like it as well. You know, like you're trying. One man. He's trying to paint a picture to make everything land on obedience, line of thought. Oh, Buhari knows about it. No, we know where you are going. There's nothing you are saying that's interesting. We know. You're not. Your
we're
gaslight
discussing what
is
Buhari
not high
said,
intelligence.
not to
Wait.
cry
Let me
about
finish
it.
my line.
Tell us what you think about it.
Excuse me, let me finish my line. Your gaslighting is not high intelligence gaslighting. That's why it's annoying. If it's a high capacity gaslighting, we can even stomach it. But you're trying like you're some intelligence thing you are talking about, things that make no sense. You're just filibustering and jumping around from point to point to land at point that don't make any sense. And you think, excuse me.
All right, brilliant. All right, thank you, Fatai. So from Fatai, let's go on to the progressives. So the progressives, we are up next. So that there is Buhari essentially only really giving the leeway of the 200 naira note. The 200 naira note can run all the way through till April the 10th. Yeah.
Mama, please come back to me. This boy is disturbing me.
No, brilliant. So we always like to hear children in the background.
Hello, Mama, can you hear me?
Yeah, we can. Do you want me to come back to you? All right, let's go to Nelson. Nelson, you're up next.
Yeah, the whole Naira issue is irritating to me. I believe from the one I knew Buhari actually wanted to redesign the Naira. It was Buhari's initiative. And I never thought the cabal in Afro Rock is as strong as what we are witnessing. But I believe it's not going to affect the outcome of the general election. That's my take. And I think Emefiele is just answering to Buhari's order. That's my take.
Oh, all right, brilliant. So we go on to Pansat next, but before we get to Pansat, let's do a bit of administrative. The super chats as they are, there's not much of that happening today, but of course, Desmond as ever. So that's Desmond with the super sticker. Kulata came in at some point. All panelists should agree to vote Obi. Save us. He's just trying to running from the hills for the hills as soon as he saw Pansat. So Ayo comes in, keep up the good work, just a nod in the direction of the platform. That nod from Rotimi Oludavid, which he did twice with stickers. Thomas comes into that super chat space. Today's session is educative and civil. Good job, guys. So thank you, Thomas. And Thomas rounds off that space. Please, guys, one after the other, please, guys. So the rowdiness somewhat, Thomas cautioning to that. And to do the coffee thing, you already know the name that is going to come up, but does he have company this time around? But you will wait to find out. So there it is, as ever. Ayo turns up for the coffee. So that's Ayo, thank you. And in this instance, joined by someone is Jacos 7, Jacos 7. So that's Ayo and Jacos. So that space still open for anybody that wants to avail themselves as we hear Panta's take on the Buhari public announcement. Pansat, you're up next.
Yeah, thank you very much. I thought that was quite a fascinating address to the country. But we have to look at the words that and his reasons why this policy talked about corruption, insecurity, trying to abet it, ameliorate it, and he also mentioned the difficulty that we're having in the country, and because of that, he tried to give the reason that he's trying to fight money laundering. He felt that this is an anti-money laundering measure and to strengthen the economy at the same time. But also he hit some people hard by saying that there's illicit influence on the elections. So out of the fact, if you look one man at the private chat, you're gonna see where I posted an article from El-Rufai talking about a compromise which they rejected, these governors, which is exactly what this is. That article I posted about 9:36 p.m. our time here. I don't know what time it is over there where you are. But anyway, so he says that 500 and 1,000 banknotes will continue to be exchanged at the CBN desk there. But the 200, he's able to move it further from February 10 to April 23rd, I believe. So I think that's a nice compromise to solve the issue of the difficulty with the market women and a few people who do not want to go cashless, because most people can transfer money, digital money right now. It's just the little change that people need. So $200 note would be doing that from now till April 23rd. So what's the problem? So, but the main thing though is the body language, right? He's saying that statutory obligation of the CBN to do this. This is a smart policy. We shouldn't sacrifice smartness because somebody has an ambition to be president and he wants to bribe. I mean, without shame, some people on this platform are supporting people who are coming out to say we want to find a way to thwart a policy that's going to prevent people from buying and rigging the election. And they're here with us, with me here, without shame. You're going to support somebody who wants to thwart our electoral laws. I mean, it's unbelievable. It's unbelievable.
Who wants to thwart your electoral laws?
Some people are here saying, hey, look, this is going to affect our candidate because he cannot buy votes.
Who said that? Who
That's
said that?
your own mind. His mind. His mind.
Okay.
You got that from the moon.
Passat is on a special diet.
No, one man. There are times that we talk here, want to be funny or want to be, we want to just banter it about. But
no, you are being funny.
We have to, please, we have to start doing it right. Our president just addressed the nation on a very serious issue. He has all the intelligence. He believes there's corruption, there's insecurity, right? And there's money laundering, and that our economy is weak, and that these
CBN
measures
is not law enforcement.
Will you please?
Hold on, Passat. Hold on, Fatai, rather. A couple more sentences for Passat, and then we go on to Des.
Even more important than me than completing this, and believe me, I do want to finish my points, but is having him removed. How many times are you going to warn him? You can't keep admonishing him. You have to remove him so he behaves.
Hold on. Can you hold on? No, hold on, both of you. As you know, it's my decision, but I carry on with your summary, Pansat.
Okay, so I am very impressed that Buhari took his time to say that he really does feel the burden on our people because they have suffered a lot. They're suffering because people are hoarding the currency, are weakening our economy, and accumulating monies illegally to thwart policies that we spent a lot of money reprinting. He's bent over backwards. He's given this APC candidate, the Jagaban, he's trying to respect him. Instead of having him arrested, he lets him keep running. But look,
do you think he should hold on? Do you think he should have him arrested, or do you think he should just have him shot?
No,
should they just shoot him?
No, here's why I say that. Okay,
that is
one man. Here's why I say that. Okay, it's either we don't have any money. We don't have any money. So the choice is either one person. I cannot get my word out with people interrupting me.
Bring it on. Yeah.
Here's what I'm saying. Here's the choice. Do you, because of Tinubu is running for office, that he's not going to win, do you go and spend all this money redesigning the currency? Because if he's not in the race, that won't be necessary. This is being done because he's got bullion vans and accumulating money to buy an election. So
can you hold up, Fatai, please? Let's let the guy. But please round it up as well.
Yes, please. Not speaking to that's like 7 warnings already to Fatai. Could you please remove him? Just punish him a little bit. Then he
carry on.
You can't ask me to be removed or be punished. That is punishment to you. You give that punishment.
All right. Just give us a couple more sentences, Pansat, and then we go on to Des. Yeah.
Okay. So I was saying that he showed compassion for the first time. This is a man who's like a stranger, right? He showed compassion. He says this is unnecessary burden. So he's redesigning these notes, and then he mentioned that he compromised and moved it to the 10th. He compromised and did this and did that. And now, to ameliorate the situation, he's allowing $200 notes to be legal tender of the old notes and giving a date certain for the other ones. It's not like even the $1,000 and the $500 notes. You can still go to the window at the CBN and have them exchanged. What is it? What is the problem? So right. It's a statutory obligation of the CBN. We have to have these agencies do their job. But the heartening thing, let me just conclude by saying this. And this is, believe me, this is not theatrical. It's not theater. It is disheartening to have our people, all these people you see on this screen are either in the United States or in Britain or some developed country, and they are cheering on some guy to be able to have money to buy an election after what we've been through. It's not fair.
All right, thank you, Pansat. So thank you, Pansat. So from Pansat, let's hear from Des, who hopefully has made his way back home. So Des, there it is.
Can I quickly make my submission?
Oh no, yes. Sorry, yeah. No, just allow one moment. No, it was actually his turn, but he had to attend to daddy duties. So Akeem, yes, come in.
Okay.
Oh, thank you very much, one man.
Yeah.
And secondly, I want to quickly rush to the gym as well, so I just need to do this quick.
Look at you.
One man.
You want to tell us say the gym.
Look at that. It's a bit too late now. After pounded yam, you go to gym. Look at this guy.
You know.
Is it something? So let me just continue what I want to say anyway. One man, I think it's a good development. The idea that the 200 naira should still continue with the 100 naira and the lower denominations, I think it's better than where we were before now. It's a way you have to welcome the whole announcement today. I would have want the policy suspended for now, or not suspended, and just properly implement it the way it is done, like allow both currency to run side by side for a period of time. So I think that would have been the better way to go about it. The old people say this is about fighting corruption, and this is where every people are getting it wrong. The whole idea was to transit into a cashless economy. That is the whole point of the policy. People, for some reason, they've turned it into an election matter. It has nothing to do with elections. It's about transiting into a cashless economy. So we cannot do that as a country in a very short space of time. We all agree that it's a good policy, it's a good way to go into a cashless economy. We all live in the Western world. 90% when we get involved in transaction, we barely use cash. We use our cards. Some people even pay with their phone. So we advocate for Nigeria as a country to move in that direction. But to do it just to say because some people are not saying because somebody need to buy vote, somebody don't want to buy vote. You don't run a country economy based on one election cycle. So what happened in the next election? What happened in the one after that? What about the last year election or the election? So you have to tailor your policy based on the need of the people and how it is going to affect the livelihood of the people. If you implement a policy because you want to punish an individual, you're going to end up punishing millions of Nigerians. That is exactly what we are seeing today. A lot of people are suffering. I have had complaints from back home. One man, you have made your own. You have talked about the complaints you've had from back home. Nearly everybody on this platform have people back home who are going through these challenges at the same time. So we cannot say because we want to punish Tinubu. Look, my mom does not know Tinubu. So why does she have to suffer for the punishment that you want to give to Tinubu? What does my family have to do with Tinubu? My mom does not buy vote. She doesn't have anything to do with vote buying. So why is she not suffering for the punishment of Tinubu? I don't like. For me, if they want to punish Tinubu, Buhari have DSS. Buhari have DSS. He have EFCC. He have every organs of government that he can use to go and attack Tinubu. I don't want to see my own family suffer because of one person, because they have not done anything wrong. We have not benefited anything tangible from that country as an individual. We put everything in there. So for you to be living and then do you see what is going on out there? People who have labored for their money can't have access to their money. What kind of nonsense is that? For me, I think if this helps to improve the situation on ground, it's a welcome development. Let's cut all this politics out of it. We are not politicians. We are just analyzing issues that.
Have we lost you? Or have you lost me?
Money today, he have access to it. Lagos State governor carry Lagos State treasuries, follow Tinubu everywhere he goes. What do you think? Someone who don't have the new money, is that what you're telling me as a Lagos governor? Come on, man. Let's stop all this thing, man. Okay, if someone who want a billion naira in those new currency as a Lagos State governor with 50 billion naira monthly internally generated revenue, 50 billion naira, he will get it. Thank you very much, woman.
All right, brilliant. Well put. Always well put. So to you then, Des. Thank you for yielding that space, Des. Now to you.
Yeah. One man, I'm getting tired of being right, most of the time. Um, I've always said it here. I've studied a lot of human behaviors and read a lot of book, about psychology. So whatever say something about human behavior and the pattern, you better listen to it. While I'm making this statement, I've said it before, and I predicted this was gonna happen. People saying that, don't I want this money? I said, don't get me wrong. Don't get me wrong. I hate the whole money policy as much as you hate it because it's affecting my business too in Nigeria. So I hate it, all right? But the thing is, we have to state what we know or what we feel like is gonna happen. It's not about me, you know, choosing a side. But yeah, let's get out of the whole money policy. One man. What this does, this Buhari, because I'm gonna go into the politics of it. The money politics of it is, the money policy is out there. 200 naira is still there, and I don't think it's a bad thing. I think everybody 200 naira. A lot of people use 200 naira. The only thing most people spray in wedding is 200 naira anyway. So 200 naira is a lot, and it can go a long way to you know douse all this whole tension. Um, but let's go to the politics of it, woman. It's this what Buhari stated today cancels out so many things that we have been all here. I'm wondering, does these people actually know Buhari, saying that Buhari can never disobey the Supreme Court and all that stuff? I'm like, do you guys understand we are talking about Buhari? A man that I have not remembered ever obeying any rule of law. So when people say that, I'm like, okay, let's watch what's gonna happen. And also, one man, when the politics of it that is I like because it benefits me, yeah, is because this Tinubu, APC have been going on around trying to exclude, trying to make believe the their supporters or the people of Nigeria that this is not Buhari's doing, that this is all a mefele. Oshomole has been there preaching about calling a mefele, a mefele, a mefele. None of them have the balls to mention Buhari's name. None of them have the balls to do that. But this man came out today in the world news, everybody is gonna hear it and tell you, listen, all this thing they are saying that I don't know, that is not me that inflicted this punishment to you. It's bollocks. It is me, and I'm doubling down and telling you that it is me, which I'm the APC leader, that is giving you guys this whole punishment. So I'm not sure what excuses they're gonna pull out tomorrow again. I don't know how they're gonna drive this. So one man, like I said, people are gonna be so wrong come in 9 days time or whatever. A lot of people are gonna be like, what is going on here? I thought I know politics, but a lot of people are gonna look at themselves and they're probably not gonna be coming to this platform to say anything again. So one man, I think I rest it for here.
All right. Everything you said. Oh, actually, let me just leave it. Let's go on to Adewale. Adewale, you're up next.
Thank you, woman. The network was in and out, so I'm just trying to grasp what he was talking about. Now, I want us to have a very deep thought, whether you support Atiku, or Tinubu obedience. One thing I've found out about us, we Nigerians, is we can easily be deceived. We don't see things the way it is. We see the surface and we run with it. There's no country, except if you live in an authoritarian nation, where the government control every aspect of its subjects. That country will never see development. Even here in America, there's no authoritarian, anybody. at any time can be challenged. A case is still pending in the court, and the head of the executive arm of the government comes to the media to address the nation and says, wait a minute, we are going to reverse ourselves. So 200 denomination is going to be back in circulation. What does that tell us as a nation? One thing I've seen is that he is preempting the court outcome. He's not going to wait till the court make a pronouncement. What if the court sided with the federal government as a defender and say, you know what, you're right, we are sticking with this, no more denomination. I mean, no more hold notes in the circulation. But here he is saying 200 naira note is going to be back in the denomination. The previous speakers were right. Majority of the commercial banks have their headquarters in Lagos. And I don't think a state governor today, a sitting governor, will say, you know what, I need this amount of money. Sterling Bank belongs to Lagos State. I worked there before. And then if the governor said, I want this amount of money, they will reserve that money for the politician, for the governor. So that BS about, oh, it's targeting at Tinubu, even if it's targeted at Tinubu, they're still going to find this money and they're still going to spend it and they're still going to bribe people on the election day, and that is what is going to happen. But the thing is that government is controlling. I asked a question on the different platform today, and I said, is there any law in our constitution that says you must put money in the bank? There's nothing like that in our constitution. So government is saying, because this is like a manifest of a failed country, a failed economy. Government is trying to put this policy in place because we are already in hyperinflation anyway. And now they're limiting you of what you can spend. However, you can transact online. We are not paying close attention to what is going on. Forget about the politics of what is going on. There's no way. I mean, cashless society, in a society that doesn't have the infrastructure to prepare to help that happening, electricity we don't have. MTN was apologizing to all its subscribers day before yesterday. There was no network.
Did you say, Dewale, did you see even a national broadcast on NTA and the streaming was dipping in and out?
That tells you about the infrastructure we have in Nigeria. And yet you want to make it.
But they want to go cashless.
A government that is
they
serious.
can't stream a 10-minute
video. There are so many monetary policy you can bring out. You have to find the one that is suitable, that fit into the culture of the country you are governing. You don't just borrow something from abroad and say, you know what, this is where we're going to go. We don't even have multiple platforms. I could remember very well Visa and what do you call this, Switch, or what is the name of this company? Then, before, I think by now they already have maybe a couple of, but not enough. That is why you still see POS. You are not seeing multiple platforms. So we are not reading to, once something is imposed, we take it, we run with it. Oh, that is the best. But our people are going through that hardship now. Is it suitable for us now? People are printing money and spending their own money in the party simply because government say, but culture, our Yoruba culture say you can. I don't even support that one, but you have to look inward. Which system fit us? Buhari is giving the Nigerian a parting gift, but put the politics aspect of it on the side. Does it really work? Is it going to work for us? 200 naira side by side with the old notes till April. It's almost going to be the same thing. It's also going to drive inflation because I don't think there's 100 naira or 50 naira now because people are not going to accept that. So if what you used to buy with 50 naira now, you will now be paying 200 naira or 400 naira now. We should pay close attention to this. Whether 200 naira back into the circulation, politicians are still going to buy vote. The money is already stockpiled anyway. It's right there. Stand by or anywhere. Both all the two political parties, I don't know about Labour Party, but I know NNPP also going to spend its own money. It's a guarantee. But then the policy is not working because the timing of that policy is wrong. It is wrong in totality. And this rascality of an executive going against the Supreme Court or not obeying Supreme Court not order, then it shows we're having constitutional crisis in our hand. Because right now, I could say, you know what? I did Buhari's broadcast. I'm going to take my 500 naira or 1,000 naira to go and buy something. What if people are trading with it? They could run with the Supreme Court pronouncement because as of now, it's still guaranteed that we can still spend that money. But he is saying it's only 200 naira. So there's going to be an anarchy. There's going to be a crisis in the country. It's guaranteed. The other day, I think I saw the video where a first bank in Edo State was burnt down. It's heading there. I mean, I don't understand the logic. You're trying to make election, conduct election to be free and fair, and then you are bringing all this up. It's only a political novice that will think Tinubu doesn't have money that he's going to spend on election day or Atiku. It's only a novice that doesn't maybe just getting to know about policies today.
Oh, all right. All right. Thank you, Dewale. Thank you, Dewale. So from Dewale, let's go on to Enigmatic Hondi for the final word. Enigmatic Hondi.
Yeah. Well, finally, Nigerians, your president, you heard from your president, the great Muhammadu Buhari, the way they say it. So what I would just say is, well, there's absolutely no need whatsoever now to confront, to further confront the policy again, because as you've seen, he has, I wouldn't say he has circumvented the rulings of the Supreme Court, or he has just basically, done the Buhari thing again. So it means our Supreme Court means nothing to him now, as it is. So, but to the policy, well, I wish this will probably ameliorate the sufferings of Nigerians, and at least have bread is better than none, the way they say it. At a point, at least there are some candidates who do not even care at all. They want Nigerians to keep suffering. Atiku and his protege, Obi, they want Nigerians to suffer. They want them to continue the hardship. And then if Nigeria can burn down, as long as they probably think it's going to be a political advantage to them, Nigeria can, go to hell. They don't care. Nigeria and Nigerians can burn down and go to hell. But at least within the same political firmament, we've found some politicians too within that stock who have been able to go back and forth to even challenge up to Supreme Court. Is in the book of histories, right? Later, 10 years, 20 years, when they flip it back, they will know those who are sitting on the fence, those who are basically pretending, and those who are even making effort to even challenge, the situation. I wish Nigeria well. I wish the people who will still be suffering from this impact, because either we like it or not, a lot of people will still suffer, because even the 200 naira note was not even in circulation, right? The denomination is not. So it's just, I mean, it's a stopgap measure, at least to put a smile on Nigerians' faces, because when you even see it now, people are not enthusiastic. They are not really. If you say you want to punish politicians, and then you care less about, not even less, you basically care less a hilt about the sufferings of Nigerians. So what are you talking about? And my question will always,
Interjection, please.
No,
Interjection.
no. Just carry on because I want to round off. Let bring it home, Enigmatic.
yeah, and my question will always be: is it about humanity or is it about politics? Is it about people who now we can see the faces of the pretenders? We can see the faces of people who can gain this, who can game the system and who want to take some advantages from people's hardship. When people suffer, when people hurt, they want to leverage on that for an advantage, and then they want to point fingers to other folks. But they are doing the worst. They are all in this political game together. Kwankwaso came out to show support to the people. Tinubu came out to show support to the people. Atiku came out against the people. And Atiku's brother, Peter Obi, came out against the people. This will be out there. There's no obfuscation about this. Nobody is lying about this. The facts are there. So, 11 days or 10 days to the election, Buhari in his lame duck session, Emefiele causing confusion. Who has won and who is losing in this? Nigerians are losing. The politicians have won, either you like it or not. The politicians will always win. Nigerians will always lose, because the person that obedience actually think they are targeting, because their narration and their definition is about Tinubu. Tinubu is control. APC. They have 22 or 21 state governors. Those state governors, they have IGR. They have security votes, so they can raise any fund from any of the state government if they really want to do that for the election. I mean, they really need that fund for the voting. And I've said it over here. They don't really even need most of those funds for voting, because they have their base. They have those who will vote for them without taking a dime. So there are areas that they actually need most of those funds. So if you care about Nigerians and you're always fixated and obsessed about only one person, only one, then it means your patriotism is questionable and your character is so evil and devilish. But congratulations to Buhari. At least he's able to shift the ground and he's able to speak to Nigerians. At least, let's see what will happen on the 25th. The election is around the corner, and then one man, I think a couple of these folk will be here on this 25th, because we really want to see the detour and how people will be shifting ground on that day. But once again, congratulations, Nigeria. Buhari shifted the ground, and then of course Nigerians have not already won. The politicians won again. That's it.
All right, brilliant. Well said.
Man, can we just take
All right.
30 seconds to kind of because we've been here a long time.
No, yes, we exactly. We have been here a long time. So it's 8 hours and 10 minutes now. So I have to go to bed. No, we are back tomorrow. So yeah, we carry on. No doubt this will dominate the space.
Good night, one man. Good night.
All right. Thank you, Fatai. So that's it. So it's landed.
Mona no cry, I beg. Mona no cry.
What's all this nonsense?
I'm talking to an enigmatic voice, sounded so low. And
no,
that's
because you don't have a grasp of what. That's because you don't have a grasp, as ever, of what's just been said.
I see they pain them now. They sweet us,
All right. When we say this is childish, you are just actually.
I know that's what you're gonna say. I'm trying to like.
No, this is. I'm talking about Nigerians.
Calm down, enigmatic. I'm just trying to share you up. I'm just trying to share you up. I wasn't.
All right. So sorry. Can I round up? So sorry. Thank you, guys.
That does not mean your opinion is not
all right. Thank you. So that wasn't really a victory for anyway. Let's just leave that. We'll do that in another session. Who's that? That's Miss Hope TV. So thank you, Miss Hope TV, and thank you everyone. So thank you to the super chatters, which was Desmond as he often does. Kulata joined him. Ayo, who does the coffee as well, by the way. Olu Davids, and then Thomas runs it off. So thank you to that space, and then to the coffee buyer, which Ayo already, but in this instance joined by Jack USA or something. So there they are there. So that's That's Ayo and Jack USA. So thank you to that space as well. So thank you one and all. We do it again. So to the super chatters, the coffee buyers, the happy clappers, and the in-betweeners. So there it was. We landed on Buhari, just speaking exactly how we read out in the opening of the session. So you see, the light has come out. So it was dark when we started. It's light now. So that has to tell you that it's unhealthy hours that we spend here. So thank you one and all. We do it again. So I'll leave it here. Carry conversation on within the comment section. But here I say peace.